We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters where we gather today. We pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Welcome to Day 6 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships.
Thank you for the welcome, Lizzie, and welcome to you too. And today, of course, we continue. Tomorrow we'll have the Interstate Regatta, which culminates 7 days of racing, 650-odd races, the biggest Australian championships in history.
Amazing. And somehow we've coped with all the weather gods have thrown at us, and it's coming good. A little overcast today, a little bit of a breeze, but some great racing to be had, and everybody's pumped and ready to go.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge Chris Grummett and Alice Evans for the job they've done to get us back here with a program that is manageable for today, having lost, 4 hours yesterday?
Yes, that's right. But yep, they've managed to do it, which is awesome. And as I say, everybody's pumped and ready. The boat park is full. The cars are coming in and parking. I know we talked about that yesterday. This morning there's been a thrill in the air as we've seen the interstate crews go out and do a row before racing this morning.
And there's one there.
Yeah.
So, yes, we're looking forward to some great racing. Every class of boat out here today, from singles through to eights. And we'll bring you some live commentary and pictures as soon as racing begins at 8 a.m.
We will indeed. Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Rowing WA, Tourism WA, the City of Armidale, the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries and Lottery West, Hancock Prospecting, the Australian Sports Commission, Coles Supermarkets, 776BC, Bont Rowing, Ticketmaster, Konica Minolta, Croker Oars, Ambulance Response Services, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Tempur, with support from Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Tasmania, and Rowing Victoria.
I'm incredibly proud to be a female in the mining industry, led by a great role model for mining, for the Australian economy.
This is the best mining company to work for.
Everyone kind of takes you under their wing.
Being an older person in mining as well, I find that people can come to me for advice.
I did hairdressing for a year before coming to mining. It's the best thing I've ever done.
It offers a level of financial security that women outside of the industry don't necessarily have, and it's just awesome.
We would like women to be safer here
than they are anywhere else.
Every day is exciting. There's something happening.
Just get out there. Try something new.
This is the engine room of our Australian economy, and we get to be a part of what keeps this country afloat and helps with infrastructure and all the other projects that makes Australia such a fantastic country to live in.
To join us in building an exceptional future, go to buildinganexceptionalfuture.com.au.
So this morning we're joined in the commentary box by Nikki Ayres, Paralympian and recently selected in another Australian rowing team. Welcome, Nikki.
Good morning, Razor. It's a bit weird being up here in the commentary box, but I'm looking forward to it.
We were supposed to do this yesterday, but there's a bit of confusion, so we ended up canning it, ladies and gentlemen, because there was so much going on and trying to get racing going again. So you've been selected in the double scull with Jed Alschwager. How did that evolve? Just through trialling?
Through trialling, but before that, after Tokyo, they announced that they'll put the double into the Paris Paralympics for the first time on its debut. So Jed and I, at that point, we were one of the only people that could qualify for it because there's a different impairment scale. You have to have 20 points, so you have to have the higher end of impairment. But we just both took the year off, and then coming back after that 12 months, we got together and did a couple of rows, and then leading into trials. At trials, we just ended up being the combination on the day that got the fastest time. So now it's really exciting what's ahead.
So having a year off, was that as a result of Lizzie coaching you for a year at the Paralympics? Did you need to have time off after that?
Don't put Lizzie on the spot like that, Razor. No, it was just for my career. I went off and became a midwife over the 12 months, learned how to catch babies, and had a great time. But now it's just to get down to the business end and try and do what we can to bring home that gold at Paris, hopefully.
Learn how to catch babies. That's an interesting description of being a midwife. So what are your aspirations in rowing, Nikki? You were telling me your aspirations career-wise. You actually want to end up being with the Flying Doctors and travelling around.
Yeah, definitely career-wise. That's why I did my midwifery, because as a nurse you have to be a midwife as well to work for the Flying Doctor. That's something I've always wanted to do. And, that's been just my base. With rowing, it always brings me back to earth and creates that life balance as well. But with rowing, the aspiration now is to go to Paris and win that gold alongside with Jed. So as Lizzie has mentioned in the commentary, I'm going to move to Adelaide after this to train with Jed and, give us the best chance possible of being that best crew in the world at the Paris Paralympics if we get selected to go. And
be coached by Nick Mitchell. I haven't met Nick, but everybody tells me he's a really good guy.
He is. He's a really great guy. He's really personable, and he's just also has fun while you're out there on the water and off the water as well, and actually just cares about his athletes.
Yeah, so when you're training hard, a bit of fun helps a lot. There's no doubt about that.
Definitely. You've got to have fun. You've got to have a good balance. You've got to enjoy it because it's a pretty hard career, rowing. You sacrifice so much to be the best that you can be, so it's really good to have that fun element. And rowing alongside with Jed will be a great breakdown as well.
So the commitment of going to Adelaide, this could be an 18 months commitment, couldn't it?
Yep, that's the plan. So hopefully, we'll have to try and qualify the boat World Champs this year in Belgrade and then go through trials next year to get selected to be the crew to row to Paris. So this will hopefully give us the best chance to be the best crew and give me the best chance to get selected.
So that sort of dedication is probably why you are part of the AIS Thrive program, a Thrive with Pride ambassador. That's hard to say.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful. But yeah, so this is my second year as an AIS Thrive with Pride ambassador. So the purpose of this group is to create awareness and education on the fundamental importance of creating safe environments for all athletes in each sport within the Australian sporting communities.
Yep. So it's both a physical safety and an emotional safety, I imagine?
Yeah, safety in all aspects and well-being for athletes. There unfortunately are athletes out there that aren't joining sports because they don't feel safe to be themselves in those environments. And so my role is, as an ambassador, is to be visible and show people out there, especially in the rowing community, that you can be gay and row and be successful and enjoy it and be safe as well. And it's just helping create that throughout the rowing community.
Yes, well, that's a wonderful initiative. And when Lizzie was coaching you, you would have had a great deal of fun and inclusion there as well, because she's fun to be with all the time.
Yeah, it's definitely the people you're surrounded with. Like the para cohort at the moment are really supportive and awesome and wanting to help be visible allies and promote inclusion within the rowing community, which for me as a gay athlete, I find that really positive and encouraging for that. And so, you know, I want everybody else to be able to feel that way. And for those kids out there who don't feel like they can be comfortable to play a sport because they're trying to find who they are, that it is okay, and be a role model to show them that you can be who you are and do what you love.
And so you should be able to.
Exactly. So just hopefully we can get more people out there and promote the sport for what it is and be as inclusive as we can be.
So have you got any tips for people out there listening about how they can be more inclusive?
Yeah, so the first thing would be just talk to your community, try and gauge what your community would like, and, you know, if there is, just have those conversations about what they believe that we could do better, or also focusing on what you're doing well as well, and just promoting out that. But I think the biggest thing is being visible, so letting your community know that you are, you know, you might not be 100% inclusive right now, but you're working towards that, and say that, hey, we're here, we want to be better, how can we do it, and let's do this together and work as a team. But it's just about that visibility. People don't know what they don't know, so if they don't know you're trying to be inclusive, they don't know that you could be a club for them to join and be an amazing rower.
Yeah, I can tell you, being pale, male and stale myself, it's something that I struggle with every day. A lot of people I mix with have no idea, honestly, and it really makes me angry when I hear old male, pale, stale and female as well going on about these things, Nikki. So I admire what you're doing. Congratulations on that, as well as your selection, and we'll follow yours and Jed's progress with great interest.
Cool, thanks Razor, I appreciate it, and let's just get those conversations started and be more inclusive.
Absolutely, well done.
Bont Rowing continues to dedicate itself to producing anatomically correct rowing shoes, supplying athletes in over 23 national teams. Designed by rowers, for rowers, Bont rowing shoes are built with a unique carbon fibre split sole for greater comfort, increased stability and maximum power transfer. The Australian Sports Commission is the principal sponsor and partner of Rowing Australia. The ASC provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management and support structures, and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Sport Integrity Australia's advice is that no supplement is safe to use, and athletes should not risk their careers by taking a supplement. If you choose to use a supplement, lower your risk and find a batch-tested supplement in the Sport Integrity app. No supplement is 100% safe to use. When posting socials, tag in @Western Australia and use the hashtag #ThisIsWA. Follow the Tourism WA Facebook page or follow them on Instagram by searching Western Australia. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders in the boat park to service your boats and provide spare parts. In the boat park are Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. Please note all cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. And let's keep Champion Lakes clean. Make sure you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Please stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long-sleeved shirt after racing. Slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and the daily draws, visit our dedicated website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic, rowing apparel from 776 BC, innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing, and don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop. The City of Armidale has an information stall set up and Hancock Prospecting in conjunction with Roy Hill talking about careers in mining. An important exhibition at this year's Australian Rowing Championships is the Innovate to Excellence exhibition, which is in the upstairs of the building by the finish tower. The exhibition provides education about how you can be a better and more robust rower, both on and off the water. From technique tips, nutrition guidance and warm-up exercises, all provided by the expert staff of Rowing Australia, there is information based on the latest research that the Rowing Australian team follows.
There we go. Let's see, we're crossing to the start. Now we've just got news through from the boys from DMA that we've had 123,537 live views, and clearly the United States of America.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, I'm blaming all the recruiters for the colleges.
You're probably right there. They would come from these schools that are racing here. So our first race, folks, is the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull. It's the first semi-final, and I know to us a semi-final is only one, but there are three. And of these three, the first two will progress through to the final, and it's the end of the road for the others. In the first semi-final, we have Trinity Lutheran in lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, Gippsland Grammar in lane 5, Queenwood School in lane 6 and Canberra Grammar School in lane 7.
Doesn't look like Kinross are there, but we'll wait and see as that unfolds. But Lizzie, I note that today we will have all sorts of races. We'll have heats, we'll have repecharges, we'll have semi-finals, we'll have finals.
We will, and all different age groups and all different categories. We've got paras in there as well.
Yep.
So, yep.
Singles to eights and everything in between. So
yeah, it's amazing.
A massive day.
Seeing some of our supporters there.
Yes.
And as you can see, still a bit breezy, but I think we've all got used to it now. And let's see how these guys get on. So in the Trinity Lutheran crew, we've got Elena Doherty, Molly Lomax, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. Their cox is Lola Sullivan. So they are the crew closest to the camera. Next across is Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Rose Keys-Tilley, Lucy Munro, Annabelle Guthrie, who's subbed in for Annie Briggs, and Rose Anderson, and their cox is Phoebe Paul. As you said, the Kinross Walleroy crew doesn't appear to have turned up yet. Gippsland Grammar there are in lane 5, April Harrison, Scarlett Tavaski, Ella Gerand and Tilly Fox. Lucy Hodges is their cox, and their coaches are Nick Bartlett and Casey Jobling. In lane 6, we have Queenwood School from New South Wales, from Sydney. Eva Thompson in the bow seat, Zara Taylor in the 2 seat, Gemma McLaren and Addison Rolls in the stroke seat. Alice Yardley is their cox, and their coaches are Ella Davidson, Ocean Nolan and Ashley Fitch. Now, this is half of the under-17 8 that she's going to race a little bit later. And they're off. So let's run through Canberra Grammar on the far side to the camera, on the near side to you if you're here at the venue. Kate Oliver, Holly Howard, Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson, coxed by Chimisha Deyajiwa and coached by Kendall Brody and Alan Carey.
I think I said to you a couple of days ago, where does Kendall Brody get time to do some coaching when she's an NTC athlete coxing the men's 8? I suppose they don't row the 8 all that often compared to small boats.
I guess not, no. They'd be training in small boats. And now, once the school season is finished, will be when they really ramp up the men's 8, and they'll be heading overseas fairly soon. She'll go with them. Of course, she is also the cox for the New South Wales Kings Cup 8.
Oh, you talk about me getting Dolphins references in. What about that one? Yes, I did see.
I'm sure everybody here is ready for me to spruik New South Wales, aren't they? And the other state teams. I've got your lists.
I did see the New South Wales 8 here this morning, actually, and they were stopped here near the finish line, and Jack Hargraves was certainly the man giving everybody the instructions. He was turning around and talking to all the guys behind him and just talking about the quality of the rowing, I'm sure. But it is quality rowing coming from Canberra Grammar in Station 7 and Queenwood. Queenwood we see just repeatedly being competitive and on the dais for medal presentations, and another Queenwood crew here, coached by Ella Davidson, Oisin Nolan, Ashley Fitch, and Canberra coached by Kendall Brody and Alan Carey, as Lizzie said. Then across to Gippsland Grammar, coached by Nick Bartlett and Casey Jobling. Nick Bartlett, another Englishman. He is indeed, yeah. And he took his cruise to Henley. Was that last year or 2 years ago? So making sure they have a lot of fun and that they really experience the whole range of fun and events that you can do in rowing, because it's not all about just rowing here at home and rowing in national championships. There is, of course, the national team for those who want to do it, and lots of events, both overseas and here at home, that are fun events that aren't championships like this. Well, schools can go to New Zealand to the Mardi Cup. Yes. They can't win the medals, though, I believe. Oh, really? Well, that would be typical. But we let them come here and win the medals. Yeah, but it's a whole week of school rowing in really good conditions. Oh, amazing. I think one of the biggest school events in the world, isn't it? And actually, we should big shout out, because I know a lot of Kiwis will be watching this, and there's quite a few of them coming over for our Australian Masters National Championships, which will be in the first weekend of June in New South Wales at the Sydney International Regatta Centre course. So we are greatly looking forward to having them, and my great friend Rebecca Caro will be on the commentary with us. Oh, right. And I think there may be a Kiwi on the jury here. I'm not sure. And that's an exchange that's been going on for a few years now. Oh, there you go. People watching the live streaming on their phones. And listening to us old farts dribble on and on. So if we get it wrong, let us know. So making good progress down this breezy course. I was going to mention that, yeah, we've seen a number of these scullers in singles and then in doubles. So there's been a lot of racing already before they get here, so they're well used to the course by now. Here we see the Queenwood quad looking pretty good. As I say, they're going to be racing later in the under-17 8. Their stroke is Addison Rolls, who... Wow, she's been busy. She has. And they have now started to exert some superiority over the rest of the field. The Canberra Grammar crew were the early leaders, but Queenwood will go through the halfway mark, about 2/3 of a length, 3/4 of a length clear of Canberra Grammar in second place. A great shot of the Trinity Lutheran from the Gold Coast crew in those very green rowing suits. Gippsland Grammar currently in third place. They're nearly 9 seconds behind Canberra Grammar. The first two only will go through to the final. That's looking highly likely to be Queenwood and Canberra Grammar School. Gippsland Grammar are in third, Trinity Lutheran fourth, and Melbourne Girls Grammar are in fifth place at the moment. The conditions much better than yesterday, Lizzie.
Yes.
Still breezy, but much better than yesterday.
Yeah, they certainly are. Oh, that Queenwood crew seems to have jumped ahead. Addison took out the under-17 single scull. She's had a great season right from the very beginning of the season. When I saw her at the time trials, I thought, we've got somebody here who clearly loves rowing, but is good, really good.
Did she win the double as well?
I think she might have done.
I'm not sure.
Let's check that.
It all melds in together after 5 days, doesn't it?
So if you are looking for results, I shouldn't say this because people will check up on what we're saying now, but if you are looking for results, the ARC website is really good, the links that it takes you to.
As I said in the preamble to today, congratulations to Chris Grummett and Alice Evans for being able to rejig the draw after losing 4 hours of racing yesterday at our biggest Australian rowing championships. And today's going to be busy. There's going to be a lot going on. And as I said, we're going from heats to repecharges to semi-finals to finals. But we'll get through it all today.
No, she did not win the under-17 double.
Okay. Queenwood comes through the 1,500 metre mark. They're 3 lengths in front now. They've really started to open up over that Canberra Grammar crew in second place. Canberra Grammar know that they're comfortable in second. And they're in turn about 5 lengths clear of the crew from Gippsland Grammar in third place. Then followed Trinity Lutheran and Melbourne Girls Grammar. Trinity Lutheran again coached by Eric Rowan, the former Tasmanian, who is heading up the program at Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast. Alina Doherty, Molly Lomax, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, Lola Sullivan, the coxswain. And I know Isabel's dad rode Youth 8 for Queensland back in the 90s. Reese Clifford, an old Gregory Terrace boy. But they sat back in the first 500 metres, this Queenwood crew, just gathered their technique together, and then when they were really confident in what they were doing, they started to exert a bit more pressure and up the rating a little, and they're moving well and truly away from the rest of the field. In turn, Canberra is well clear of third place, so these two crews will be very competitive in the final of the event. As Lizzie said, confusingly, 3 semi-finals, but it happens all the time in rowing. I think by definition it's wrong, isn't it? Richard Dorstein's a champion of good English, and it just does his head in, I can tell you. As Queenwood comes to the line now. Another very, very good polished Queenwood crew. Across the line first in the under-17 women's quadruple scull. Semi-final number 1, 8 minutes and 0.66 of a second. Second will be Canberra Grammar. Third will be Gippsland Grammar. Fourth will be Trinity Lutheran. They kept fighting away there, and Melbourne Girls Grammar will be 5th, and Kinross Wallaroy did not start. It's Trinity Lutheran across the line now.
Confirming the results of the first semi-final of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. A win for Queenwood School, second Canberra Grammar School. Those two crews will now progress through to the final. Third, Gippsland Grammar. Fourth, Trinity Lutheran. Fifth, Melbourne Girls Grammar. They will be eliminated from the event. Kinross Wallaroy did not start. Winning time 8 minutes, 0.66. The margin 8.56. The second semi-final of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull is now on the course, with Furbank Grammar in lane 2, the composite of Fremantle and Bunbury in lane 3, Unley High in lane 4, the Buckingham Unley High and Newcastle Grammar Composite in lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6 and Loreto Ballarat in lane 7.
This is a question without notice, Lizzie. I note with 3 clubs in a 4-person boat, I'm pretty sure under the rules in Queensland, at least half the crew has to be from one club.
Oh, right. Okay, so you have different rules
in New South
than Australia ones. I don't know. No, we need Owen Nix for that. Where are you, Owen?
He'll be at home watching.
I think it depends probably which event it is. So a championship event it might require 2. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I've noticed that the Fremantle Composite has got Sophia Cross, who got the... So Addison Rolls in the last event was our gold medalist in the under-17 single scull. Sophia Cross has also been on the screen and in the commentary quite a bit. She won bronze in the under-17 single scull. She's in the 3rd seat, in seat 3 of the crew in lane 3. And in the stroke seat, she's from Bunbury Rowing Club, and in the stroke seat is Sina Metzger from Fremantle, and together Sophia and Sina won gold in the under-17 double.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see what they can do there from lane 3, because it looks to me as though it's still seeded with lane 7 as the favoured lane.
Actually surprised to see that crew is in lane 3.
Yes, me too.
Because
they're doing pretty... Is that them? They're doing pretty well if it is.
Yeah, they are, but... certainly looks like the Sydney Rowing Club crew that's in the lead. Georgina Stevenson, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers, Grace Bennett, Matilda Mayakunis is in the coxswain seat, coached by Felix Dure and Lachlan Carter. They're about a length clear of Loreto Ballarat, and the Fremantle Bunbury crew is in 3rd place, Lizzie, just 0.3 of a second behind Loreto Ballarat. So Loreto Ballarat, Kate Connell, Lavinia Cushing, Tilly Stringer, Meg Lynch, Grace Bales is the coxswain, and Barry Halsell is the coach. And that Freo composite crew, Juliet Kelly, Charlotte Hanson, Nahoy, Sophia Cross and Sina Metzger. Helena Herworth is the coxswain, coaches Keely Aitchison and Cameron Fowler. Furbank, on the far side of the course, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Amelia Grace, Poppy Dalton Morris and Anastasia Gansos, the coxswain. Sophia Bendel is coaching that crew. Unley High in the middle, Felicity Cox, Eleanor Nettlefold, Tamara Bates, Georgie Twelvetree, Misha Van Warmelo is the coxswain, and the coaches Daniel Ralph, Annalise Size and Annabelle Nettleton. And in lane 5, the Bucks, Unley High, Newcastle Grammar crew, Annabelle McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar, Emma Luskin of Unley High, Scarlett Shanks of Unley High, and Matilda Cocker of Buckingham, and Sasha Walker is the coxswain, and no coaches listed. Still this all-important battle for 2nd place and a place in the final, and I reckon that Western Australian crew is pegging back our leaders, Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, that Sydney Rowing Club crew were the bronze medalists in this under-17 event at the New South Wales State Championships, and in singles, doubles and particularly in the quad have done well through the season. So you would think they and the Fremantle Composite would be the strongest crews. They're certainly very gutsy. They are coached by Felix Dure and Lachlan Carter there in the junior development squad in New South Wales.
Well, about half a length as they go through the 1500 metre mark. Sydney over the composite Fremantle crew, 1.15 seconds.
That Fremantle composite crew's looking very good as it comes into this last 500 metres.
And Loreto Ballarat have dropped back to 3rd now, and in 4th place is the crew from Unley High.
Yeah, they are looking like they are really up in the ante as they come into the 2nd half. Oh, and what's this crew on the far side, Loreto Ballarat, doing? They are having a big push too.
They were up there early, but they've been passed by the Fremantle composite crew.
Yeah,
Loreto Ballarat were right with Sydney to begin with, and then they dropped back into 2nd place. But that push from the Western Australians on the far side of the course have got them making a bold bid for victory now.
And you're absolutely right. I think it was a push from Loreto Ballarat and a push from Unley High, but those 2 leading crews now stretching out and creating distance again.
And still Sydney, or is it?
Still Sydney in 2nd place, being challenged by Unley High. Well, sorry, still Sydney. Well, no, I think that it's going to be that Fremantle composite. They look to me like they've got the run on.
Very little to choose, isn't it, between Sydney and the Fremantle Bunbury composite crew. So Sydney Rowing Club, 2 lanes across from the spectators. Then go another 3 lanes across, and the Fremantle Bunbury composite crew. They're stroke for stroke with about 20 strokes still to go. And I reckon you're right, Lizzie. I reckon the Western Australians have hit the front.
Come on, Sydney.
Fremantle Bunbury on the far side of the course. The Stern pair have already won a gold medal in the double scull. Sydney on this side of the course have had a great season in New South Wales, but it'll be lane 3. Fremantle Bunbury composite will get across first. They'll be into the final. Sydney Rowing Club second. We'll join them in the final. Loretto Ballarat will be third. Unley High will be fourth. Then back to Buckingham Composite and Furbank Grammar School. And the winning time, 8 minutes and 0.43 of a second.
So similar.
8 minutes and 0.66 of a second, the first one. 8 minutes and 0.43, the second one.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull. A win for the Fremantle Bunbury Composite. Second, Sydney Rowing Club. Those 2 crews will progress through to the A final. Third, Loretto Ballarat. Fourth, Unley High. Fifth, Furbank Grammar. Sixth, the Buckingham Unley High Newcastle Grammar Composite. Winning time for the Fremantle Bunbury crew, 8 minutes, 0.43. The margin, 2.08. We now have the third and final semi-final of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull with Radford College in lane 2, Brisbane and GPS in lane 3, Loretto Ballarat in lane 4, Commercial in lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 6 and Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 7. So again, Razor, we've got a familiar crew here to me. Brisbane and GPS took out gold in this event at the New South Wales State Championships. And again, over in lane 3. Interesting, isn't it?
Yes, yes. We wonder why they're there. And lane 7's probably leading with Brisbane and GPS. Now, Brisbane and GPS, Lizzie, Abby Wex, Danielle Watt, Astrid Thomas, Eva Hoskin and Gracie Gascoigne are wearing black armbands. Unfortunately, their coach, Joe Patterson, passed away a couple of weeks ago. Joe had been coaching them for as long as he could, and his illness took the better of him. So he started the season working with the crew and others in GPS's youth development program, and he remained active until he became too ill to continue back in January. So the girls are rowing with black armbands in memory of Joe Patterson, which is a lovely touch for him.
Lovely thing to do, and how amazing that he was able to do that for as long as he did.
Absolutely, but unfortunately for the girls, they're in lane 3. They've still got a bit of work to do, but the parallax error there of the camera, and they're coming right on, will be in second place as they go through the 1,000-metre mark. Melbourne Girls Grammar, our leaders, in 159.9. Brisbane and GPS 3.47 back. Then follows Canberra Girls Grammar, Commercial, Loretto Ballarat and Radford College at the rear. It's great to see Radford College head coach Gordon Marks here this morning. Lizzie was having a chat.
I was indeed. We were talking all things para, having both been involved in the para scene the last good few years. But yeah, it's great to see him at Radford. So he was, when I first met Gordo, he was heading up the program at Scots College in Sydney.
Okay.
So I think, it's gone from a boys program to the para program and really helped build that up. And of course, you're dealing then with all different age groups and now going back to a co-ed school, but also one that's based where you live. Must be awesome. And what a great school. And Vicky Spencer, of course, was there before.
Yeah, Vicky's on camp in Spain at the moment.
Yeah, she's posting pictures on her socials, is she?
Yes, she is. And I sent a message saying, looks like you're in Spain to me. And sure enough, they're in camp where Rowing Australia had a camp in 2015 and
right.
Second last year of managing the team. But
and over there, you'd want to go to camp in the nice warm bits of Europe.
I did point out to her.
Horrible.
I did point out to her that Kelly Wilkie and I discovered this place where gin and tonics were beautiful and really cheap.
Oh, really? I think I need to know that place.
So,
But hello to our viewers from Europe, because I know there's a few. Lovely to have you on board, and especially if you're watching the replay later, thank you for watching.
so there's that Brisbane and GPS crew. You can see the black armbands on the left arm there.
So that's Abby Wex in the bow seat, Danielle Watt at 2, Astrid Thomas at 3, Eva Hosking in the stroke seat, Gracie Gascoigne in the stroke seat.
And still in second place, but Melbourne Girls Grammar have led through the 1,000-metre mark. They led at the 500. Brisbane and GPS were second. Canberra Girls Grammar just 1.53 seconds behind Brisbane and GPS. Fourth is Commercial and fifth is Loretto Ballarat. Sixth is Radford College. So Melbourne Girls Grammar, Maddie Clifford, Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe, Emily Anthony and Lily Mosini. It is Peter's daughter. Oh, thank you, Richard.
Oh, so we've seen Mike Mackay's daughter, we've seen Peter Anthony's daughter,
I know at the
Duncan Free's daughter.
the Scotch Mercantile Regatta, Noel Donaldson was doing commentary with Drew Ginn and Megsie McGann, and they were talking about Mercantile's breeding program. So Melbourne Uni must have one as well with Peter, I'd imagine. So it is that crew, stroked by Emily Anthony, that's in the lead. Mind you, Mum could row a bit as well, yeah, but not just Peter. Yeah.
I was thinking about her, Fiona Milne, as she was. I think she still is.
I think she is, yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure she won a medal at the 20 years ago when I was looking at the results in the lightweight single maybe, or a quad. So, yeah. Oh, how wonderful. So if you are new to rowing, welcome to the family. As you are hearing, it is a family thing. It's one of those sports that you get involved with, and there's lots to do, and if you've got a good work ethic and you like things to be organised, it's a wonderful sport. If you're a bit more laid back, you might find us all a little bit stuffy, but a great sport for young adults as they grow up.
Well, when you and your father can row in the the Penrith Cup together. My understanding is Dion Birtwistle was away with the Australian rowing team in about 2003 when he got a message from home from his wife to say she was pregnant, and now he's here rowing with that.
That's amazing.
Baby.
Yes,
that's incredible.
That's incredible.
With Oscar.
So we're through the 1,500 metre mark now. Melbourne Girls Grammar have a commanding lead over Brisbane and GPS, 7.46 seconds. That's a good few lengths. Commercial are sitting in third, Canberra Girls Grammar School just behind in fourth, Loretto Ballarat in fifth and Radford College in sixth. A reminder, only two of these crews will progress through to the next round. The next round is the final, and in rowing usually our racing is across 6 lanes in a championship event. We obviously have more lanes than that on a course.
Yep, and in Sydney often now we race over 8 lanes, but the Olympics
9.
of course is the traditional 6 lanes.
It is indeed. Traditionally 6 lanes, 2,000 metres. Yep.
So commercial, Rose Ricks, Poppy Yarsky, Leela Meredith, Sienna Becker, Sienna Roberts, Coxon, David Van Das, Ross Bartho and Gary Townsend coaching that crew, and they're in a really good fight for third with the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, Ash Watts, Emily Walker, Sophie Frost, Isabel King, Eliza Miller as the coxswain, and the coaches Charlie Durkin, Sam Duckworth and Carolyn Pipers. But no doubt about our winners. They've led all the way. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Clifford, Banks, O'Keefe, Anthony, Mosini is the coxswain, and they're going to score a resounding victory. Good effort from Brisbane and GPS to finish in second place from lane 3.
And a cracking race coming up for third. And why wouldn't you? You want to place as high as you can.
Exactly, and it is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew who are hanging on to third. Commercial trying to come at them, but I think Canberra Girls Grammar will hang on. Commercial running out of water still to go. And it will be Canberra Girls Grammar will be third. Fourth will be Commercial. Fifth then will be Loretto Ballarat, and sixth will be Radford College. Winning time 8 minutes and 0.8.
So folks, almost exactly the same time, winning time as the previous 2 heats. We are on for a cracker of a race in the final.
A shout out to big Roger Wilson. He'll be probably watching this if he's not playing golf. 3 semi-finals, Roger. 8 minutes and 0.66 of a second, 8 minutes and 0.43 of a second, and 8 minutes and 0.88 of a second. Wow.
So confirming the results of the third and final semi-final of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull. In first place, Melbourne Girls Grammar, and in second, Brisbane and GPS. Those two crews will progress through to the final. The final will be at 1 p.m. today, so don't go anywhere, folks, because it's going to be a corker. In third, Canberra Girls Grammar. In fourth, Commercial. In fifth
was Loreto Ballarat, and
Thank you.
sixth was Radford College.
Thank you. So those crews now drop out of the event and presumably will regroup ready for their eights or whatever they're in next. And now we'll move to the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Scull, and again the first two will progress through to the final.
3 semi-finals.
In lane 2, Scotch College Adelaide. In lane 3, Tasmania University. In lane 4, St Augustine's College from New South Wales. In lane 5, St Patrick's College of Victoria. In lane 6, Radford College of the ACT. And in lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club of Victoria.
And less than a second between first and second, less than a second between second and third, and less than a second between third and fourth as they went through that halfway mark.
The crew in the lead at the moment is St Patrick's College Victoria, with Lockie Belleville, Harrison Grant, Hugh Jackson and Henry Reiner, coxed by Harry Lester and coached by Craig Murfitt. The crew sitting in second is the Wendouree Ballarat crew of Stuart Hall, Max Mason, Joachim Henderson and James Clark, with Jarvis McLean coxing. They're coached by Paul Blanchfield.
So 2 Ballarat schools leading, Lizzie. St Patrick's College, coached by Craig Murfitt. Wendouree Ballarat, coached by Paul Blanchfield. And they row on the 1956 Olympic course at Lake Wendouree.
They do, and in between the two of them is Radford College, the crew of Joshua Miller, Marcus Ward, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier. Pippa Humphreys is coxing them, and they are coached by the team of William Hatcher, Maximilian Mayer and Gordon Marks.
And St Augustine's over there further and across to Tasmanian University. The only crew not in the mix is the Scotch College from Adelaide crew, Mitchell Lucas, Oscar Kittle, Max Brammy, Patrick Keenan, James Appleby, and the coaches Andre Pestenek and James Seppel.
So the crew in fourth is the Tasmania University crew in lane 3. That's second from the camera. That's Josh Fielding, Hugo Wilkins, Noah Haas and Henry Maining. Ruby Robinson is coxing them. And the St Augustine's College is the young crew of Will Dawson, Miles Nicholas, William Pender and Max Tancred, that is coxed by Henry Goldsworthy and coached by Bjarni Ungermark.
And Noah Haas in that Tasmanian University crew won the Single Scull Championship a couple of days ago. But it's St Patrick's College of Ballarat are going to win semi-final 1 of the under-17 mixed men's Coxed Quadruple Scull. Wendouree Ballarat will be in second place. So a Ballarat Quinella. Third will be St Augustine's. Fourth will be Radford College. Fifth will be Tasmanian University. And sixth, Scotch College from Adelaide. Close race all around. 7 minutes 20.99.
Confirming the results of the first semi-final of the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Scull. A win for St Patrick's College Victoria. Second, Wendouree Ballarat Victoria. Those two crews will progress through to the final. Third, St Augustine's. Fourth, Radford College. Fifth, Tasmania University. Sixth, Scotch College Adelaide.
And the second semi-final's underway?
It certainly is, with Glebe Rowing Club of New South Wales in lane 2, the Southport School of Queensland in lane 3, Brisbane Boys College in lane 4, the Pembroke School of South Australia in lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar School with Essendon and Bundaberg clubs in lane 6, and in lane 7, Canberra Grammar School.
And that's the Brisbane Boys College crew on screen there in their traditional green, white, black used to be the chant, and I'm not sure if they still wear them. They always wore straw boaters. That was the hat at Brisbane Boys College.
Oh, all ready for Henley already then. The Brisbane Boys College crew is Frederick Brommel, Joshua Deal, Parker Pohio and Henry Wake, coxed by Fraser Geldard and coached by John Tyne.
And I would suggest that they're in the lead, Lizzie.
It looks like it. And in the distance there, you can see the Canberra Grammar School crew of Ethan Murphy, Cameron Schmidt, Nicholas van der Walt and Lucas McLean that are coxed by Joshua Heyman. Any relationship to Brett Heyman?
Well, highly likely, one would think.
I would think so.
Yeah.
The coaches are Beth Bryan and Ben Johnston.
Parker Pohio, his dad is the president of the rowing support group at Brisbane Boys College, RAL. They're doing a great job here. They're part of the under-17 group at Brisbane Boys College. Of course, their first 8 through to the semi-finals of the Schoolboy 8, and half of their first 8 won the Coxless 4 yesterday. And 30 years since they won at Henley, and they're going again.
Hope they've got those straw boaters ready. Hunter Valley Grammar Composite is in 3rd place at the moment, and that's Logan Cavill from Bundaberg in the bow seat, Rhys Davey from Essendon in the 2 seat, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy who won the double in the stern, and Moira Geraghty, I suppose you would call it, is the cox. Their coaches are Odin McIntosh, Grant Williamson and Rodney Dick, who you've mentioned a few times before.
Yes.
Southport School sitting in 4th. That's Harrison Howard, Trent Vincent, Matthew Coleman and John Annetto. Sean Madumi is the cox. Ian Hawley, Amelia Connolly and John Smythe are the coaches. Pembroke School is in 5th. That's Jeremy Yu, Angus Kyle, Tom Omani and Alex Lee. Tom Rowett is the cox, and their coaches are Simon Lane, Joshua Lascock and Darren Potts. And Glebe Rowing Club at the rear, Edward Williams, Carter Clifton, Carson Prout and Charlie Slack. Max Hewlett is their cox, and they're coached by Nicholas Galea and Adrian Henning. Okay, they've just come through the 1500 metre mark, and Brisbane Boys College continue to lead over the Hunter Valley Grammar Composite. 1.5 seconds and another 1.5 seconds back to the Canberra Grammar School. Only 2 places.
And another 1.7 back to the Southport School, so anything could happen. And actually overnight, Lizzie, I've received the letter about liberating the lobster, as have you, so we can't catch a crab anymore. We've got to liberate a lobster, apparently. Catching a crab is cruel to the crabs.
I think, I know we've done this before, but please let's point out the objective is to not catch a crab.
Absolutely.
Not kill a duck, not hit a fish, not hurt any animal in any way whatsoever as we continue our sport. So if anybody there is concerned about cruelty to animals, believe me, it's not rowing that's going to be...
The Hunter Valley Grammar crew is on the charge and have put their bow in front, Lizzie. Brisbane Boys College are in 2nd place, but Logan Cavill of Bundaberg, Rhys Davey of Essendon, Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley Grammar and Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar, Moira Geraghty, the coxswain, and the coaches Odin McIntosh, Grant Williamson and Rodney Dick. And they've hit the lead over Brisbane Boys College. Brisbane Boys College trying to fight back, but this composite crew, you can see Logan Cavill up in the bow seat in those Bundaberg colours, the Essendon Bombers colours in the 2 seat, Hunter Valley Grammar in the stern pair, and that composite crew will go on and win and go through to the A final. Brisbane Boys College, Brommel, Deal, Pohio and Wake, Fraser Geldard, the coxswain, will be in 2nd place. They too will make the final. The Southport School have come home well, will finish in 3rd place. 4th will be Canberra Grammar, 5th will be the Pembroke School and 6th will be Glebe Rowing Club from Sydney. 7:21.84.
Confirming the results of the 2nd semi-final of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull, a win for Hunter Valley Grammar, Essendon and Bundaberg Composite. 2nd, Brisbane Boys College. Those 2 crews will progress through to the semi-final. 3rd, Southport School. 4th, Canberra Grammar School. 5th, Pembroke School. 6th, Glebe Rowing Club. They are now eliminated from the event. Winning time 7:21.84. The margin 2.1.
Less than a second between the previous. 7 minutes 20.99, 7:21.84.
And their final is race 5-on-5, so that'll be at 1:05, I presume.
And semi-final 3.
10 past 1 is the final of this under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull. In our third semi-final, to find our final 2 places, Newcastle Grammar Composite is in lane 2. That's Newcastle Grammar, Adelaide High and Unley High School. Trinity Grammar Victoria is in lane 3. Canberra Grammar from the ACT is in lane 4. Prince Alfred College from South Australia is in lane 5, St Joseph's College from New South Wales is in lane 6, and Kinross Wallaroy School from New South Wales is in lane 7.
Looks like the Prince Alfred College crew is on quite an angle, and they're just trying to get that boat straight.
That's the crew of Isaac Evans. Milo Katsaros has dropped out, and Samuel Remelje is in the 2-seat, Marco Worth in the 3-seat, and Angus Fremantle in stroke. Tiago Barlow is their cox, and they're coached by Amanda Tidswell and Mitchell Moore. And I mentioned Amanda yesterday, Commonwealth Games lightweight rower, world champion lightweight rower, and her sons participate in BMX, so we were saying yesterday how fearless her crews were. Good to see them here in the semi-final. Can they make the final from lane 5?
Just looks like there's been a bit of an adjustment going on. There's a couple of people up at the PAC stern, and now they're pushing out, and we'll be underway very shortly. A breakage that's been repaired at the start. That's always good. I'm sure all of the people on the start line have got tools with them. So any little breakage that can be repaired is good. Of course, the rule changed about breakages in the first 100 metres after the London Olympics.
Yes, it did.
Did you think I was having a go at you?
No, not at all.
British heritage.
That really did put me off being British, I'd have to tell you. I thought that was, sorry, shouldn't talk about it really, but yes, the alleged breakage of that seat in the double scull, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a double scull, yes.
Disgraceful. So just closest to the camera was the Kinross Wallaroy School, so they weren't able to compete for some reason in the women's under-17, but they're here in the under-17 men's. There they are, closest to the camera, and that's Harry Dimmock in the bow seat, Nick Tancred at 2, Oscar Cleary at 3, and Oliver Smith at stroke. Angus Peterson is their cox, and their coach is Benjamin Watt. Always a strong contender. And then St Joseph's College is in lane 6. That's where Will Raven is the head coach now. The crew coached also by Michael Lane and Tom Morgan, doing a great job there. We've got Thomas Maloney in the bow seat, Matthias Maloney at 2, McKinley Dooley at 3, what a great name, and Gus Chasolka in the stroke seat with Benjamin Clark coxing.
Oh, and the drone has got out of the back of the ute.
Oh, I thought it was the song.
Lockie from Tasmania, and he's actually, to work for BMA, you have to have the name Lockie. There's 6 guys here, and 3 of them are called Lockie. And look at those pictures. Well done to our friend from the southern part of Tasmania. And that's sensational.
Yeah, thank you, BMA. That's sensational coverage. It's really beautiful. Look at that.
Yep.
And here we can see that it's actually the crew in lane 7, the Kinross Wallaroy crew, that's in the lead, with St Joseph's College in lane 6, so they're the ones second from the left.
And Trinity from Victoria are in 3rd place.
Oh, that is Matthew Rigby, Patrick McInerney, David Morris and Carter Beamish, and Sam McDonald as their cox. Jackson Harrison and the cox, Lachlan Goller, who we knew from Rowing Australia days a few years ago. He's coaching there.
And Newcastle Grammar on the far side there, Thomas Osborne, Finn Redmond, Lucas Burton, Ronan Brown and Oliver Williamson is coxing that crew.
And they are being hard pressed by the crew in lane 3, Canberra Grammar, Marcus Tremopoulos, Byron Ellis, Harry Bodman and Alastair Bridgewater, coxed by Timothy Robson and coached by Beth Bryan and Ben Johnston.
But no doubt about our 2 leading boats, the 2 closest to the spectator side. It's Kinross Wallaroy and St Joseph's who are leading this event.
What I find interesting, so you can see from this footage how close the Tonkin Highway is, but you can't hear the traffic. From here in the finish tower, we can see big trucks through the hedges, but you can't hear it, can you?
No. Well, and it's my understanding that gravel was extracted and dirt was extracted for the Tonkin Highway, and that's what created this regatta course.
Ah, okay.
A bit like Eton Dorney, and so
And for those who are watching on the live stream who aren't here in WA, I remember coming here a few years ago, and it felt like you were coming to the middle of nowhere, but the development of Perth has continued unabated, and you're definitely not out in the middle of nowhere anymore. Lovely shopping centre nearby, plenty of Airbnbs close to the course. I've been here for 2 weeks, and it's you're definitely not feeling like you're in the middle of nowhere anymore.
Terrific public transport infrastructure.
Yes, well done, Perth.
Yeah. So my wife and I caught the train from Kelmscott up to Perth, and for people of a more mature age, it was very cost effective. And then we could have used that train ticket on the ferries on the river and on the Swan and down on the Canning Bridge down that way. The 1,000-metre mark, it is Kinross Wallaroi leading St Joseph's 2.64, the best part of the length, and they are moving further and further away. Unfortunately, a breakage there. That's the Prince Alfred College crew.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame.
So bravely.
And they had that awful collision, didn't they, in the double scull yesterday as well, in all the wind with Radford College. So they've had a run of bad luck, but you know,
character.
Come back for more. Exactly. It's how you learn, and sad to say it, but we've all been through it.
Yep. No, it is character building, that's for sure.
And it's like life.
Yeah, it is.
We always say that things that happen in rowing are like, rowing is like a little microcosm of life, and these things happen, and it's how you deal with it. You've got to pick yourself up, get back out again, and if there's one thing this sport teaches you, it's resilience.
That's for sure. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and there's two things, resilience and teamwork. You absolutely learn those two things.
And getting out of bed early.
Look at that race. Kinross Wallaroi and St Joseph's. What a battle. And St Joseph's not giving up at all. And the poor Prince Alfred College crew, really, our hearts go out to them.
So spectators, give the Prince Alfred College boys a hand when they come along, so that it's very tough for them to finish with just 3 people rowing, but
especially being such a good crew.
Yeah, the young boys, they're in lane 5. They've earned the right to be in lane 5 and to be competitive, and unfortunately a breakage has snatched that from them. But Kinross Wallaroi and St Joseph's have moved well clear of the rest of the field, headed by Trinity Grammar, the Victorian Trinity Grammar that is, and they've gone through the 1,500 metre mark. We can see the structure over the far side, where the timing hut is on the far side, as the cyclists go past, and more spectators coming in and parking their cars. As our footage of the boat park, it's emptied out a bit. There's boats for the elites have been loaded onto trailers, and it's not quite as full as it was yesterday, 2 days ago, when Lockie took these shots. It's about a half a length lead here for Kinross Wallaroi over St Joseph's College of Sydney. Then back to Trinity College of Victoria. Newcastle Grammar Composite. So Newcastle Grammar, Adelaide High and Unley High School. They're in 4th place. 5th is Canberra Grammar. And unfortunately Prince Alfred College finishing with 3 people rowing.
So this Kinross Wallaroi crew of Harry Dimmock, Nicholas Tancred, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, and their Cox Angus Peterson were the gold medalists in this under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull at the New South Wales State Championships. And here they go again, trying to fend off St Joseph's, who weren't at the State Championships, of course.
They're coming home strongly, Joey's. But Kinross have got a big enough lead to get across the line first. Kinross Wallaroi will be first. That's a slightly different singlet to what I remember, Lizzie. Kinross Wallaroi with that little stripe around the middle there.
Oh, not sure. Maybe they've got new...
Kinross Wallaroi first, and Joseph's College will be second. Third will be the crew from Trinity Grammar School. 4th then will be Newcastle Grammar. 5th will be Canberra Grammar. And the boys from PAC bravely coming down the course. So give them some encouragement, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to the PAC boys for finishing it off after that mishap. And wow,
Look at that time.
look at that time, 15 seconds faster than the previous semi-final. So a statement has been made by Kinross, Walleroy and St Joseph's, I would suggest.
Confirming the results then of the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Scull semi-final number 3. A win for Kinross Walleroy. Second, St Joseph's College, New South Wales. Those two crews will progress through to the final. Third, Trinity Grammar. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar. Fifth, Canberra Grammar. And sixth, Prince Alfred College, rowing right through to the finish despite a breakage. Winning time 7:06.88, the margin 2.17.
So you've got a little respite from Lizzie and I, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, it's 8:30. One more to go, 8:30, and then a break till 9. So that break may actually disappear, I would suggest. Okay, we're not quite sure what's going on with this repechage, so we'll find out shortly and get back to you. So race 469, the under-23 men's Cox 8 repechage has been cancelled. I would suggest that a crew has been scratched and the remainder will go through to the final with the two heat winners. That's I have received positive reinforcement from the back of the box that is in case what has happened.
A lot of teamwork going on in this commentary box. So folks, time for you, if you're watching on the live stream, to go and get a cup of coffee, tea, whatever, gin and tonic, depending on where you are, and rejoin us again on the hour. 9 o'clock, what do we call it over here?
Western.
Australian Western Daylight? No, Standard Time?
No, it's not daylight saving. Western Standard Time.
Just look up Perth on your on your clock, whatever it is. 9 o'clock a.m. in Perth.
Have a look in your Funk and Wagnall. Remember the old laugh-in they used to say about? I think it was an encyclopedia in America. It was Funk and Wagnall. Encyclopedia. And the Row Union's open already, Lizzie.
Is it indeed? Okay, I haven't been up there yet. And I would imagine that the regatta shop is completely sold out of kit. I went online to have a look at what they've got, and it just says everything that was available online is now sold out. So the trade shows here doing a roaring trade. Hopefully the boat builders in the boat park getting some roaring trade too. And if you are tuning in on the live stream, one of the things you wouldn't know is there's a lot of wrapping of boats going on, getting ready for the long trek back over east.
Yes, I saw a number of trailers with boats having been loaded on them, and they're doing the right thing. They bring them in at the end of the day and load them and take them back to the boat park, and that's the only way. And an island situation like this with the best part of 50 boat trailers, if we work together, it'll work.
Yeah, it's good, really good so far. Okay, we'll see you on the hour for the repechage of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4.
love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
I'm incredibly proud to be a female in the mining industry, led by a great role model for mining, for the Australian economy.
This is the best mining company to work for.
Everyone kind of takes you under their wing.
Being an older person in mining as well, I find that people can come to me for advice.
I did hairdressing for a year before coming to mining. It's the best thing I've ever done.
It offers a level of financial security that women outside of the industry don't necessarily have, and it's just awesome.
We would like women to be safer here than they are anywhere else.
Every day is exciting. There's something happening.
And just get out there. Try something new.
This is the engine room of our Australian economy, and we get to be a part of what keeps this country afloat and helps with infrastructure and all the other projects that makes Australia such a fantastic country to live in.
To join us in building an exceptional future, go to buildinganexceptionalfuture.com.au.
There's only 2 or 3 regions in the world where you can grow fruit, early stone fruit, late stone fruit, apples, pears, avocados, but all the Perth Hills going all the way down to Dwellingup from Armidale. It's good for growing most fruits. My name's Paul and I'm one of the owners of Raeburn Orchard. The orchard started in 1948 with my father and mother. A lot of people don't know that, we're only 30 minutes from the city. When they get here, they all think, wow, why haven't we been here before? A lot of it ends up at our own shop, so you get it from the tree to the shop and then into someone's mouth, I hope. We do get a couple of local restaurants come and buy their fruit. They try and source locally where they can.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, there's a lot of things to come, I think. People want a day trip or a weekend trip somewhere special, and where else, can you get this sort of beautiful view, beautiful scenery, and most importantly, good food.
When it comes to Armidale, there's lots of things to do for kids. It's a great place. There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, the Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally. It's so much better than a zoo. They've got everything here.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. There's bush trails that we like to go to.
We come down here, they do their swimming lessons on Saturday morning, and then I generally go for a swim and get a bit of fitness in.
The boys have got so much area to run around in, and yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world. We enjoy going to the fireworks on WA Day as well.
In Armadale, they have play groups and catch-ups with other moms, especially with moms with small kids like me. Lots of playgrounds as well.
It's a fantastic event. Lots of people, really good vibe, lots of things to do, and it's great for the little ones. There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armadale.
So we're back with the second repechage of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. That's interesting. Got repechage 2 first and repechage 1 second.
Lizzie, I'm just getting over the 3 semi-finals you had to describe before, and now we've suddenly got repechage 2 preceding repechage 1. I know it's strange times at the moment,
No,
but...
you just need to go with it. Chill and relax. There's a regatta and everyone's racing.
Everything is under control. It will all be okay.
Folks, in this race, let's just call it the race number. Race number 470. It's a repechage of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. And there are 2 repechages, with the first 2 to progress through to the A final and join those that won the heats. In lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 4, St Mary's College of Tasmania. In lane 5, Roseville College of New South Wales. In lane 6, Loreto Ballarat. And in lane 7, the Wilderness School of South Australia. So the Wilderness School won. This is very interesting. Oh, no. What did they win? They didn't win anything. They won the heat. Why did they not go? Oh, okay, there are 2 wilderness schools and 1 is in the final already, and this is the second one. They
second half of their 8th, I think you saw a race yesterday as well.
And so here they go. They're having a good crack now at getting through. And in that crew, which is in lane 7, is Amelia Goss, Gracie Dowling, Annalise Roos and Lily Marshall, coached by Ava Lang and coached by John Trovas. Next to them, so on the far side from the camera, next to them, Loreto Ballarat have Sarah Augustine, Bridget O'Brien, Gemma Phillips, Talia Whittle and Lily Davis, the cocks, coached by Steph Seary. We've got Roseville College from Sydney, Phoebe Herdman, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexander and Charlie Griebel. They're coxed by Matilda Marchant and coached by Gonzalo Briones. St Mary's College, second from the camera, Ella Robinson, Olivia Walter, Maddie Higgins and Claire Oliver, with Ruby Robinson coxing, and they are coached by Jane McGann and Peter Volker. And in lane 3 from Ballarat Clarendon, closest to the camera, furthest away from you at the venue, Georgina Kemp, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis, Amy Goodson and Delaney Troon, with Samantha Krellin coxing them.
I think that's also a second crew from Ballarat Clarendon College in lane 3 there. They the defending champions in this event, and fairly certain they qualified their other crew with the more familiar name straight through from the heats as well into the next round of racing. So good representation from a couple of crews here, and certainly the Wilderness School on the far side of the course will be the narrow leaders through the opening 500 metres of the race, ahead of Roseville and then Loreto Ballarat in 3rd position.
So this, I am familiar with the Roseville crew. They were the bronze medalists at the New South Wales State Championships. I don't know that they will have met these crews before this regatta, though.
A good spread across the country here. In fact, 2 Victorian crews, 1 from Tasmania, 1 from New South Wales and 1 from South Australia, showing out narrowly in front still, the Wilderness School. They're racing in lane 7. One of those lead crews is steering a little bit of a zigzag pattern. I think it was the Wilderness crew. They're slightly off course, but correcting now, it seems, and still holding narrowly onto a, well, certainly a top 2 spot. In fact, with the race lead there, the Wilderness School lane 7. Roseville, as Lizzie mentioned there in lane 5, would be in 2nd place. They're currently in our qualifying spots, and then Loreto Ballarat were 3rd, but have some work to do because only the top 2 will go through from this series of 2 repechages here in the Schoolgirls Cox 4 And then a bit of a gap back to Ballarat Clarendon, who would be in 4th place, and St Mary's College from Tasmania sitting in 5th place there in the red boat. Approaching the halfway mark now of this race. Certainly far better conditions here this morning than we saw throughout most of yesterday. In fact, far better conditions this morning probably than most of the mornings of this regatta so far. Still a bit of breeze out there, quite cool outside at the moment, but very, very safe and reasonably fair for racing out there on the water. The top rank crews still seated to the what is the far side of the course if you're watching on the live stream. Side closest here to the finish tower in the boat park at the course. And that is the crew from the Wilderness School, who might still just be leading at the halfway mark of this race. Very close. Roseville could in fact have snuck their boat narrowly clear in that second 500 metres. They have indeed done exactly that and will lead by about a third of a length with 1,000 metres to go. And Loretto Ballarat coming through strongly also in lane 6.
Still working on trying to find out a bit of information about the other crews, but Roseville, as well as winning bronze at the New South Wales State Championships, was silver in the schoolgirl head of the river, and they were sandwiched between the 2 Canberra Grammar School crews that are racing in the next repechage. So good solid rowing here in much better conditions than we've had over the last couple of days, and again we get that glorious drone footage and you can see exactly how close it is. Sometimes the angles from the camera really don't give you a good idea of just how cutthroat this is. We can see there that Roseville College just ahead of Loretto Ballarat and Wilderness School.
And just confirming too, Liz, it is, as you said, the Wilderness School who went through from the first of the 2 heats a couple of days ago, and it was Ballarat Clarendon College who won the second heat. So they are the 2 crews that are directly through to the final already in the Schoolgirls Cox 4 that we raced again still on tomorrow morning's program. And becoming a very interesting battle up between these 3 boats as Roseville College certainly extends their lead on Loretto Ballarat now up into 2nd place, it looks like, and the Wilderness School suddenly find themselves in 3rd with some work to do in the concluding stages of the race. I was talking to John Trovis earlier today, the coach of the Wilderness School crews, who a long career as a rower and a coach up in Queensland, of course, but saying it's certainly a different system in Adelaide and quite restricted with the training hours these crews can get when they have to travel from the West Lakes course back to their schools in the morning and the afternoon. So difficult to get lengthy training sessions on the water for a lot of these Adelaide crews, restricted sometimes to about 75 to 90 minutes on the water at a time, which is certainly quite a challenge. Jonathan Trovis was a member of the Churchy program in Brisbane as both a student and a coach at some time, and was comparing that to the wide open expanses of the Brisbane River with the boat shed just near the school and the fact you could walk from school back to the shed, but a different system certainly for the Adelaide schools training on the West Lakes course, and of course the challenges of coaching by bike as opposed to having a tinny on the river, which certainly in Queensland many of us were used to, but different obviously in other parts of the country. But they're back in 3rd place still. A great battle for the lead here between the crews from Roseville and also Loretto Ballarat, now the clear top 2, and it was Roseville by 0.2 of a second with 500 metres to race here.
I'm assuming that Wilderness crew that you're talking about is going to be entered in the 8, since that 8 won silver at the South Australian head of the river, and that they've done what a number of other schools have done and broken down into the 4 as well.
Yeah, 2nd place for the Wilderness School at the South Australian River, which was, I think, 1 place less than they were expecting to achieve based on their results so far. But in any case, they've come on to the National Championships and competing quite strongly here as well. The Roseville crew, who was 2nd at New South Wales head of the river, are being headed, I think, now by Loretto Ballarat. So a strong second half of this race from the crew there in yellow and blue from Loretto Ballarat, who, like so many of these Cox 4s do, training on the waters of Lake Wendouree, and they are narrowly clear of the Roseville combination on lane 5. The Wilderness School now a length or slightly more further back into 3rd place. Ballarat Clarendon 4th, and 5th looks like the crew from St Mary's College in Tasmania. So our top 2 are clear. There's not a lot between them as Roseville now try and make up a bit of ground late on this crew from Loretto Ballarat, but both will go through to the final in any case of the Schoolgirls Cox 4. They're a length or slightly more clear of the Wilderness School in third position, but it's Loretto Ballarat who are pulling clear by half a length in the end and will take out the first repechage of the Schoolgirls Cox 4. Roseville second. They are both through to the final of this event. Third place just over a length back is the crew from the Wilderness School. Fourth will go to Ballarat Clarendon on the far side of the course, and then fifth the red boat of St Mary's College from Tasmania.
Confirming the results of the repechage of the Schoolgirls Cox 4 race number 470, a win for Loretto Ballarat, second Roseville College. Those two crews will progress through to the A final tomorrow morning. Third Wilderness School, fourth Ballarat Clarendon, fifth St Mary's College. Those three crews will progress through to the B final tomorrow morning. The winning time 8 minutes 3.98 seconds, the margin 2.04. The second or first repechage is now on the course. That's race number 471, with Loretto Ballarat's other crew in lane 3, PLC Perth in lane 4, Canberra Grammar School in lane 5, Canberra Grammar School in lane 6, and Ballarat Grammar in lane 7. In lane 7, the Ballarat Grammar crew is Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton. Angie Gouty is their cox and their coach is Andy Tyndall. The crew in lane 6 from Canberra Grammar is Jaija Rangia, Holly Howard, Hallie Noyes and Madison Duncan, coxed by Amelia Mukherjee and coached by Kendall Brodie. This was the crew that won gold at the New South Wales Head of the River race. The crew in lane 5 won bronze at the New South Wales Head of the River race and is the crew of Domi Plattis, Kate Oliver, Jade Wilson, Sophie Mackay and their cox Chamisha Deyajiwa, also coached by Kendall Brodie. The PLC Perth crew is Jazz Shervington, Jessica Nixon, Brooke Poole and Elizabeth Hutton, coxed by Anjali Ng and coached by Anna Gunsberg. And our final crew, Loretto Ballarat College, is Amelia Ridley, Jessica Stute, Bridget Bales and Rosie Hunt. They are coxed by Tia Kinnersley and coached by Craig Smith.
So it is Ballarat Grammar clear here in this second repechage, or the first repechage, depending which version of the draw you're looking at, of the Schoolgirls Cox 4, but they will lead through in any case through 1,500 metres, and a very handy lead. And as we so often say, it is the Ballarat schools in these Cox 4 events who will get a number of crews here through to the final. Of course, Ballarat Clarendon won the heat the other day. Loretto Ballarat's Division 1 crew who just won the first repechage, or the previous repechage, and Ballarat Grammar looking very well placed here to take out the remaining, one of the two remaining spots into the A final here of the Schoolgirls Cox 4. PLC Perth in second place. They're over in lane 4, so slightly upturning the seedings here, but I think in the late stages these two crews from Canberra Grammar are going to come through fairly strongly. And it is Jaija Rangia in the bow seat there of the Canberra Grammar crew, lane 6. I think we're slightly corrected on the pronunciation there, but hopefully we've got that right now. And that crew is a very good chance of sneaking through into a qualifying spot. So some work certainly to do for PLC Perth as they're being stalked by two crews from Canberra Grammar and also Loretto Ballarat with their Division 2 crew on the far side of the course who are back in 5th position. But in the closing strokes of the race they go, and really there's still four crews lined up across the course here. Ballarat Grammar looks safe in first place with just over a Clearwater lead, but the two Canberra Grammar crews really coming through quite quickly side by side, and they will give PLC Perth a great race into the closing strokes of this race. PLC Perth trying to respond, but Canberra Grammar in lane 6 look to be the faster moving of those two crews from the ACT who've been drawn side by side there, lanes 5 and 6, and only one of those remaining three crews can go through. Ballarat Grammar still clear by about a length. PLC Perth narrowly holding on, but Canberra Grammar School, the lane 6 crew in particular, is coming home very quickly in the concluding stage of the second repechage of the Schoolgirls Cox 4. It's Ballarat Grammar in first place. They will get through to the final. PLC Perth or Canberra Grammar for their second qualifying spots, as Canberra Grammar still have half length to make up. The course will be too short. Ballarat Grammar first. PLC Perth will hold on for second place. Third will go to Canberra Grammar School in lane 6. And fourth place, lane 5. Second of those two crews from Canberra Grammar, both just narrowly missing out on a qualifying spot. And then fourth place in the yellow colours on the far side of the course, fifth place I should say, will go the way of Loreto Ballarat.
What a wonderful last few hundred metres. How amazing. First across the line in the second repechage of the Schoolgirls Cox 4, race number 471, Ballarat Grammar. Second, PLC Perth. Those two crews will progress through to the A final. In third, Canberra Grammar, stroked by Madison Duncan. In fourth, Canberra Grammar, stroked by Sophie Mackay. In fifth, Loreto College Ballarat. Those three crews will progress through to the B final. The winning time, 8 minutes 6.01. The margin, 4.20. We now move to the Schoolboy Cox 4, where we have repechages, two of them, with the first two to progress through to the A final. In lane 2, Aquinas College, Perth. In lane 3, Northern Beaches Secondary College. In lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 5, Christchurch Grammar from Perth. In lane 6, Ballarat Clarendon College. And in lane 7, St Peter's College from South Australia. And sadly, Aquinas College have scratched, so we actually have 5 crews racing for 2 places. And I'm going to swap seats with Chris McCarthy.
So 2 repechages here of the Schoolboys at Cox 4. And this time they are correctly number 2 in the expected order. Repechage 1 ahead of repechage 2. And all jokes aside, our regatta organisers have done an excellent job to rejig the draw and able to get through as many races as possible over the concluding 2 days of this regatta. Some extra races also added to tomorrow morning's program, I understand, which will commence likely a bit earlier than we'd anticipated, but 2 big days of racing to go as we welcome back Chris McCarthy for the first time today.
Yeah, bit of a different looking Saturday to what we've seen in the last few years, not the onslaught of finals as we normally see on Saturday morning. And as you said, a few races added to tomorrow's program to make up for it. I did briefly see our co-commentator Ben Homer, who will be racing his semi-final and his final.
Got a very big
morning.
day tomorrow. 2 races potentially in the space of about 3 or 4 hours, I think it will be. So
a few athletes have been hanging around all week for some of the open events today, and to find out that both their races are within an hour this evening. The Open Men's 8 and Open Men's Quad.
Flexible and agile are the new words of the decade, really, as we come into the closing stages here of this race too. The Schoolboys Cox 4 first repechage, and it looks to be the distinctive red colours of the Ballarat Clarendon College, who have got 2 crews in this race and have every chance to go through in first and second, I would think here. So yet again, a Ballarat Quinella. We had one a few races ago in the Quad Sculls, and they're looking the same here in the Schoolboys Cox 4 as well. So Ballarat Clarendon, first and second, I think that's their head of the lake winning crew in lane 6 ahead of lane 4. They look to be in the 2 qualifying spots. So lane 6, Alexander Grove, Tristan Niehoff, Lachlan Clark, Jock Quartermain and James Tippett, coached by Ian Peel. And lane 4, Charlie McClure, James Forsyth, Zachary Lang, Alexander Moffat and Cooper Knoll, coached by Richard McClure. And the yellow colours in between of Christchurch Grammar School from Western Australia, Frank Stevenson, Will Colvin, Lachlan Cook, Angus Park and George Warner, coached by Justin Colangelo, but only 2 to go through here. Also, St Peter's College from Adelaide making a late charge down the inside lane of the course, but it is going to be Ballarat Clarendon in first and second place in the first repechage of the Schoolboys Cox 4. Lane 6 takes it out by about 3 lengths from the crew in lane 4. So Ballarat Clarendon College first and second. Third will go the way of Christchurch on lane 5. Then it's St Peter's College in lane 7. They will finish 4th. 5th will go on the far side to the crew from the Northern Beaches Secondary College from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. And that late scratching from Aquinas College. So just a field of 5 in this race, the first repechage in the Schoolboys Cox 4. And it's Ballarat Clarendon taking out both qualifying spots.
The winning time there, 6:59.53. I would say would not be too far outside the realm of what's expected of a repechage of the Schoolboys Cox 4. So conditions certainly on the mend here at Champion Lakes this morning for a great jam-packed day of racing.
The good news is the forecast does suggest what wind there is will gradually moderate over the course of the day. We should have an excellent final day and a half of conditions here at Champion Lakes as well.
Brilliant. And we've got the second repechage of the Schoolboys Cox 4 on the course now, coming through the 500 metre mark. In the lead at that point, it was Scotch Oakburn in the lane 7 that were leading the race by a neat second over St Joseph's College from New South Wales on the far side of the course, or the near side of the course if you're joining us on the live stream. In second place, it was St Patrick's College in third, Christian Brothers fourth, and Wesley in fifth place. The margin from second to third for that last qualifying position was almost 4 seconds, so a bit over a boat length in these Coxed 4s, with Scotch Oakburn and St Joseph's College sitting in those qualifying positions for tomorrow's A final as it stands.
Two crews on either side of the course here in the two qualifying spots. So I'd imagine there was potentially some mishap for St Joseph's there in their heat, which has seen them effectively ranked in the lowest spot in this repechage. But certainly in these improving conditions, every chance to go through from the outside lane of the course, lane 3, as it is for this particular repechage. But Scotch Oakburn from Launceston just narrowly holding on there in front. Cameron Parker, Rupert McKenzie, Sam Brown, Matthew Russell and Percy Bennett, coached by James Russell and McLean Cameron, is that Scotch Oakburn crew. You can see on the live stream we've got a few new cameras around the course for the weekend, and some great up close and personal vision there of the crowds lining the banks here at Champion Lakes. No one's safe, no matter where you're standing around the venue today, it seems.
Safest spot's probably up here in the commentary box.
I have to get security on the door to do their job very well.
As this second repechage cruises through the 1500 metre mark, it was unchanged results from the 1000 metre timing point. Scotch Oakburn leading the charge towards that qualifying spot for the A final ahead of St Joseph's College from New South Wales. 2.66 the margin, just a hair shy of a boat length. 3.98 the margin back to third place, so St Joseph's looking fairly safe for that final qualifying spot. Christian Brothers in fourth, Wesley in fifth place. At that final timing point before we approach the line.
Not such good news here for the Ballarat crew in this race. Back in third place, St Patrick's of Ballarat in the centre of the course. They would be at least a couple of lengths off a qualifying spot, so it looks very likely that it will be St Joseph's and Scotch Oakburn as the two crews going through on opposite sides of the course. The last two spots on offer in the final of the Schoolboys Cox 4, which will take place on tomorrow morning's program. Towards the end of tomorrow morning's program, the A finals of the school races, and it's still Scotch Oakburn by over a length now, it seems to be. And maybe St Patrick's College are mounting a late charge here too for third place and the final qualifying spot. Scotch Oakburn really lifting up here as they do power towards the line. They're up by 2 lengths now. On St Joseph's on the other side of the course, St Patrick's trying to make up some ground, but will run out of water here in a few strokes' time. And the crew from Scotch Oakburn will go across to take a comfortable win here by 2 boat lengths in the second repechage of the Schoolboys Cox 4. St Joseph's will be second, and just over a length back to St Patrick's College, who will finish in third. And we'll go through to the B final of this event. It will also be raced on tomorrow morning's program. Fourth place will go to Christian Brothers from South Australia, and fifth place is Wesley College Perth. But it's Scotch Oakburn and St Joseph's on either side of the course who take out the 2 qualifying spots in the second repechage of the Schoolboys Cox 4.
The winning time for that one, 6:58.29 for Scotch Oakburn. 6.89 the margin back to St Joseph's College. St Patrick's College in third, Christian Brothers fourth, Wesley in fifth place. Those last 3 crews to contest the B final tomorrow morning. So not a fluke in the first race. Definitely conditions improving and times improving as well, which is a great sign ahead of some fantastic racing that's scheduled to take place this afternoon with the likes of some good open lightweight racing, some good open heavyweight racing. Did note in there, looking at the draw, the open lightweight men's Cox 4 is the Penrith Cup. The entire Penrith Cup is racing this afternoon in the open lightweight Cox's 4, with the exception, I believe, of one of the South Australian crew members. But all 4 crews, almost in their entirety, racing at 3:20 this afternoon. So I'm hoping that this weather stays as it is, and we get to see some great racing, great previews for our interstate regatta tomorrow.
Yeah, the lightweight certainly had the worst of the conditions yesterday, so it's only fair they get a second chance, hopefully today, and far more moderate conditions to race over the course. But for the moment, Chris, it's the repechauges of the schoolgirl single scull.
Yeah, we're just making sense of the progression for this one. So 6 repechauges of the schoolgirl single scull. The progression will be the first 2 scullers will move forward to the quarterfinals, which will be raced around about 3 o'clock roughly this afternoon. And in saying that, the semi-finals are this evening as one of the last races, the last sets of racing of the day.
Yes, it's a huge day for these scullers who may have to go through 3 races in a day.
So the 3rd place sculler will go through to the E final, the 4th place sculler to the F final, 5th place to the G final, and 6th place to the H final.
And those G, H, F and other finals will take place on the fairly early part of tomorrow morning's program. It does show the huge number of entries in this event, the schoolgirls single scull. It does look to be Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville, our race leader down the finish tower side of the course. She's using 1/2 fur lane there, it seems, so still clearly a bit of wind causing some steering issues for these young single scullers. In fact, several of them seem to be across over in the right-hand side of their lane. But Emily Lang and Alana Scott from Sunshine Coast Grammar School are our top 2, looking set to move through to the quarterfinals of this event.
So Emily Lang there in the ascendancy, a good few lengths back to her nearest competition. She's a member of the Loretto Marriotteville First 8 and is also a member of the South Australian Pathways 8, or was last year, that would have competed at the National Junior Trials. Great initiative to get some people together who may not be rowing together traditionally and get out for a race, and in a selection capacity as well, should they hit the benchmark times. But it is all about the single scull today, as Emily Lang makes fine work of it out in the front. Sitting back in second, Alana Scott from Sunshine Coast Grammar, also racing for Maroochy River Rowing Club throughout this regatta. She leads by about 4 seconds over Charlie Newman from Trinity Lutheran. So possibly a bit of a battle going to unfold from opposite sides of the course there for that important second place spot. Danielle Watt from All Hallows in 4th, and Marcella Paget of A Mouse in 5th place.
Some really good strokes coming there too from Emily Lang, this long and strong through the water and pulling clear of the rest of the field with seemingly with ease there on the close side of the course. She has really cleared out on Alana Scott and Charlie Newman, who are still battling out for second spot. 4 Queenslanders in this race. In fact, Alana Scott from Sunshine Coast Grammar, Charlie Newman of Trinity Lutheran who'd be 3rd, and then the remaining 2 in the centre of the course, Danielle Watt from All Hallows School in Brisbane, and Marcella Paget from A Mouse College of Rockhampton.
Seeing some great shots of that commanding margin that Emily Lang has built up over the rest of the field, unsurprisingly, as she is the reserve for the South Australian Bicentennial Cup for the Women's Youth 8 to compete tomorrow afternoon. So I'm sure she'll be hoping her services aren't required as a call-up for that event, as it's a very busy day of racing.
We're very tired by then.
Move through to the quarterfinal, and from the quarterfinal, I believe you can only progress to a semi-final. So at least 2 more races today, and then one tomorrow. So I'm sure she will Be glad should the South Australian Bicentennial Cup crew be in good health and able to race.
And you'd think from the margin of victory here that Emily Lang will be a good chance to go through from those quarterfinals, certainly through to the semis at least. We already have our heats winners from back, I think it was on Thursday afternoon, Chris, when you and I were sitting here watching the heats of the schoolgirls single scull. So the, I think 7 heats it was, they've already qualified straight through to those quarterfinals. And they'll be joined by the top 2 from each of the repêchages here. So certainly Emily Lang of Loreto Marriotteville in South Australia, who is well clear. Doesn't need to extend herself too much here in the closing strokes of this race, but she'll comfortably move through to the quarterfinals later on today, and likely be joined there, it would seem, by Alana Scott from the Sunshine Coast Grammar School. In second place, the green boat on the far side, Charlie Newman from Trinity Lutheran, but it looks like it will be the E-final for the sculler from Trinity. She sits still a couple lengths away from the top 2. But going through to take the win is the Lane 7 sculler there, Emily Lang of Loreto Marriotteville, coached by Dario Sportelli. Second will indeed be Alana Scott of Sunshine Coast Grammar. Third, Charlie Newman from Trinity Lutheran, so she'll go to the E-final. Fourth place will be the All Hallows sculler. Splash of pink now on the traditional blue colours of the All Hallows School of Brisbane. We'll finish in fourth place, also wearing the black armband there. Ray mentioned before the untimely death of Joe Patterson a few weeks ago, and Joe was also a very long-serving and very popular coach of the All Hallows School in Brisbane, so I'm sure they are feeling his absence as well. So fourth place for Danielle Watt, and fifth to Marcella Padgett of Mouse College. Second repêchage now of the schoolgirls single scull, well underway, and there is a scratching here from the Somerville House sculler, who was listed for the middle lane, so just 4 remain. And as it was in the previous heat, a very handy lead to the sculler in lane 7. It's the familiar form of Lily Rose Hall-Kraus here racing for the Seymour College. Seymour College in Victoria. And she has a lead of several boat lengths, certainly, over Callie McRae from Rockhampton Girls Grammar School. Iona third, Hannah Blaney and Emma Newhouse of Pulteney Grammar, South Australia, would sit in fourth spot. Again, our top 2 will go through to the quarterfinals. Well, we're mentioning schools here. We would like to thank Penrose College of Perth, who are providing the boat holders and also the presentation tray holders for today's racing. So thank you to the Penrose College of Perth for your assistance with some volunteers there. And yesterday, I think it was the Hale School. And on Thursday, it was All Saints College. So a number of the Perth schools who've been involved in providing volunteers to help this regatta to run smoothly, and particularly the boat holders. A fairly thankless task, sitting out there in the wind and the heat, and yesterday even the rain on the start pontoons, but also providing some uniform school students there to assist with the presentations as the tray holders. And we'll see plenty of those Penrose students performing their duties this afternoon when our finals begin a little bit later in the program. So Lily Rose Hall-Krause here rowing for the Seymour College. She's wearing the colours of the Ngambie Rowing Club, her new club this year after previously being based in Bairnsdale and Gippsland in Victoria. And now trains on the waters of the Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre, which hosted, of course, the National Championships last year. But she's rowing here for Seymour College of Victoria. Seymour about half an hour or so down the road from Ngambie. In fact, a bit less than that, I suspect. And she will take a comfortable win here in this second repechage of the schoolgirls single scull. So Lily Rose Hall-Krause comes across to take out repechage 2 of the schoolgirls single scull for the Seymour College of Victoria. Second will go to Callie McRae of Rockhampton Girls Grammar School, who's had a fairly busy regatta already, as in fact most of our top 2 scullers have, racing in a number of the underage events as well. So they'll be the qualifiers for the quarterfinals. A gap there, of course, from that vacant lane 5. And next looks like it will be the far side of the course. That's Emma Newhouse of Pulteney Grammar, who has moved up a spot over the second 1,000 metres. And she'll go through to the E-final, it will be. In third place, about 2 lengths clear of Iona's Hannah Blaney, another local West Australian sculler, who will finish in 4th spot. Well past halfway now in the third repechage of the schoolgirls at single scull. So we do have a field of just 4 with a scratching from St Peter's Lutheran College, who was listed for lane 7 but not competing. So we have Francesca Spano of Fintona Girls School, Laura Stokes from Perth College, Jada Critchlow from Shalom College of Bundaberg, and Naomi Peace from Queenwood is in lane 3. She is in 4th place. It's Laura Stokes who leads for Perth College on lane 5, and then Francesca Spano of Fintona. They're our clear top 2, so the order changing a little from the previous 2 repechages. We've seen the winner come from lane 7, but in fact lane 7 is vacant here, and it's a lane 5 sculler who leads from lane 6, and they are once again our clear top 2 as we look back over the magnificent site that is the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre here. Looking far more pristine today than was the case at about this time yesterday morning, when the wind really started to blow, and it was raining as well, and it was not the nicest place to be for a few hours.
So Naomi Pearce on the far side of the course there, who is currently sitting back in 4th place. She's having a very busy and multi-talented morning, as she will come back in from the single, rack that boat, and head back out as the coxswain of their schoolgirl coxed quad to race the repechage at 11:30 this morning. So making the most of the trip all the way over from Sydney and getting as much racing under a belt as possible.
And Laura Stokes of Perth College just hanging on to the lead at this stage, but Francesca Spano of Fintona Girls School in Melbourne is coached by Dave Orchard, so another, I would think, of the strong group of Yarra Yarra scullers who've been competing in the red colours throughout this regatta. But racing here for Fintona College, and I think she's decided she might prefer to finish first in the repechage rather than second. Has moved up to challenge Laura Stokes, but remains tight between those two. Still, it is the Perth College sculler with her boat in front and a big gap back behind them to 3rd and 4th. They look like that's a pink boat, Chris, is it, of Shalom's Jada Critchlow in 3rd place, and Naomi Peace of Queenwood in 4th position.
I'll go out on a limb and say pink.
Well, always scared to pick colours now because there's so many different varieties out there.
Yeah. Well, I am peering through the fly screen here, so I can't quite see with this clarity.
I think Laura Stokes has in turn decided she wants to win this repechage, so a battle of tactics here over the concluding stages, and the Perth College girl now has a clear length once again on Francesca Spano of Fintona, so both will go through in any case, and certainly with potentially 3 races in a day, they'll be looking to conserve some energy here over the closing strokes. The 4 quarterfinals of the schoolgirls single scull do begin at 2:15 this afternoon, so there's a few hours break for these scullers. But of course, for those successful then in the quarterfinals, the top 3 in each of those will then go through the semi-finals, which are right at the end of today's program. So a big program certainly for these scullers.
Yeah, we have seen the last few repechages, the girls racing all the way to the line with rates up at sort of 32, 33 strokes a minute across the line, which may be some cause for concern with a few more races to go this afternoon.
Yeah, I think Laura Stokes has got the memo, but just take it as comfortably as you can in the closing strokes and focus on the next race to come. She'll go through about 2.5 lengths clear in the end. So Laura Stokes from Perth College and Francesca Spano from Fintona Girls School will take out the 2 qualifying spots from the 3rd repechage of the schoolgirls single scull. And then back to, it's actually only half a pink boat, Chris. It's a white shell with some splashes of pink in the bow and stern end. It's a very fluoro pink as well.
Very pink, isn't it?
It is extremely pink.
It would pair well with a fluoro pink hat.
It would just top off the combination there. Yeah, so
a Penrith Rowing Club hat.
We'll have to get Jada Critchlow fitted out in a Penrith bucket hat to set up the uniform for the what will be in her case the E final of the schoolgirls single scull, and she's a couple of lengths clear of Naomi Peace from Queenwood, who finishes 4th, and she will go to the F final, tomorrow's F final of this event. Repechage 4 is at approaching the 1250 metre mark at least there, so into the 3rd 500 metres. Alyssa Vickers from Loretto Kirribilli was the race leader at halfway. Georgia Mortimer from St Luke's Anglican School in Bundaberg in 2nd place. Then Lulu Detmold Cox from the Wilderness School. Angelica Chia, Norwood International High, 2 scullers there from South Australia. And Octavia Thompson from Shelford Girls Grammar School in Melbourne sitting back in 5th place. Once again, 2 will go through. And it was a pretty substantial lead, certainly, to Alyssa Vickers of Loretto Kirribilli, ahead of the Queensland sculler Georgia Mortimer. Both of whom, again, have had a fairly big program so far at this regatta and will continue to do so.
So Alyssa Vickers, that is in the lead there from Loretto Kirribilli. She is a member of the Loretto Kirribilli First 8, and along with her schoolmate Elizabeth Carey, won gold in the schoolgirl double scull at the New South Wales State Championships this year.
Alyssa Vickers, I think, may have extended her lead a bit more here over the 3rd 500 metres. She's already well through that timing point. In fact, that's the currently 2nd place sculler, Georgia Mortimer. And it's almost 18 seconds between the 2 of them with 500 metres to race. Georgia Mortimer fairly comfortable in 2nd place. Lulu Detmold Cox and Angelica Chia, the 2 South Australians, 3rd and 4th. And then it will be Octavia Thompson from Shelford Girls Grammar.
Just adding on my point before, so that double that Alyssa Vickers rose in with Elizabeth Carey from Loretto Kirribilli, they also competed in the under-19 women's double scull here and got a silver medal yesterday. So she will be looking to carry that momentum through the repechage and through the quarterfinals this afternoon, and then the semi-finals, and then the finals tomorrow here in the schoolgirl single scull. one of the biggest events here at the Australian National Championships year on year. Not the biggest event this year, but close.
No, the under-19 men's single scull, I think, with 51 entries was the biggest event, but by maths, when we did the heats of this, I think there were about 40, the high 40s of entries in the schoolgirls single scull, so very, very close to the biggest event of the regatta.
So Alyssa Vickers there racing it smart, with the knowledge of those races to come, and cruising down the closing stages of the course at a nice and steady 21.5 strokes per minute, shutting things down and getting a little bit of active recovery on the way as she approaches the finish line here at Champion Lakes.
It's great to see the experience there, to know that the repechage is in the bag, qualification is secure, and with potentially 2 or 3 races to come at least over the next day or so, really, because the final will be not too much after this time tomorrow. Any chance to secure some recovery is very, very important.
Will be, as it has been the majority of the entire way down the course, Georgia Mortimer of St Luke's Anglican, who will slot into second place and also make her way through to the quarterfinals this afternoon.
And they're going to finish here pretty much in lane order, it looks like, too. Lulu Detmore-Cox and Angelica Chia with the next two. Pretty close between those two South Australians. But the Wilderness School Sculler, coached by Josh Dunstan, will go to the E final. Angelica Chia from Norwood National High, coached by Brenton Terrell and Matthew Walker, will go to the F final. And Octavia Thompson from Shelford Girls Grammar, who's still making her way down the course, will finish in 5th, and she'll qualify for the G final of the schoolgirls single scull. So the 5th of 6 repechages in the schoolgirls single scull, as we do see Octavia Thompson there from Shelford come across and complete a repechage 4 in 5th position. But the repechage 5 also on the course. Bridget Grolton from Churchlands in lane 2. Ruby Gray of MLCQ in lane 3. Maya Williams of St Margaret Mary's College in 4. Felicity Bishop from Somerville House in lane 5. Indooroopilly State High's Lucy McFarlane in lane 6. And Amber Tulloch from Our Lady of the Sacred Heart School in Bentley, in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne, is racing in lane 7. I was looking, Chris, for our sculler from the John Curtin School, who I thought we saw in the heats. Doesn't appear to be in the repechages, because I did do some research as promised after that heat, and I discovered that John Curtin, in fact, was a Victorian born in Creswick, but moved to Western Australia, I think in his 20s for work, and is the only Prime Minister to have represented a Western Australian electorate. So not strictly West Australian as in born here, but in terms of Prime Ministers, he is the closest thing I think the West Australians have, as he represented the seat of Fremantle, actually it was, in the Australian Parliament for many years, and was Prime Minister during World War II.
Did know that there was a state who had never produced a Prime Minister, and that's the answer to that one. Almost.
Very close, but yes, South Australia claims Bob Hawke, of course, as one of their own. And there have been a few Queenslanders, most in the early years of the country, and of course Kevin Rudd in more recent years. But yes, John Curtin, in fact it's in the schoolboys single scull. We will see the John Curtin scull, just looking further ahead here. So it is, it was in the schoolboys single scull. And they're coming up, a number of repechages there in that event. But it's repechage 5 of the schoolgirls single, which is approaching the final 500 metres now.
And it is led by Amber Tulloch, who is coached by Drew Holman and Jane Robinson. Jane Robinson being her aunt, who is a 3-time Olympian and a world champion in both sculling and in sweep. So a pretty well-credentialed coaching crew, and well-credentialed gene pool, really.
Absolutely,
is no doubt helping Amber Tulloch lead this 5th repechage of the schoolgirl single scull. 6.22 seconds, the margin back to Lucy McFarlane of Indooroopilly State High School. Ruby Gray of MLCQ sitting 11 seconds out of the quarterfinal qualifying spots in 3rd. Maya Williams from St Margaret Mary's in 4th place, and Felicity Bishop from Somerville House in 5th.
So we've again actually got the two fluoro scullers here in the same race, Carrum and Somerville House. Although, I must say the Somerville House colours from here look far, far brighter than the Carrum colours. Well, I guess that's because
that's the real...
Amber Tulloch is not actually racing here for Carrum. She's a member of the Carrum Rowing Club and does train on the National Water Sports Centre, which hosted this regatta back in 1992, the course that was built for the not yet awarded Melbourne Olympic Games of 1996. And of course, instead went to Atlanta.
Let's say, on the finer point, the Carrum colours are a little bit more of a fluoro green, as opposed to the Somerville House colours, which are a little bit more of just a bright green.
Bright green, yes. No, it is an important technicality when you see them side by side in the same race, and so a bit less fluoro too in the Carrum colours overall. Whereas Somerville House is certainly a lot of bright green there in the sculler. That's Felicity Bishop of Somerville. She is out of the qualifying positions, unfortunately. It certainly is Amber Tulloch and Lucy McFarlane from Indooroopilly State High, looking destined to be our top two. Amber Tulloch, coached by Drew Holman and Jane Robinson, as Chris just mentioned. And she will take a pretty comfortable win here, clear by about 4 lengths over the sculler from Indooroopilly State High. Lucy McFarlane also rose for the Centenary Rowing Club in Brisbane, and they will be our two qualifiers from this 5th repechage of the schoolgirls single scull. So it's Amber Tulloch in first place. Lucy McFarlane will finish second. And third, I think on the far side, will be MLCQ. It's definitely lane 3 there, so Ruby Gray will finish third. She'll go to the E final. I don't know, we do have, I guess the Churchland Scull is still coming, in fact, so it'll be Maya Williams of St Margaret Mary's from Townsville. She'll finish 4th. 5th will go to Felicity Bishop of Somerville House, and 6th will be Bridget Gralton of Churchland's Senior High here in Perth. One more repechage to go in the schoolgirls at single scull. Very close between our top two at the halfway mark of the race.
Yeah, having a little bit of a race, and not a huge margin back to third either. So we could see a little bit of contention here in the 6th and final repechage of the schoolgirl single scull. We'll see the repechages of the schoolboy single scull in just about less than an hour's time. Due to commence at 10:15. Only 5 repechages of... Nope, I'm wrong.
7, no, over the
7th repechage.
There is our sculler from the John Curtin College, by the way, in lane 3 of repechage 7. So race 491 for those who want more interesting facts about Western Australian politics. Stay tuned. In an hour, I think I'll be wheeled out of here before then, almost certainly.
Dragged out of here.
Absolutely, kicking
and screaming and muttering
all the way.
Muttering facts about old Parliament House.
I did note that this venue was opened 15 years ago by Alana McTiernan, who was the Minister at the time, I think, for Planning and Infrastructure in the West Australian Government, and who then moved to Canberra with a federal seat for a couple of terms, and then came back into the West Australian Parliament. So one of a number of...
I thought we were joking about the...
I've got more.
That got far too serious.
I've got more. But anyway, back on the water, we're racing in the 6th repechage of the schoolgirls single, and it is the sculler still there on lane 6, Alice Watkins, who's extended her lead. It was just 0.27 of a second after 1,000 metres, now out to 4.7 seconds over Alessia Sirocco of Perth College. So Loretto Kirribilli and Perth College 1st and 2nd, and 7 seconds back to Claire Oliver of St Mary's College from Tasmania, who sits in 3rd.
Oliver there rowing in the red boat, which would only be assumedly belonging to Tasmanian University Boat Club.
Is it just red we can just call it? Or
I think that one we just
red we have to go with? No.
We can go blood red, we can go... Definitely isn't ochre or burnt orange. It's definitely red. Olivia Schubert of Lauriston Girls in Victoria back in 4th place. A little bit of a margin there back to 4th.
And Ruby Lindray from Gippsland Grammar, the other sculler listed, but possibly not in the race.
No doubt there about Alice Watkins. We can see on the screen taking it relatively easy, but not quite out of the woods as she defends her lead from Alessia Sirocco of Perth College to her bow side. But almost without a doubt it will be Alice Watkins there, a member of the Loreto Kirribilli First 8, who will bring her way home to a victory in the final repechage of the schoolgirls single scull.
There'll be 2 wins for Loreto Kirribilli in these heats. Alyssa figures a couple of races ago. It was very comfortably clear. Not quite as big a margin here for Alice Watkins, but it means she will qualify nonetheless. And she'll cross the line in a couple of strokes' time. So Alice Watkins, coached by Elliot Hunt, wins this race for Loreto Kirribilli, about 2 lengths clear in the end of Alessia Sirocco of Perth College. And they'll be our final 2 quarter-finalists in the schoolgirls single scull from repechage 6. The red boat will finish 3rd. Claire Oliver, coached by Jane McGann at St Mary's College in Tasmania. And 4th looks to be Olivia Schubert of Lauriston Girls. And seems like no appearance there from Gibson Grammar Lane 3. From one extreme to the other, Chris, we go from the repechages of the schoolgirls singles, go to the heats of the under-17 schoolgirls Coxed 8.
Yeah, and a pretty well-fielded, well-entered event with 3 heats of the under-17 schoolgirl 8. 5 entries in the first 2 heats. In all 3 heats, 5 crews. So 15 crews set to line up and fight for their places in the semi-finals, which will be this afternoon. And the top 3 crews will progress through to those semi-finals, and with the remainder of the crews, so the 4th and 5th place finishing crews in these next 3 heats, will have to race a repechage this afternoon prior to the semi-finals. So a big day of 8s racing possibly for some of these girls.
Yes, it's amazing what losing 4 hours out of the program can do to the progression system. These heats, of course, were scheduled for yesterday afternoon, but had to be shifted through to today's program after that substantial wind delay. And I think we are still waiting on one more crew to move into line here. Coming across to take their spot in lane 4, I suspect. That will be PLC Perth. As we look back down the course, and it is much a bright and sunny day here at Champion Lakes now. And those conditions at the start look probably as good as we've seen them throughout the week here so far, especially in the early parts of the day. The wind pattern, for those who've not been watching every minute of every day so far, has generally been quite windy in the early stages and moderating throughout the day to a fairly placid afternoon. But fortunately today it seems the calm conditions have come a lot earlier, and does appear from our best reading of the weather forecast that it will remain that way throughout the rest of today's racing. And importantly tomorrow too, for a huge final day of this regatta, which will begin earlier than normal and still go through and conclude with the King's Cup and Queen's Cup at 3:10 and 3:20 tomorrow afternoon, West Australian time. And a reminder too, for those of course watching in most of the eastern states, at least the daylight saving eastern states, that daylight saving does end in the early hours of tomorrow morning. So please make your adjustments accordingly. That of course won't affect our friends from Queensland, who just like our hosts here in the West don't believe in daylight saving, so no change required in those areas.
I'll reserve my judgments on that. I'm a big supporter of daylight savings. Anyway.
I am too. Look, having lived in Brisbane for many years, where it doesn't exist, and it's and then moved to Melbourne, where you get the long summer nights and those bright evenings. It's got a lot going for it. I would have to agree, but many people in the northern part of the country feel very passionate the other way. So it's probably not a debate we want to get into at this stage. We haven't got enough days left in the week.
Having spent some time in Canada last year, where the sun sets at about 10:30 p.m. in the middle of summer, and it is absolutely gorgeous. And been in a bit of a rush this week to get home and find somewhere to park my camper van before it
the
gets
sun
dark.
sets. Yes. Well, which has been challenging the last couple of days because the sun.
We've been here.
As we called the last race yesterday, the sun was setting behind the trees on the far side of the course. So yes,
got a little bit worried before the draw was published last night when it was first uploaded and the lanes weren't uploaded. The original schedule had racing until 8 p.m. tonight. That, of course, was not a final schedule, but there were some very stressed out individuals in the room I was sleeping in about the prospect of that, but of course not possible.
We had Daniel Takenberg of Rowing Western Australia did suggest yesterday that some day-night rowing would not be out of place here. He suggested we could line all the cars up in the car park, turn the lights on effectively, and have them shining their way down the course. That would be a spectacular sight. And
that's it. That's how we fit the sprint regatta in.
It would certainly
work.
Nighttime
sprint regatta.
Exactly. Under lights, it would be the 2020 variant of rowing. Quick racing, cool conditions, flat water.
And that would actually be fantastic. That would be a great spectacle.
It would be. Well, we should go downstairs and suggest that now.
I think we'd have a door slammed enough.
We're happy to stay into the night, but others may not be so much.
So this being one of the first races today that is unseeded and some slightly calmer conditions. So you could see some challenges coming from any direction of the course. It's the last of our crews. MLCQ just I think struggling to get attached a little bit there, but definitely can't blame it on the wind today.
No, it's actually that second or third attempt at back in, so I'm not sure what has...
Not MLCQ, that'll be PLC Perth.
PLC Perth, I think, yes,
the locals.
4. And Penrose College alongside them in lane 5. We mentioned them before, but we'll do so again, and we thank them for providing the boat holders and presentation tray holders for today's racing. So in fact there will be a Penrose College student holding their boat in lane 5. That's arguably a conflict of interest, but I think we'll allow it in this case. We can't be picky when it comes to volunteers. Most of us have some form of conflict of interest.
I think it's actually a prerequisite for being in the commentary.
I think it pretty much is, yes, exactly. But hopefully going in on the third attempt, I think the crew from PLC Perth, Presbyterian Ladies College, alongside Penrose College, so 2 West Australian crews here, 2 from New South Wales on either side of the course, Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli, and MLCQ from Melbourne, racing in lane 6. That's the Methodist Ladies College of Melbourne and the Presbyterian Ladies College from Perth.
We've done politics. Is it time for religion?
Well, if we want to risk really being thrown off air, we can dig ourselves a much deeper hole, I'm sure. I think there's a reason they're MLC and PLC to save us having to talk about that at all. Carolina just completing their task. We do thank our officials also for their hard work throughout this regatta. Our judge at the 2,000 metre start this morning is Stuart McQuaid, assisted by the starters Catherine Garrington and Ross Litchfield. And also Phil Fraser, the start marshals Rhiannon Jolly and Dominic Coddy. The umpires on the water this morning, Michelle Hawke, Brett Wolford, Carolyn Schomburg, Duncan McKinnon and Zara Underwood, and also Paul Knight. Chief judge for this morning, Tim Morris. The judge is Chris Tucker.
And
we're racing.
In spirit of the Grand Prix, it is lights out and away we go in the under-17 schoolgirls Coxed 8. So Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. That's Chloe Alsop, Isabel Howard, Grace Woodward, Eva Eels Mabel Oxenham, Elsie Hutton, Zoe Fallon, Jessica Kovacs, Emma Bunbury, their Cox, coached by Lachlan Allen and Larissa Bisonthal. As the crews straighten up and get away to a bit cleaner.
Yeah, Penrose particularly there just were a bit not quite straight, I think, out of the start. They've had to correct quite substantially, but now do get themselves back in or towards the centre of their lane. So did look a bit messy there for a little while. We thought a collision may have been coming, but the good work by the Penrose College Cox to avoid that.
Yeah, so Loreto Kirribilli off to the best start of the bunch. They're leading from the Queenwood crew on the... Sorry, Queenwood off to the best start of the bunch, leading from the Loreto Kirribilli crew on our far side of the course. MLCQ sitting in third after the first few strokes rode, and the two locals, PLC Perth and Penrose College, in the centre of the course, just going stroke for stroke in that battle for fourth at the moment. But our top three separating themselves from the field in the early stages. Queenwood leading, that's the Gravella Hardy, Natasha Hughes, Millie Don't, Madeline Walk, Eva Thompson, Gemma McLaren, Addison Rolls, Alice Yardley, their Cox, coached by Ella Davidson, Alan Bennett and Ocean Nolan. They're about half a length clear this stage of Loreto Kirribilli, and with the MLCQ crew, Methodist Ladies College of Portia Gowrie, Olivia White, Georgina McLeod, Lucy Speed, Alessia Calcagno, Carolyn Buckley, Josie Martin, Evelyn Ford, their Cox and Maya Fordies, crew coached by Stacey Mastras and Sarah Henderson. They're sitting back in the third qualifying spot, and then some margin back to the two local crews, PLC Perth and Penrose, in fourth and fifth place, but having a good little tussle for it there as Queenwood start to edge away a little bit more of a lead, just trying to break that contact and get some clear water between their stern and the bow ball of Loreto Kirribilli on the far side of the course, on the bottom of your picture as you watch on the live stream. Watch our fantastic drone footage of the very clear water here at Champion Lakes.
I was thinking that, Chris, when we're talking colours, the water looked almost green from above, especially on the edges of the course.
But as the light shines in a different way, it does look quite turquoise at certain times of the day.
There we go. Looks blue out the window in any case, but it's, yes.
Come on, Richard, you can do better than blue.
Aquamarine?
Aquamarine, I'd agree with that. Yeah, some darker shades of aquamarine.
Yes, certainly not teal in any case.
Definitely not teal. You can see the royal blue and yellow of Loreto Kirribilli in the royal blue shell as they try to improve on their current second placing. They don't want to break too much contact with the Queenwood crew on the far side of the course. It is, of course, very difficult when you are so far away from the other crew that as soon as they start to get a slight advantage, they're completely out of vision due to being a good 50 metres across the course away from you.
Yeah, tough for that. And also, certainly a challenging day, as you mentioned before. All these crews will have to row at least 2 and potentially 3 races over the course of today. So with the top 3 having already broken quite substantially clear, it remains to be seen what they'll do in the second half of the race. But that is a big lead now.
Big lead.
Queenwood.
Decisive second 500-metre move there from Queenwood. Top 3 crews going through to the semi-final. Those top 3 crews look pretty cemented, but 10 seconds between Queenwood and Loreto Kirribilli for first and second. Loreto Kirribilli just a bit less than half a boat length the front of the Methodist Ladies College, who are sitting back in third place at the moment. But Loreto Kirribilli crew, in the centre of the boat in the 4 seat is Eva Eels, whose older sister Lily rode quite successfully for Loreto Kirribilli and now Yale, and their father played rugby at
rather famous father, yes.
John Eels, former captain of the Wallabies.
Yeah, I recall he was an ever-present figure at the Sydney National Regatta Centre for a few of those national championships a few years ago.
Yeah.
Distinctive sight. He's pretty hard to miss in the grand
He's pretty hard to miss, even in a pack of rowers. He is quite an imposing figure.
So this is the younger Eels now rowing in this group?
The youngest of the Eels.
Youngest?
I think there's 4 of them.
The lane 5 crew there from Penrose College up on screen. The local West Australian 8s. Just moving their way through the waters of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. Of course, I'm sure they are quite familiar with. And the crowds are out to watch the excitement too, as a number of local crews are on the course here in the next few races especially. 3 heats in total in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8. And Queenwood and Loreto Kirribilli, but 2 of the visitors from over east, will easily be in the top 2 spots in this first heat. Queenwood already through 1,500 metres, 5:40.22 their time over the opening 3 quarters of the race, and have stretched that out to a lead of some 3 or more lengths it would be from Loreto Kirribilli in second place. 15 seconds, in fact, from first to second, and still there in third is the crew from MLC&Q.
Very significant margin there. So that Queenwood under 17.8 is stroked by Addison Rolls, who is also stroking under 17 quad. That just won the semi-final and is racing again at 1 p.m. And she was in the senior first 8 that got silver at the GPS, no, not GPS, rather, the schoolgirls Head of the River. And this crew that Addison was also a part of in the under-17s division, or the Year 10-8 as it's known in New South Wales, gained a silver at the Independent Girls Schools Sporting Association Regatta and a gold at the New South Wales State Championship. So already a well-credentialed crew, and looking to back off a very successful season, cap off a very successful season by putting on a really good performance here in the under-17 women's Cox 8 as they lead Loreto Kirribilli by, it was 15 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark, and they don't really look to be easing off the pace too much. Or as I say that, I think they are.
Now they are, I think. Yes, they are listening. And they have got they'll have a semi-final to race at the end of today's program, or towards the end of today's program. Races 5:41 and 5:42 are the 2 semis of the under-17 8.
Almost definitely be in lane 7 for those semi-finals.
4:05 and 4:10 those races will be on.
And then the music started going, the drink started flowing.
Seems a long way away at the moment.
It does, yes, it does. Over 100 races today with the revised schedule. And the win will go the way of the crew from Queenwood on lane 7. We were beat home by about 3 lengths in the end. Loreto Kirribilli, that margin has, I think, shrunk a little over the concluding strokes, but we saw Queenwood certainly easing off as they moved towards the line, and Loreto Kirribilli, to some extent, have done the same. And they finish second, about 2 lengths clear of MLC&Q, and those 3 crews will pretty easily qualify in the end for the semi-finals this afternoon of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8. Have a look at these 2 Perth crews both having a race for 4th and 5th. They're both going to have to go through to the repechage, and they want the inside lane, I reckon. It is PLC Perth and Penrose, the 2 crews here, having a great race for 4th and 5th. PLC Perth in the green and Penrose in the white, who had that bit of a zigzag out of the start. They've recovered well and got themselves now into 4th position. And this is a good, strong finish from the Penrose College combination, who now lead by half a length or so in the race for 4th and 5th. But they will have to go the long way around if they're to make it through to the finals of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8, because they'll have to do a repechage next, then semi-finals later on this afternoon. But they pull away well late and win it by about 7/8 of a length. So a pretty good finish there from Penrose College of Perth in 4th place. 5th goes the way of PLC Perth as they come across to and complete the first heat of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8.
As we move on to our second of 3 heats in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8, which is making its way down the course already and approaching the 1,000-metre timing point. At the 500, it was the Kinross at Wallaroy School in lane 5 who were leading Melbourne Girls Grammar in second, Unley High in 3rd place, and a tight battle unfolding for that 3rd qualifying spot between Unley High and Loreto Ballarat. So we'll get an update on that one shortly. But Kinross Wallaroy still leading by Clearwater at the 1,000-metre mark. Unley High in second. Melbourne Girls Grammar in 3rd. Loreto Ballarat just trailing by about a length now in 4th place. 2.61 the margin between 3rd and 4th for the qualifying spot. And we will also see the crew from MLC Perth on the far side in 5th place. bit more of a margin there, but no doubt about our current race leaders, Kinross Wallaroi, who are well clear of the field in that pole qualifying spot. That's the combination of Sienna Wilkins, Xanthi Staniforth, Myri Wheely, Sophie Lulf, Olivia Searle, Maggie Kirby, Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong, Emily Caro, the coxswain, and that crew coached by Emma Fessy and Alexandra Cropley. Emma Fessy, a member of the Australian rowing team for a number of years.
Yeah, now turning her hand to coaching.
And Alexandra Cropley, who has been at Kinross Wallaroi for a number of years now, after moving there from coaching at the King's School. She was actually there when I was coaching Year 8. She was coaching Year 8 quads when I was in Year 8 quads. But it is really tight for that last qualifying position. So at the 1,000 metre mark there, looked at the 1,500 metre mark. We'll get a timing update shortly, but at the 1,000 metre mark was 2.61 seconds back to Loretto Ballarat, who was sitting in 4th. But it does look like we've pretty much got 3 crews absolutely bow ball to bow ball, and we'll get a bit of an update in just a moment as we see on the drone footage that it's most likely Loretto Ballarat, who were behind at the 1,000 metre mark, who have moved up just narrowly into 2nd place ahead of the crews on this side of the course, Melbourne Girls Crammer and Unley High, who will be battling it out for that last qualifying spot. So 3 crews in the contention to move straight through to the semi-final, and they won't want to get another race under their belts. So 8.56 seconds the margin from Kinross Wallaroi back to Loretto Ballarat in 2nd place. Unley High 1.58 seconds behind them, and Melbourne Girls Grammar just 0.41 of a second. So Loretto Ballarat starting to separate themselves from that battle for 3rd place. Unley High and Melbourne Girls Grammar stroke for stroke in the last 450 metres of the course. In the 2nd heat of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8. So that Unley High crew that's currently sitting in the 3rd qualifying spot, Emma Dalbina, Scarlett Shanks, Claire Emerson, Emma Luscombe, Tamara Bates, Eleanor Nettlefold, Felicity Cox, Georgie Twelftree, Misha Van Warmello, their coxswain, that crew coached by Daniel Ralph and Annalise Size, and they're just starting to get the better of that battle, but they've come back on Loretto Ballarat, who are now finding themselves under a little bit more pressure and starting to separate themselves just from Melbourne Girls Grammar, who are trailing in 4th, but certainly within striking distance of a qualifying spot. So some fantastic 8s racing unfolding right in front of the grandstands here as we start to see the crowds trickle in for a big day of schools racing here. Looks like it'd be pretty hard to find a spot leaning up against the fence down here in the last 100 metres of the course. Kinross Wallaroi have been leading from start to finish. That lead is shrinking, but it won't worry them as they've done enough work early on. They have Clearwater lead over the field. Loretto Ballarat in lane 4, starting to do good work in the closing stages. They'll be across in 2nd place. Unley High in the blue and white stripes on the grandstand side of the course will move ahead of the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar, who look to have maybe just had a mechanical issue in the closing strokes of the race, and they'll have to contest the repechage before the semi-final this afternoon. So a great race unfolding, unfortunately marred by some equipment issues. Melbourne Girls Grammar cross in 4th place, and MLC Perth will round out that one in 5th.
Unfortunately, just did see that happen in the Melbourne Girls Grammar School boat about 100 metres out. The bow pair had to stop rowing for a few strokes, and obviously something's happened there in the 2-seat of the boat. So that did make what would have been a very close race, I think, for 3rd, a little less so. But they will get a 2nd chance in the repechage, the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. It'll be a long day for them, but with repechage and then potentially a semi-final still to follow. But it was Kinross Wallaroi, the impressive winners there of repechage 2 of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8. 2nd place went to Loretto Ballarat. 3rd, the crew from Unley High, ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar School and MLC Perth. 7:31.57, the unofficial winning time there for Kinross Wallaroi, and a pretty substantial margin of victory. 7.27 seconds it was ahead of Loretto Ballarat in 2nd place. Not quite as big a win as Loretto Kirribilli, Queenwood over Loretto Kirribilli in the previous race, but a couple of crews from New South Wales have gone through with very strong heat rows here in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8. So the 3rd and final heat is soon to begin. Again, down at the held start there at the 2,000 metre mark. You can see The housing that's been built up around the Champion Lake Centre there in the background of that shot as well. And you can see the 5/8s are on their way in this third heat. It is Canberra Girls Grammar School racing in lane 3. So that's the right of the screen for those watching on the live stream. Loreto Toorak in lane 4, Wilderness School lane 5, PLC Perth in 6, and Guildford Grammar, another of the West Australian crews, are racing in lane 7 as our umpire's boat joins in behind the race, sits in position behind the centre of the course there, the Wilderness School racing in lane 3. But it would be PLC Perth who've had the best of the start here, going out to about a third of a length or so lead, it looks like, over possibly Canberra Girls Grammar School.
Good start. All boats away clean this time in the final heat here. 8s racing before we move on to a little bit of club racing and then back to the school repêchages for a little while. But all about the 8s racing now, and it is, as you called, the PLC Perth crew in lane 6 who have edged out to an early lead, almost clearing a length on the rest of the field. But Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3 just hanging on to a little bit of overlap as they in turn lead a tight battle for third place between the two blue boats of Loreto Toorak and Wilderness School in the centre of the course, and Guildford Grammar in lane 7, just trailing behind the pack at this stage. But 4 crews up in the mix for things, with only 3 to qualify directly for the semi-final and 2 having to make use of the repêchage.
Through the first 500 metres, and now the length and a half separate first and fourth. So as Chris mentioned, it's certainly tight for the qualifying spots, with one of those crews will have to miss out with the top 3 going through, and then back to the crew from Guildford Grammar in 4th place. But it was PLC Perth who led, to the West Australians either end of the field here, 1st and 5th. 2nd place was certainly then the Canberra Girls Grammar combination on the other side of the course. And Loreto Toorak from the Wilderness School. Now, from above, that Wilderness School boat does look blue, Chris. From the side, it looks white. So we've got another multicoloured extravaganza on its way down the course here, I think.
There's going to be an argument here, Richard. But Loreto Toorak just sitting up by about half a boat length in that third qualifying spot. I'd say they would be much further up in the mix in a qualifying spot if they were steering in a straight line. But the coxswain looks to be attempting to sign her name in the course. The Wilderness School doing something fairly similar there. So both schools being disadvantaged by the steering there, and Loreto Toorak getting the better of it.
Obviously a bit more wind out there than we can feel from up here, I think, Chris, because both crews certainly there in the middle lanes, right across on the far side of their lane, and having to make some pretty substantial steering corrections to move back on course.
Yeah, a couple little corrections from Canberra Grammar, or Canberra Girls Grammar rather, on the far side, but looking to keep things mostly straight as they look to hold on to that 2nd place and that 2nd qualifying spot. But they won't really be a threat for PLC Perth.
Got matching green ribbons in these crews too, in both Canberra Girls Grammar and Loreto Toorak.
And I'll make a call, they are fluoro green.
That's definitely fluoro green, yes.
The fluoro hat is too much for you. You can consider a ribbon. That also do wonders for early morning water safety.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, standing out very visibly, but it's certainly working for Canberra Girls Grammar School, because they've come through into, well, it's certainly a clear 2nd spot, but they've taken a bit of more space now on Loreto Toorak in the Wilderness School. But PLC Perth there, our race leaders on screen: Georgia Flay, Evie Salt, Isabella Malazeski, Stella Wandell, Talia Wells, Olivia Piercy, Grace Turnbull, Hannah Bergeson, Charlotte Kessler-Cox, coached by David Milne and Andy Soanes. And the 2nd place crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School is Audrey West, Ash Watts, Grace Disney, Maddie Beasley, Sophie Murphy, Emily Walker, Sophie Frost, Isabel King, and Eliza Miller, coached by Charlie Durkin, Sam Duckworth, and Carolyn Pipers. As we move with the crew from PLC Perth down the course there, out in front, to be holding a margin still on the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. Quite a way across the course between those two crews, and Loreto Toorak seem to have a stranglehold on 3rd place now as well. That is Sophie Hills, Stephanie Leon, Madeline Barre, Sophie Hine, Alessia Morello, Evelyn Boyle, Mara Quee, Luciana Descala and Sarah Chapman, the Cox. They are coached by Connor McConville.
Wilderness School still just struggling with the steering in the middle of the course, and it'll probably mean that Guildford Grammar are starting to catch them. Both crews out of the qualifying spots, but it will just make their run through to the semi-final just that little bit more difficult in the repechage if Wilderness School do drop back into 5th place in this semi-final.
Wilderness School crew is Emily Powers, Portia Newton, Bella Carrick, Alexandra Sandell, Millie Entwistle, Ella Mayer, Marjorie Tucker, Lucy Beaumont and Hannah Yeo, coached by Eleanor Trobus and Josh Dunstan. Eleanor, the wife of Jonathan Trobus, the two of them both former Queenslanders, well, still Queenslanders, but living in South Australia and doing a very good job in the Wilderness School program, both Eleanor and John Trobus.
Wilderness School just dropping back there into 5th as the crew from Guildford Grammar move up to half a boat length lead in front of them in the battle for 4th place. Does look like PLC Perth, Guildford Grammar do have the momentum there. PLC Perth certainly have the momentum as well, as they have led start to finish, and Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side of the course starting to make a little bit of a run to the line now as they move up on PLC Perth.
Yeah, they do seem to be gaining their centre lanes, or outside lanes as it is here. Of course, the lane 7 spot up for grabs in the semi-final here to the winning crew. And Canberra Girls Grammar School certainly really going for it late in this race to try and reel in PLC Perth. They've been in front from the very first stroke. We saw this race from the beginning on the drone. PLC Perth took a third of a length in the first probably 100 metres or so, so a very strong attempt to lead all the way. Canberra Girls Grammar made up some of that ground, but still sit from here probably the best part of a length behind in second spot. So unlikely for the lead to change in the closing strokes of the race, and Loretto Turak also very comfortable in 3rd place. Guildford Grammar leading Wilderness School in the race for 4th and 5th. So top 3 straight through to this afternoon's semi-finals of the under-17 Schoolgirls Cox State. And it is a clear length lead to the crew from PLC Perth, who will take the win here in the 3rd and final heat of this event. And a length and a quarter, in fact, the margin back to Canberra Girls Grammar School in 2nd place, and jubilation there for PLC Perth after securing their heat win. They are through to the semi-finals. 2nd place, Canberra Girls Grammar School. 3rd is definitely the blue boat of Loretto Turak. 4th will go to the distinctive Guildford Grammar uniform there with the white G on the back of all of the girls in the boat. They'll finish in 4th place and have to race a repechage earlier this afternoon to try and make it through to the semi-finals late in the day. And 5th place, it is, Chris, a white shell with blue canvases there from the Wilderness School. So certainly a multicoloured vessel there on lane 5 as they come across to complete race 482, won by PLC Perth. Chris, I will leave it with you. I'm going to research some more obscure facts on West Australian politics, and I'll leave you instead in the capable hands of Ben Homer.
Surprised there was no words. There's a...
Thanks, Richard. Hey, Chris, just on that topic that Richard's talking about, it's not good that I'm coming in right after Richard, because really interesting obscure fact, Richard be all over this. The leader of the opposition in WA, of course, is not from the party that is usually the leader of the opposition if the coalition are in opposition. So can you name the party who the leader of the opposition comes from? In WA, Richard's sidelined. He can't answer this. Do you know?
Totally lost.
Okay, well, I'll give you the answer after this.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. So the race that is on the course now and coming through about 1,250 metres row is the first heat of our club men's Coxless 4. We've got in lane 3 Ballarat City, lane 4 Toowong Rowing Club, lane 5 Swan River Rowing Club, Lane 6, UTS Haberfield, has scratched. Lane 7, Mercantile Rowing Club, who have been our race leaders, narrowly just 2.5 seconds ahead of Toowong. Ballarat City sitting back in 3rd. Swan River in 4th, and only top 2 to go through to tomorrow's final. The rest will be racing a repechage this evening.
So we're getting these splits through here, and Mercantile in lane 7, 3:27.04 through the 1,000. Toowong just 2.5 seconds further back, and then Ballarat City in 3rd, Swan River in 4th. And you can see them coming through this 1,500 metre timing point. I'm interested to know, Chris, because we've been talking throughout the week about lane 7 having better conditions. Well, certainly not as favourable as what it's been the case throughout the week.
No, it's certainly been better this morning, although I'm sure Mercantile will be happy to be there with their 6.5 second lead. That's the combination of Harry Cathcart, Lachlan Wilmot, Ben Edmondson, Stephen O'Sullivan, and that crew coached by Tim Frederico and Alistair Matthews. Harry Cathcart, former lightweight athlete. Well, I shouldn't say former. I haven't weighed him recently. And Lachlan Wilmot, a true club battler, has been around Mercantile for a good few years, and he'll be very happy to have the look back on the field in the lead as they lead Toowong in 2nd place. The combination of David Carter, Roden Martin, Maxim Jeremijenko and Alexander Jeremijenko, crew coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitri.
So you can see them coming into view here. Mercantile Rowing Club leading the way, so the top 2 going through to the final in this Club Men's Coxless 4. And then the rest going through to the repechage. Mercantile in that position right now, and then across Toowong in 2nd. But here come Ballarat City. They are lifting up. They want a spot in the final. They don't want to have to go through the extra race and the repechage. And that will be quite fatiguing. So they are lifting up the rate with 150 metres to travel. Out in front, Mercantile at the moment in the safe position, secure to go through to the final. Toowong are just holding off this late charge from Ballarat City. They're trying to do everything they can to overhaul them, but the crew from Queensland are going to hold them off. Out in front though, Mercantile, the Victorians, they go through in 1st place in this first heat of the Club Men's Coxless 4. Toowong join them straight in the final. Ballarat City will have to go through the repechage. So too will Swan River. And I also said, Chris, the answer to that question, the Leader of the Opposition, the party they come from, the Leader of the Opposition in Western Australia is the National Party. And I believe his name is Shane Love. Is that right, Rich? Shane Love? They've only got... Yes, they did. They've only... Yeah. Well, the Liberals have only got 2 members, and I think they changed their leader as well. So, anyway, I'll leave it over to you, Chris. That's the end of politics for today.
As Lizzie Chapman calls us to focus on the rowing. Apparently there's a rowing race going on. So the 2nd heat, the Club Men's Coxless 4, Adelaide University in lane 4, Heath McLeod, Fraser Belnaves, Max Henry, Hugo Worm, coached by Sam Morton, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, and that's the Sydney Rowing Club crew currently sitting in 3rd. So Declan Glendenning, Thomas Hart, Will Downey, Andy Hoffman, Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 6, Mitchell Hooper, Oliver Frangos, Tom Hooper and Luke Corneal. And the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 7 that is currently leading the race is Miles Harold, Angus Aitken, Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan. So a few changes in between changes in all of those crews. So I'm hoping that I've got those crew lists right. But it was that Sydney crew of Miles Harold, Angus Aiken, Matthew Morgan, Thomas Cregan, who was out leading.
Did you steal him from Nepean, Miles Harold?
I don't think there was any theft going on. He's trained at the club for a couple of years and eventually trained with the club but still represented Nepean for a few years and has eventually
made the switch over.
Sydney Rowing Club colours, and I think it has all paid off, getting a national title in the under-23 men's four, sneaking through ahead of some pretty highly credentialed crews yesterday afternoon, making the better of the lanes yesterday, and a great win for those boys. I'm sure it'll be a highlight of the regatta. But building off that momentum, a good length in front of Melbourne University Boat Club and the second Sydney Rowing Club crew in third. 1 and 2 through to the final. The third place crew, third and fourth place crews will need to contest a repechage this afternoon, or it may possibly be tomorrow morning.
You don't think this Sydney crew, your boys, Chris, who are back in third? Yeah, it's a big gap, isn't it? This is the crew in first, though. Harold, Aitken, Morgan and Cregan, they're in first position. Pretty comfortable. And they are going to go through to the final of the Club Men's Coxless 4. No need for a repechage for them. And as you said, Chris, very important because it's going to be tiring going through the repechage with only today and tomorrow remaining for the Australian Rowing Championships. So Sydney Rowing Club, they will go through in first. Melbourne University will join them in that final. Sydney Rowing Club and Adelaide University are going to have to go through the long route if they are to get through to the final.
Yeah, so just comparing the two heats, Mercantile weren't particularly pushed and looked pretty comfortable in the first of those heats, crossing the line in pretty much 7 minutes flat. That Sydney crew crossing the line in 6:41.48. So they weren't quite taking it too easy at the finish, but weren't majorly pushed there by Melbourne University. So could be one to watch going forward as we see Adelaide University, Heath McLeod, Fraser Balnabs, Max Henry and Hugo Worm crossing the line in fourth place. They'll need to contest the repechage in order to move through to Sunday morning's final, one of the earlier finals on Sunday morning, the first of the club events.
And that repechage is going to be on at 4:25 this afternoon.
Right, so a bit of racing for those boys on today. As I'll step out of the commentary box for a little while, I'll hand over to Stuart John.
And this field in the schoolboy single scull, repechage number 1, so the first 3 to the quarter. 4 going to final E, 5th going to final F, 6th going to G, 7th going to H. Now, I can tell that there's only 5 in this event. Actually, no, there's only 4 now, so only one's going to miss out on the quarterfinals because we've had Thomas Bartels from Ignatius Park in Queensland scratched. So I'll let you take us through the field, Stuart. He's jumped into the chair, ready to go. How are you this morning?
I am fantastic, Ben. Ready for a fun-filled, action-packed, all-exciting day 6 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Lane 3 from Pulteney Grammar, we have Jacob McGinley, coached by Kyle and Nicole Schoonby. In Lane 4 from the Friends School down in Tasmania, Alex Rackham. He's coached by Ian Jordan. Scratching from Ignatius Park in Lane 5. Lane 6 from Adelaide High, Finn Redmond, coached by Joe Malcolm and Harrison Lindler. And Lane 7 from Unley High, Jasper Boyce, coached by Daniel Ralph and Asher Doherty Garside. So 3 South Australians and a Tasmanian making up our field in the first repechage of the schoolboys single sculls. So Jasper in the leads for the first 500, Finn Redmond about 4 seconds behind, then another 18 seconds back to Alex Rackham, and Jacob McGinley sitting in 4th place through the first stages of that race, so through the first 1,000 metres. Now, Ben, this is going to be, we've talked earlier in the regatta, obviously conditions today looking a lot better. We're not seeing quite so much wind at the start. The finish is obviously still looking good. So those wind conditions thankfully have all died down. I think everyone's pretty happy about that. Now, one thing though is that means that we may not see those pushbacks, those comebacks that we saw earlier in the week, where at one point, I think it was Paddy Burke from UTS making up 6 seconds over the last 500 metres to go through. Now, you'll be very pleased to know this. Somebody has actually recorded your audio of your calling that race from the live stream. It is now their ringtone.
And is that Patrick Burke?
It is not Patrick Burke. It is someone from UTS.
Oh, great, great.
So your voice is
okay. Well, whoever
ringtone.
that person was, can you tell the UTS boys in the Clubmen's double to just go easy? That'd be great. That's my only request. If you want to, if you would like, that'd be fantastic. No, that's hilarious. I did set it up on the Rowing Australia Facebook page. I know UTS posted it on the on their Instagram as well. So it was a great finish. And just to discuss that, because we've got a bit of time with this schoolboy single scull first repechage, as we see this 1500 metre timing point. And we saw Jasper Boyce go through in first at the 1K. He's also there at the 1500 metre mark. So he is going safely through to the quarterfinal at this point, barring a disaster. Finn Redmond in second place. Remembering top 3 go through and 4th goes through to the E final. So we'll just wait and see these last 2 in this race at the 1500 metre point. But I'm just trying to tease that out about wind and comebacks, because we know in fast conditions, if you've got a tailwind, it is challenging to pull back a time over the last 500 because it's so short. If it's really windy, we're also saying that was difficult because just the fatigue, especially to try and pull back from those far lanes. But when you've got sort of middling conditions, I feel like those are the perfect conditions because you've got enough time to fight back, but it's not going so fast that literally you're over the finish line before you've lifted and tried to pull back that time. So maybe these conditions are similar to what Patrick Burke had a few days ago, where he was able to pull back that time. What are your thoughts on that theory that I've just rattled off for you?
I don't think it'll be particularly far off. I think that you know, we're seeing it really where it's nice and flat right about now as we just see that footage up on screen of Jasper Boyce heading towards the finish line. They are the right kind of conditions to be able to go out and to really put the legs on and really make up some ground. The big thing that I've found going down in the single a few times now has been with the wind gusts. The wind gusts really pushing against you. So, yeah, that's where that fatigue comes in.
So Jasper Boyce leading the way with about 200 metres to travel down the course. It's a very nice row for him. So he is safely through to the quarterfinal in this schoolboy single scull repechage number 1. Finn Redmond from Adelaide High in second place. And this is tight for third between friends Alex Rackham and Pulteney Grammar's Jacob McGinley. Over on the far side, McGinley from the South Australian club Pulteney Grammar, and then Alex Rackham from the Friends School in Tasmania. So he's going to have to lift it up and pull back some time here in the final 100 metres. It's going to be tough, but the conditions allow him to lift here, Jacob McGinley. Still got a few strokes he's going to have to make up. Jasper Boyce and Finn Redmond, they are already through to the quarterfinal in this schoolboy single scull. And they are just about to be joined by the Tasmanian Alex Rackham, who's just strokes away now from a spot in the quarterfinal. And he is there. So the top 3 on their way through to the quarters. Jacob McGinley from Pulteney Grammar. He misses out. He will go through to the E final.
So confirmation of the results from the first repechage of the schoolboy single scull. The winner from Unley High, Jasper Boyce. Second place going to Finn Redmond from Adelaide High, with third going to Alex Rackham from the Friends School. Winning time there of 8 minutes 19.13. So definitely seeing some quicker times through today. Race number 486, the second repechage of the schoolboy single scull, is underway. From Emmaus College in Queensland, Finn Parr, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. Lane 3 from Trinity College, Charlie Black, coached by Dean Bohois. In lane 4 from John the 23rd College in WA, Rockland Braddock, coached by Kevin Neville. In lane 5 from St Augustine's College in New South Wales, Cody Kearney, coached by Judith Ungermack. In lane 6 from Gingin State High in Queensland, Lachlan Simpson, coached by Ashlyn Chapman. And in lane 7 from St Ignatius College, Phoenix Graham, coached by Daniel Noonan. And through the first 1,000 metres, it was Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius out in front. He was just under 7 seconds ahead of Cody Kearney from St Augustine's. The Gin sculler Lachlan Simpson sitting in third place. So they're our 1, 2, 3 as things stand to go through to the quarterfinal. Lachlan Braddock from John the 23rd College in WA, only 3 seconds behind. So he's currently in the E qualification position, E final qualification position, but not a million miles off going through into the quarterfinals, and then back to Finn Parr and Charlie Black to make up our field.
Yeah, so Lachlan Braddock from WA was only 3 seconds off that third and automatic qualification spot. Phoenix Graham going through the 1,500 metre point in first, 6:22.96. And we're going to get confirmation there, 6:22.96. Cody Kearney is in second place from St Augustine's, almost 17 seconds further back, and then Lachlan Simpson in third place. He's from Gin State High School in Queensland, coached by Ashlyn Chapman. And this gap back to fourth, it has opened up further now, and that's Lachlan Braddock, John the 23rd College here in Western Australia. Great crowd here on the finish line for this one, and the last 2 days of competition here in the Australian Rowing Championships.
And if you're just wondering where Gin is for Lachlan Simpson, it is out west of Bundaberg. So on the Bruce Highway, west of Bundaberg. Bundaberg's not actually on the main highway heading north. You do need to turn off to get down there.
Well, that is a lot of travel time to get to this event here in Perth. That's right up there with Townsville, I know, one of the furthest. Tassie as well, Team Hong Kong as well.
Yep, so Lachlan Simpson, we've just been informed, trains at the Bundaberg Rowing Club. So great to see, and we've spoken about it so many times, so many regional entries coming around, and a number of Australian team representatives coming from regional areas over the years. So always fantastic to see. Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius College has led from start to finish, and he's still sitting comfortably ahead of Cody Kearney from St Augustine's College in New South Wales. So the two New South Wales scullers leading Lachlan Simpson from Gin State High. So they're our 1, 2, 3 to go through to the quarterfinals, and then we're back a little bit further. Lachlan Braddock from John the 23rd College just sitting, seems to have dropped off the pace over that last 1,000 metres or so, and then Finn Parr from Amherst College in Queensland, and then Charlie Black from Trinity College here in WA. So a win there for Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius. He'll go through to the quarterfinals of the schoolboys singles sculls. Coming through in second place will be Augustine's colour, Cody Kearney, coached by Judith Ungermack, and then Lachlan Simpson from Gin State High, coached by Ashlyn Chapman, going through to the quarterfinals. So those three scullers through to the quarterfinals, and then to go through to the E final will be Lachlan Braddock from John the 23rd College here in WA, and then Finn Parr from Amherst College on track to go through to the F final, with Charlie Black from Trinity College due to go through to the G final. The winning time there for Phoenix Graham from St Ignatius was an 8 minutes 37.03, so not quite as quick as our first heat winner, but certainly under no real pressure for a large part of that race. So able just to take it easy. And big thing for a lot of our crews is really about making sure that you've got enough energy now that everything's been compressed with the poor weather yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, especially when you're in those qualification positions. And in this schoolboy single scull, that top three, once you get yourself in that position, you really just want to try and conserve energy without letting the rest of the field back into those spots. So it can be challenging, especially in that last 500 metres, but these scullers so far in the schoolboy single doing a fantastic job. This field in repechage 3 of the schoolboy single, so Tim O'Connor from Cathedral Rockhampton, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. Gin State High School's Nathan Davis in lane 3, coached by Ashlyn Chapman. In lane 4, Cranbrook's Callum Dunn. In lane 5, Trinity College's Benjamin Sutherland, coached by Joseph Dawson. In lane 6, Albert Park College's Lewin Harridge, coached by Minnie Cade. And Logan Cavill in 7 from Bundaberg State High School. So some good representation from out Bundaberg way we're seeing in this schoolboy single.
Yeah, and a few of them doing quite well. So Logan Cavell through the 1,500 metres, leading Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College in second place. So less than a second between first and second. And then Benjamin Sutherland from Trinity College sitting in third place. Through those final stages, then looking over, it does look to be Timothy Connor sitting from Cathedral Rockhampton, sitting in fourth place. A little bit of ground to make up if he's to go through to the quarterfinals, but certainly sitting nicely for the qualification through to the E-final. But Logan Cavell from Bundaberg State High. So we've got a few people from Central Queensland in this heat. It is Logan Cavell, Bundaberg State High out in front. He's got a couple of boat lengths ahead of Albert Park College's Lewin Harridge, coached by Minnie Cade. And then back again to Benjamin Sutherland from Trinity College here in WA, coached by Joseph Dawson.
So here comes Logan Cavell from Bundaberg State High School, finishes in first place in this third repechage of the schoolboy single. He's through to the quarterfinals. He'll be joined by Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College, coached by Minnie Cade. And then Benjamin Sutherland from Trinity College, coached by Joseph Dawson. He's going to finish in third place. So those top three through to the quarterfinals of the schoolboy single scull. Cathedral Rockhampton's Timothy O'Connor, he's going through to the E final. Callum Dunn from Cranbrook is just strokes away now from going through to the F final. He is there now. And Gingin State High School's Nathan Davis goes to the G final in the schoolboys single scull.
Confirmation of the win for Logan Cavell from Bundaberg State High, ahead of Lewin Harridge from Albert Park College and Benjamin Sutherland from Trinity College. Winning time of 8 minutes 23.26. Repechage 4 is underway so again, first, second and third going through to the quarterfinals. In lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar, Hagan Cook. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, Tom McGee, coached by Judith Ungamak. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Finley Shepherd, coached by Andrew Gannon, Benjamin Watt and Alexandra Cropley. Lane 6 from St Patrick's College in Victoria, Angus Murfitt, coached by Paul Blanchfield. And lane 7 from Norwood International High in South Australia, Igor Zarubin, coached by Brenton Terrell. Here's Igor Zarubin through the 1,500 that was just leading Angus Murfitt. So again, not much between first and second through the 1,500 metres. Tom McGee sitting in third place. That's the final qualification position. But less than a second behind him was Finley Shepherd from Kinross Walleroy. And we know how much of a kick those Kinross kids tend to have. Hagan Cook from Gippsland Grammar, a few seconds behind them in 5th place.
Yeah, well, as you said, Stu, this is going to be a great finish. And you could already see that there's been a change in this last part of the race. So out in front in first place, maybe St Patrick's College, Angus Murfitt taking over from Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High. St Augustine's in third. Kinross Walleroy's Finley Shepherd, he was only 1.25 seconds further back in fourth place at the 1,500. He's dropped off a fair way back now. And it's Gippsland Grammar's Hagan Cook that may well finish in fourth. But out in front, 1 and 2, they are going through to the quarterfinals. It's going to be tight on the line. It is just going to be Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High in South Australia. Angus Murfitt from St Patrick's College in Victoria through in second, but they are safely through to the quarters. And Tom McGee from St Augustine's. There is a late finish here from Finley Shepherd, but just a little too late to claim a spot in the quarters. He goes to the E final, and Hagan Cook from Gippsland Grammar to the F final.
So confirmation there of our top 3 from the 4th repechage of the schoolboy single sculls. Win there for Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High, ahead of Angus Murfitt from St Patrick's College and Tom McGee from St Augustine's. 4th place to Finley Shepherd from Kinross Walleroy, and 5th to Hagan Cook from Gippsland Grammar. Moving on to repechage number 5 of the schoolboy single sculls. In lane 3 from Bunbury Cathedral Grammar School, Julian Moore, coached by Cameron Fowler. Lane 4 from Guildford Grammar, Sam Clode, coached by Ethan Aird. Lane 5 from St Joseph's College, New South Wales, Finley Mitchell, coached by Will Raven, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan. Lane 6 from John the 23rd College, Liam Davis, coached by Kevin Neville. And in lane 7 from St Luke's Anglican School, Corey Stevens, coached by Rodney Dick. And through the first 1,000 metres was Corey Stevens from St Luke's Anglican, leading Liam Davis by a second. He is still out in the front, and it's still Corey Stevens. It's now St Joseph's Finley Mitchell sitting in second place, just a second behind. Liam Davis just dropping off the pace a little bit. Another 5 seconds back in third, ahead of Sam Clode from Guildford Grammar, and then back again to Julian Moore from Bunbury Cathedral Grammar School.
So, top three through to the quarters. So we've got three more rapid charges, including this one to come in the schoolboys single scull to make up our quarterfinals. And then what we have to look forward to, Club Women's 8, under 17 schoolboys coxed 8, and the open lightweight men's coxed 8 in the next 40 minutes. So we've got the singles and then the 8. So the opposite ends in terms of boat size on the way over the next 40 minutes here at the Australian Rowing Championships of 2023 here at Champion Lakes. And it looks as though we're going to get a really good finish here in Rapid Charge 5 of the schoolboy single. Remembering top 3 to the quarterfinals, 4th goes to the E final. So out in front, it's neck and neck between Finley Mitchell from St Joseph's College in New South Wales and Corey Stevens from St Luke's Anglican in Queensland. Then in third place, John the 23rd College, Liam Davis. He is sitting there alongside the sculler from Guildford Grammar, that's Sam Clode. And those two, well, he's just dropped off actually, Sam Clode, and the lift has come from Liam Davis from John the 23rd College, and he may well have just snuck his way into third spot to progress through to the quarterfinals. What a lift that was, and that is going to be the difference. So out in front, just taking the advantage here, St Joseph's Finley Mitchell. It's going to be tight on the line. Corey Stevens is coming for him late. Corey Stevens with a couple of big strokes. That is too tight to call. That is going to need a photo. They're both through to the quarterfinals though, Finley Mitchell and Corey Stevens. And then Liam Davis comes through from John the 23rd College in third. They are all through to the quarterfinal. Sam Clode from Guildford Grammar, he was around the mark but just drops off at the back end after the lift from Liam Davis. He finishes 4th. He goes to the E final. And then Bunbury Cathedral Grammar School's Julian Moore, he finishes in 5th place.
It's a confirmation there of the qualifiers for the quarterfinals of the schoolboys singles sculls. Going through Finley Mitchell from St Joseph's College and Corey Stevens from St Luke's Anglican School, along with Liam Davis from John the 23rd College. Going through to the E final will be Sam Clode from Guildford Grammar, and to the F final, Julian Moore from Bunbury Cathedral Grammar School. Rapid Charge number 6 is underway. In lane 3 from John the 23rd College, Max Watt, coached by Kevin Neville. In lane 4 from Scots College, Charlie Burke, coached by Edward Manton and Dustin Butler. Lane 5 from Scotch College, Adelaide, Harry Dangerfield, coached by Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. Lane 6 from Gippsland Grammar, Anthony Smith, coached by Danny Crofton. And lane 7 from Norwood International High, Oliver Evans Wood, and he's coached by Brenton Terrell. And through the first 500 metres was Oliver Evans Wood, leading Anthony Smith by a second, back another 5 seconds to Harry Dangerfield, and then a few seconds back to Max Watt and Charlie Burke.
So we're going to get some confirmation here of that previous race, the photo finish. This is currently Rapid Charge 4, Zarubin, Murfitt and McGee going through in Rapid Charge 4. That's the official results of that one. And we're going to bring you the official results of Rapid Charge 5 very, very soon. It was a photo finish between Corey Stevens of St Luke's Anglican in Queensland and Finley Mitchell from St Joseph's.
Now we've just got confirmation there. Corey Stevens from St Luke's Anglican just winning by 0.06 of a second over Finley Mitchell from St Joseph's. It was a big push from Finley Mitchell over that last 500 metres. Corey Stevens from St Luke's Anglican, which is actually in Bundaberg, so another Bundaberg rower again, going through to the quarterfinals of the schoolboys single sculls.
Now, we're just seeing Anthony Smith here from Gippsland Grammar in this repechage 6 of the schoolboy single scull, and he looks to have a fair bit of strapping tape on that right shoulder. We'll have a look. Here we go. The crowd's in here on day 6 of the Australian Rowing Championships, also the Australian Open Schools Rowing Championships over the weekend. Out in front here. We're actually not getting confirmation. He's not in front, but he is in lane 7, Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High. He is in front. Just a little issue with the timing system, but that has all been cleared up. So Oliver Evans-Wood, coached by Brenton Terrell, leading the way through the first 1,000 metres. This is Harry Dangerfield back in third. Anthony Smith, we mentioned him from Gippsland Grammar with the tape on the right shoulder, coached by Danny Crofton. There you can see that. He is in second place and in a good position now to move through to the quarterfinals, the top 3 here.
Yeah, so lanes 7, 6 and 5, our 3 leading ones. Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High, Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar, and Harry Dangerfield from Scotch College Adelaide. So we've got one more repechage of the schoolboy single sculls. And then we'll move on to the club, as mentioned, move on to the club women's Cox States. And then we've got some under-17 schoolboy Cox States as well. So some big boat energy coming down the course. And then the open lightweights Cox States, which is always an exciting race. Everyone all in together and not a heck of a lot between them.
Yeah, those 8 should be brilliant. We can't wait for them. They're on the way very soon. Just bottom left of screen, that's your confirmation there. As Stuart just told you, the gap between first and second, Corey Stevens just getting there from St Luke's Anglican over Finlay Mitchell by 0.06. In the whole scheme of things, probably doesn't matter a whole lot because they're all through to the quarterfinals, the top 3 there, but could be important when it comes to lanes. So that'll help Corey Stevens out, but he's still going to have to do the job though later on in this regatta. Regardless of lanes, it's going to hopefully be even better conditions as we move into the Arvo and into day 7, the final day of this regatta.
Yeah, conditions are expected to improve for the rest of the regatta, so that wind forecast is significantly down on what it has been. Small chance of rain coming through, so hopefully we see it absolutely fantastic for the remainder for the last couple of days. Out in front through the 1,500 metres, it is Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High. Over there in lane 7, opening up a nice Clearwater lead between himself and Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar, and then another few lengths back to Harry Dangerfield from Scotch College Adelaide. So there are 1, 2, 3 due to go through to the quarterfinals, barring absolute disaster over the last 500 metres or so. And then back a little bit further, we're just waiting on the 4th and 5th places. So 4th will go through to the E final, with 5th going through to the F final. And it does look to be Max Watt from John the 23rd College sitting in 4th place, so looking to qualify for the E final ahead of Charlie Burke from Scots College in 5th for the F final. Out in front though, Oliver Evans-Wood. He's led from start to finish and really looking comfortable there over in lane number 7, so the preferred lane still, although the conditions a little more equitable than we've seen over the past few days.
And a bit of cloud cover going over the course as well, which will be helpful to our athletes inside this last 250 metres now. So Oliver Evans-Wood leading this field through in repechage 6 of the schoolboys single. Gippsland Grammar in 2nd, that is Anthony Smith, coached by Danny Crofton. And then Harry Dangerfield from Scotch College Adelaide in 4th, coached by Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. 4th place is Max Watt, coached by Kevin Neville from John the 23rd College. Charlie Burke from the Scots College. He's back in 5th as they come into view here. This second last repechage in the schoolboy single, and it's another clear-cut top 3 who will be going through to the quarterfinals. Just a few strokes left now for Oliver Evans-Wood, coached by Brenton Terrell out of Norwood International High in South Australia. And there is the victory in this 6th repechage to Oliver Evans-Wood through to the quarterfinals. and he's just about to be joined here by Anthony Smith, coached by Danny Crofton from Gippsland Grammar in Victoria, through to the quarterfinals, along with Harry Dangerfield from Scotch College in Adelaide, coached by Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. So those three boys are on their way to the quarters. Max Watt, coached by Kevin Neville. Just a few strokes remaining for Max, and he is going to head to the E final after this 4th place finish in repechage number 6. And then finally, Charlie Burke from the Scots College in New South Wales, coached by Edward Manton and Dustin Butler. And Charlie Burke will go to the F final, which is going to take place tomorrow morning.
Confirmation of the results from repechage number 6 of the schoolboys single sculls. A win for Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High. He goes through to the quarterfinals along with Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar and Harry Dangerfield from Scotch College Adelaide. Max Watt from John the 23rd College going through to the E final, with Charlie Burke from the Scotch College going through to the F final. Final repechage is underway in the schoolboys singles sculls. In lane 3 from John Curtin College, Kit Mueller, coached by Kevin Neville. Lane 4 from the Hutchins School in Tasmania, James Moy, coached by Andrew Palmer. Lane 5 from Perth Modern School, Jonathan Foster, coached by Kevin Neville. Lane 6, Canberra Grammar's Cash Kazakov. And lane 7 from Unley High in South Australia, Thomas Osborne, coached by Daniel Ralph and Jude Shermer. Through the first 1,000 metres, Jonathan Foster from Perth Modern School was leading Cash Kazakov from Canberra Grammar by just under 5 seconds. Only a second between Cash and Thomas Osborne from Unley High in lane number 7. Then back another 5 seconds to James Moy from Hutchins and Kit Mueller from John Curtin College, sitting in 5th place. Through the first 1,000 metres, we just see our scullers coming up towards the 1,500 metre timing point, and it does still look to be Jonathan Foster from Perth Modern School out in front, and then it does look like we've seen Thomas Osborne from Unley High row through Cash Kazakov into 2nd place. So all three due to go through to the quarterfinals of the schoolboys single sculls, and that will be held later on today. So Jonathan Foster leading Thomas Osborne and Cash Kazakov. Bit of clear water then between them and the Hutchins School's James Moy. And then back a little bit further to Kit Mueller from John Curtin College here in Perth.
So that gap back to James Moy now almost at 9 seconds. Parents watching nervously here as their sons here come up in the schoolboys single scull. Alrighty, so the last 250 metres here, the final repechage in the schoolboys single scull, and the top 3 are in a good position. James Moy from the Hutchins School out of Tasmania was about 9 seconds back at the 1,500 metre mark. We saw that kind of margin pull back in the pair. Tough in the single with only 200 metres now to catch up. Out in front, Perth Modern School's Jonathan Foster. He's been leading for most of it, but I think he's been overcome here. Thomas Osborne, he was 3rd at the 1K, 2nd at the 1,500. Will he be 1st at the 2K? Certainly looking like he will be here. Great finish from the Unley High sculler, coached by Daniel Ralph and Jude Shermer. And he's overtaken Jonathan Foster, who's been leading at the last couple of time checks. And what a strong finish this is. Thomas Osborne. Fantastic work from the South Australian sculler, and he is on his way through to the quarterfinals, about to be joined by Jonathan Foster from Perth Modern School. Just looks to have been easing off that last few strokes. And Cash Kazakov from Canberra Grammar really easing off. He's going through in 3rd. James Moy from the Hutchins School, he goes to final E. and Kit Mueller from John Curtin goes to final F.
Confirmation of the results from repechage number 7 of the schoolboy singles sculls. First place and qualifying for the quarterfinals, Thomas Osborne from Unley High. Second place, Jonathan Foster from Perth Modern School. And third, Canberra Grammar's Cash Kazakov. They go through to the quarterfinals with James Moy from the Hutchins School going through to the E final, and Kit Mueller from John Curtin College going through to the F final. Racing is underway for the first heat of the club women's Coxed Eights. First and second go through to the final, with the rest through to the repechage. Lane 4, University of WA. Lane 5, A&A Rowing Club. Lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club and New South Wales Institute of Sport. And Lane 7, Mercantile Rowing Club from Victoria. And it is the Mercs crew out in front at the moment, taking an interesting line there through the lane as we see some of the drone footage. But Mercantile leading Sydney through the first 1,000 metres by 13 seconds, so a very strong lead. The crew of Zara Bongiorno, Felicity Murray, Olivia Nan, Jess Hawker, Eliza Planicic, Sophie Coltman, Amy Baker, Louise Carr, Isabel Finch is the coxswain, coached by Peter Somerville and Samuel Fennessy. They're leading the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Isabel Yardley, Grace Bennett, Neve Turney, Lauren Moran, Eliza Dunlop, Evie Thompson, Megan Hatfield, Isabel Fura, Mietta Jones as the coxswain, and coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. And we're just seeing footage now come through of our second, so it's really a race in 2 there. So we do have the University of WA crew of Izzy Emery, Alice Grolton, Isabella Marchetti, Liz Warren, Orla Flecker, Hayley Rowe, Lucy Eden, Portia Knight, and coxed by Liam Kerr, coached by Alex Salenza. And then the A&A crew of Alyssa Mansell, Mary Cameron, Renee Bravelli, Sophie Pilot, Bronte Fong, Natalie Gray, Nadia Gardner, Marianne D'Amato, Kay Jansen is the coxswain, and they're coached by Graham Scattergood.
So top 2 going through to the final in this Club Women's Coxed 8, the rest to the repechage, so 2 missing out. Posing for a photo there on the finish line. I tell you what, it is pretty picturesque, this course. And you can see everyone enjoying the weather today, the low levels of wind that we've had compared to yesterday and certainly earlier in the week, as Mercantile leading the way. 5:16.03 through the first 1,500 metres. Second and third, though, that is the cut-off point if you want to make it through straight to the final in this Club Women's Coxed 8 Sydney Rowing Club. Wow, that's a big gap, isn't it? Especially in an 8, 20 seconds almost in second. So the top 2 in a position here to go straight through to the final, and they've got clear water.
Yeah, there's some big gaps going on there, and then it's the battle between the 2 WA8s. The University of WA in lane 4, leading A&A Rowing Club in lane number 5. Big shout out to people that are listening around the country. Isabella Marchetti in the University of WA crew. Her sister Virginia, currently studying over in Canberra. Couldn't make it to see her sister row at Nationals, but I know Virginia, if she's not out bush on exercise, we'll be certainly watching on, the whole Marchetti family watching on here in Perth.
And at the moment, they're in a position where they're probably going to have to go via the repechage, the local crew, or the 2 local crews, if they want to make it through to the final here in this Club Women's Coxed 8. Heat number 1, Mercantile. They are looking good here. Not too much pressure on them at all, and they are cruising in beautifully here to the finish line, and they will go comfortably through to the final in this Club Women's Coxed 8. And after that performance, they are certainly going to be one of the crews to beat in this event, and they will be in one of the best lanes. They'll be in either lane 7 or 6 for that final. So Mercantile Rowing Club out of Victoria through to the final of the Club Women's Coxed 8. And it was a nice row for them, as is the case here for Sydney Rowing Club, also supported by N-Swiss. And they a little further back, but they are also safely through to the final. And then University of WA and A&A, they will have to go via the repechage. The only thing they're really racing for now is a better lane. And it's University of WA in a good position here for that repechage, which is going to take place a little bit later on today, late in the afternoon. So University of WA finishing in third, and A&A just strokes away from finishing fourth in this Heat 1 of the Club Women's Cox 8.
Confirmation there of the win for Mercantile Rowing Club in Heat 1 of the Club Women's Cox States. They'll go through to the final and will be joined by Sydney Rowing Club, with third going to the University of WA and A&A in fourth. Those two crews going through to the repechage. Race number 493 is underway. Heat number 2 of the Club Women's Cox State. Lane 4 is Swan River Rowing Club here in WA. Lane 5, Adelaide University. Lane 6, Sydney University. And Lane 7, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. And it is the crew, well, it's a nice even battle here for the two qualification positions for the final. We've got Sydney University about a boat length ahead of Adelaide University and UTS Haberfield. So that Sydney University crew, Gemma Campbell, Lily Gavin, Olivia Natty, Alyssa Fickers, Nikki Greenland, India Hobbs, Ella Metzines, Grace Turner, Alice Yardley is the coxswain, and they're coached by Alfie Young. They're leading the UTS Haberfield crew of Louisa Stock, Sarah Berricree, Holly Garner, Taylor Kerpenotis, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, Amelia Cooper, Lilla Anderton, Bronte Blackmore Cram is a coxswain, coached by Katie Healy. And then the Adelaide University crew, Caris Jones, Grace Appelt, Tierney Hamilton, Rebecca Monk, Joanne Malcolm, Jemima Richter, Claire Romaniuk, Deanna Macalino, Sophie Radford is the coxswain, and they're coached by Tom Dornbus.
That was a big gap, wasn't it? 15 seconds between Adelaide Uni in third and Swan River in fourth at the 500 mark. But as you said, this race for the all-important second spot is up for grabs between Adelaide Uni and UTS Haberfield. They're both 8 seconds behind Sydney University, who look safely in that first qualification spot. But there you can see second and third. We haven't had too many tight finishes for the qualification spots in the last half an hour or so, Stuart. So today, right now, here in this Club Women's Cox State Heat 2, it looks as though we could get a cracking race to the line to determine who goes straight through to the final.
Yeah, we've got a couple of representatives and a couple of reserves in that Sydney University crew. So Olivia Natty and Lily Gavin are the reserves for the Women's Youth 8 for New South Wales. Nikki Greenland, who's in that boat as well, will be the ACT Nell Slatter sculler in the interstate race tomorrow, and also competing in the Queen's Cup race as well. So they're comfortably out in front, but as you say, Ben, this battle between UTS and Adelaide University, one of those crews will go directly through to the final. The other has to go through the repechage, and I don't know that I could pick it coming up towards the last few stages.
Well, we're going to get the 1,500 metre time check, and what you can see is Sydney University, and you just rattled off the pedigree of that crew, so you can see why they are out in front, leading the way here quite comfortably. It was about 8 seconds at the 1K timing check, and the 1,500 metre timing check is literally just upon us. There's some Brighton rowing parents watching on and might see themselves on the big screen, give themselves away. Maybe not, they're deep in conversation, but just showing you the crowd that is built here at Champion Lakes in Perth for the Australian Rowing Championships Day 6, the penultimate day here of competition, and it's half a second the gap at the 1,500 metre mark. So Adelaide University still sitting there in third, looking to strike here. UTS Haberfield in second, Sydney University 10 seconds clear, and then back in fourth is Swan River Rowing Club.
And that Adelaide University crew, Jemima Richter and Deanna Macalino in the South Australian Queen's Cup crew, and Joanne Malcolm a reserve for that one as well. So we've got plenty of interstate representatives in the Club Women's Cox State event.
And we cannot wait for this last 250 metres, Stuart. This is going to be a wonderful race to the line here. Get excited, because this Club Women's Cox State for the top 2 spots in the final is going to go right down to the wire. There's no issues out in front, though, for Sydney University. The only problem they might have is they will just have to slightly lift it, because second and third are going to fly to the finish line to try and get a spot straight in the final. And this is going to be so crucial because the repechage is taking place later today. They want to put their feet up and get ready for the final, which is going to take place tomorrow. Sydney University out in front comfortably there. Adelaide University and UTS Haberfield in a race for the line, and still they are neck and neck. You cannot separate them with 50 metres to travel. Sydney University in first place. They are slowing down the rate. They are powerfully driving through. Adelaide University and UTS, though, they are going up and down the slide very, very quickly, and Adelaide University doing it a little bit better than UTS, and they get it by a bit more than half a boat length. 3/4 it opened out to on the line, so that was a wonderful final 500 from Adelaide Uni, who overturned a half a second deficit at the 1500 metre mark to finish second. UTS go into the repechage, and so too will Swan River Rowing Club.
And you can see there the UTS crew really taking in some deep breaths. That was a fantastic race, the entire 2,000 metres for that second qualification position. Confirmation then of the win for Sydney University in the Club Women's Cox State. They'll go directly through to the final. Joining them will be Adelaide University with UTS Haberfield and Swan River to go through to the repechage. As Ben Horner steps out, we have Chris McCarthy coming in time for the first heat of the under-17 schoolboy Cox 8s. First going directly through to the final, with the rest through to the repechage, as we just see them out on the start line. St Augustine's lane number 1, Scotch College Adelaide in lane 2, Scots from New South Wales in lane 3. Lane 4 is the Hale School from here in WA. Lane 5, St Joseph's College, New South Wales. Lane 6, Scotch College, Victoria. And Lane 7, Guildford Grammar here in WA.
And one of our only 7-boat races here at the Australian Rowing Championships for this week. Using the 6-lane progression system for the most part, so that we have the flexibility to move the lanes around with the prevailing winds. But some reduced schedules and reduced times has meant that we have squeezed all 7 boats onto the course as it's lights out. And away we go for the first heat of the under-17 schoolboy Cox 8. All crews getting away pretty cleanly there, but looked to be Scotch College on the far side of the course in lane 6 that got away best in the opening exchanges. That's a combination of Fletcher Douglas, Lachlan Lawson, Jack Atkins, Tom Mitchell, Louis Emmett, Joe Collingwood, Hugo Purnell, Ted Burney and their Cox Thomas Finlay that got away best in the opening strokes this first heat, and they'll want to get away best because it is only the first place crew who will move through directly to tomorrow's A final, with the remainder of the crews contesting repechages this evening in these after the result of these 2 heats, and that'll be weighing heavily on the minds of a lot of these crews, as I would say almost the majority are also contesting the under-19 8, which has some racing left to complete throughout the course of today.
Yeah, the Guildford Grammar crew in lane number 7 doing quite well as well. Felix Meechan, Darcy Ride, Oliver Ainsley, Miles Clode, Daniel Dahoney, Aidan Hanaway, Jacob Lawrence, Patrick Meiklejohn, coxed by Judd Patton and coached by Tony Lovrich. As we see them now coming up towards the 500 metre Marcus St Joseph's College, looking like they're sitting in second place. Not much between them and the Scotch College from Victoria in first. In fact, you just see them now, St Joseph's from New South Wales, just starting to move up, and not a lot in it about
racing
the width
here
of the bow number in between them. So Scotch College in the lead, less than a second back to St Joseph's. Scotch sitting in third, Scotch College Adelaide in fourth, St Augustine's in fifth, Hale in sixth, and Guildford Grammar in seventh. But not a great deal between all of our crews at the moment. The St Joseph's crew, Charles Watt, Daniel Taylor, Nicholas Callanan, Thomas Maloney, McKinley Dooley, Gus Siosolka, Matthias Maloney, Darcy Williams, Benjamin Clark is the coxswain. They're coached by Will Raven, Michael Lane and Tom Morgan.
So probably won't weigh too heavily on the minds of most of these crews that the vast majority will have to contest the repechage. So they will be thinking about the lane that they are set to secure in that repechage. As we know how quickly the conditions can change, and they'll want to secure that best lane to avoid having to have too many steering dramas as the St Augustine's crew approaching the 1,000-metre mark now, demonstrating. But it does look to be St Joseph's just getting their bow ball in front of Scotch College now. Those are the two, they look like two red crews in the centre of the course, but it is in fact Cerise of St Joseph's College and red and yellow of Scotch that lead the race from lanes 5 and 6. That's the Scotch College from Victoria, not the Scotch College from Adelaide that's sitting in lane 2, and not the Scots College from Sydney that's sitting in lane 3. So the draw this morning testing our tongue-twisting abilities, but it is St Joseph's College, nice easy one to roll off the tongue, that is leading by about half a boat length, 2.38 seconds back to Scotch from Victoria, Scots from New South Wales in third. St Augustine's moving up into fourth place, 1.16 the margin there. Scotch College Adelaide in fifth, Guildford Grammar in sixth, and the locals from Hale in seventh place at the halfway point in the race.
Yeah, that Scots College crew from New South Wales of Jack Lamson, Archie Hughes, Monty Picalis, Tom Juricic, Samuel Stewart, Lucas McGregor, Sam Ireland, Angus Wells, Finlay Cardno is the coxswain. They're coached by Edward Manson and Dustin Butler. The Scotch College Adelaide crew, Harry McDonald, Nathan Derigi, Sam Young, Toby Merrigan, Max Bramy, Oscar Cattell, Mitchell Lucas, Patrick Keenan, James Appleby is the coxswain. They're coached by James Sapelt, Tom Merrigan and Andre Pistonic.
St Joseph's College are looking to break the connection with Scotch College from Victoria, as they have just a fraction of overlap between their stern and the bow ball of the presumably Hudson Shell from Scotch College, as they go through about 1,250 metres road on the course. And St Joseph's will be looking to go directly through to the A final, resting the legs ahead of that race coming up in the middle of tomorrow morning's program.
And we're just seeing a nice little move here from St Augustine's. You can see them over in lane number 1. That's the crew of Jay Taylor, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tancred, William Pender, Josh Arundel, Henry Goldsworthy is the coxswain, and they're coached by Bjarni Ungermack. So they're sitting in fourth place at the moment, but only about a quarter of a boat length between themselves and the Scots College crew in lane number 3, as we just see them through the 1500. Still St Joseph's leading Scotch College Victoria in second, with Scots sitting in third, St Augustine's in fourth, Scotch College Adelaide in fifth, Guildford Grammar in sixth, and then the Hale crew from WA in seventh. That's Harvey Pinata, William Flavel, Jack Hatter, Caleb Levers, Atticus Sarandopoulos, Alex Holy, Archie Hinchcliffe, Samuel Bradell, Denzel Gunter is the coxswain, and coached by Timothy Whitcomb and Mike Quinn.
St Augustine's just trying to move up on their local rivals of the Scots College, as they trail by about half a length at this point, and we'll be aiming to close that gap as they come towards the finish line now. It's a big ask, half a length, but there is plenty of time to do it in the last 250 metres. St Joseph's College from Sydney, the boys from Hunters Hill have broken that connection with Scotch College from Victoria. They're about half a length of clear water between them, and the battle between St Augustine's and Scots on the far side of the course will start to creep up onto the early race leaders of Scotch College from Victoria in lane number 6, who were leading and have been rode through by St Joseph's, and now have to defend that second place finish from the rivals on the far side of the course. But I think they do have that one all sewn up, as do St Joseph's College, who have moved through the field about the halfway point of the race and will come forward now to secure their spot directly in the prime qualifying position of the A final of the under-17 schoolboys Cox State. Scotch College from Victoria will cross the line in second. They'll contest the repechage this evening. Scots from New South Wales hang on to a fast finishing St Augustine's crew, who will cross the line in fourth place, and then in fifth will be Scotch College from Adelaide, ahead of a tight battle between Guildford Grammar and Hale School, who will round out the final two places in this 7-boat heat. The first heat, the under-17 schoolboy Cox State.
Confirmation of the win for St Joseph's College, New South Wales. I'll go directly through to the final, with the rest going through to the repechage. Race number 495 is underway. It's heat number 2 of the under-17 Schoolboy Cox Stakes. Lane 2, Canberra Grammar. Lane 3, Trinity College. Lane 4, Christchurch Grammar. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College. Lane 6, Brighton Grammar. And in Lane 7, Aquinas College.
Running about 25 minutes behind schedule at the moment as our second heat of the under-17 Schoolboys Cox State assume their positions on the starting blocks. Line themselves in the fingers and just getting themselves pointed possibly just into the wind and not quite straight down the course, as they know they'll have a few seconds sitting at attention where they will drift back straight before the lights. They don't go out, they turn green, and they get underway here at the Champion Lakes Regatta course as the drone flies over and shows us what's going on down at the start line. See those crews pointing just slightly to their stroke side, which is just slightly into the wind, as I mentioned, in anticipation of being blown straight right before the start gets underway. So we've got Canberra Grammar in lane 2 on the right-hand side of your picture. Trinity College in lane 3. Christchurch in lane 4. Prince Alfred College in lane 5. Brighton Grammar in lane 6. And Aquinas College, the locals, in lane 7.
And you just see on that footage the over behind the islands, the open lightweight men's Cox 8s for the Bucks Trophy, our next race down the course. So
a lot of passion and a lot of composite crews.
There are a lot of composite crews, but it's always a very even race in the Lighty 8s.
It is. And I'll talk more about it as we get a bit closer, but I do think that the favourite crew is probably in the least favoured lane, which, as we've seen already yesterday, makes for some fantastic racing, particularly in the lightweight 8. There's a lot of passion on the line in the Lighty 8, and I know the Australian lightweight community loves coming together to get crews together for that one, and produced some fantastically close finishes over the last couple of years, and some fantastically close finishes at the New South Wales State Championships over the last couple of years as well. That largely UTS crew has taken a couple of hits over the last couple of years, and they'll be pretty keen to get up there today.
Plenty of passion on display as we get underway for heat number 2 of the under-17 Schoolboys Cox 8s. So crews off and racing now. Lane 2, Canberra Grammar, Marcus Tremopoulos, Byron Ellis, Harry Bodman, Alistair Bridgewater, Ethan Murphy, Cameron Schmidt, Nicholas Vandervolt, Lucas McLean, Joshua Heyman is the coxswain, and they're coached by Beth Bryan and Ben Johnston. In second place, and not too far off the lead through the very early stages, the local crew from Trinity College: Seamus McHugh, Samuel Trantner, Thomas Sinclair, Isaac Boston, Harry Johnson, Charlie Sampson, Jay Senior, Luca Fowler, Harry Dillon is the coxswain, and they're coached by Phil Djurjevic and Thomas Trantner.
All crews getting away pretty well and pretty evenly in the first 55 seconds of racing, and Brighton Grammar in lane 6 look to have gotten away the best, but they are locked in a pretty tight battle there with the Mpaca shell of Prince Alfred College on their stroke side. So the Victorians against the South Australians in the opening exchanges of this second heat of the under-17 Schoolboys Cox 8. Prince Alfred College maybe just settling into their rhythm a little bit better in the last 10 strokes or so, as they've just edged their bow ball in front, as we'll see them approaching the 500-metre timing point shortly. Brighton Grammar rowing a very distinctively Victorian style with the early square and the very upright setup for the stroke, but Prince Alfred College maybe just rowing a little bit longer and their blades in the water a little bit earlier and a little bit tidier than Brighton Grammar, as they lead by 0.29 of a second at that first timing juncture. Trinity College in third, Christchurch in fourth, Aquinas College in fifth, Canberra Grammar in 6 at that first timing point. So only the first place crew will qualify directly to the A final. The remainder of the crews will have to fish again in the repechage this evening, and it looks like we're going to have a great battle unfolding for that one and only direct qualifying spot.
Yeah, it's between Prince Alfred College in lane 5, the crew of Jasper Hill, Marco Worth, Angus Fremantle, Samuel Remelay, Angus Williams, Max Garnett, Louis Dawson, Oliver Smith, Tiago Barlow is the coxswain. They're coached by Amanda Tidswell and Mitchell Moore. The Brighton Grammar crew next to them, Hamish Elliott, Fletcher Brown, Michael Ferrand, Tom Trist, Isaac Pells, Oscar Gudja-McGrath, Hugh Cavangeli, Oliver Smith, Monty Brown is the coxswain, and they're coached by Thomas Haddon.
So that Prince Alfred College have just managed to keep their noses in front, but they're not really going anywhere. Brighton Grammar not letting them get away with it just yet. I would say that Prince Alfred College is looking the more efficient of the two crews in the lead at the moment, but the Brighton crew obviously with a good amount of heart getting out early and then holding the Prince Alfred crew and not letting them run away with it in the opening 1,000 metres of the race. Those crews approaching the first, the 1,000 metre timing point, and the margin will be just over a canvas, maybe 2 seats to Prince Alfred College. 2 seats indeed it is. The margin, we'll get a direct timing on that one, 1.24 seconds. I'd say it would have been closer than that as these two crews battle it out to save their legs and not have to race this 2,000 metre course again this evening. They'll be able to go home and put their feet up and prepare for tomorrow's A final should they find themselves successful in this second heat. At that first timing point, it was Trinity College sitting back in 3rd, Christchurch in 4th, Aquinas still in 5th, and Canberra Grammar making up the remainder of the field. So the rest of the field mostly unchanged between the first and second timing points, but the thought of securing the best lane and the easiest lane in the repechage will be at the forefront of these boys' minds, and particularly at the Cox's minds, as they urge their boys on and remind them of where they sit in the race. As Prince Alfred College stretch out to closer to half a boat length lead at this stage, so just looking a little bit tidier as we see on the drone footage there.
It's the baseball caps versus the bucket hats.
Always a contentious subject, particularly in schoolboy rowing, but Brighton Grammar, a big fan of their white bucket hats for Toners rowing.
So the crew in lane 4, Christchurch Grammar sitting in 4th place, Magnus Miles, Nick Thayer, Jetlin Edgerton Warburton, Sam Hoy, Henry Gibb, Thomas Arbery, Darcy Bush, Tom Poulsen, and Toby Warner is the coxswain, coached by Simon Cox. And then the crew from the final crew from Aquinas College in WA, Harrison Hill, Jared McKay, Lucas Babato, Oliver Williams, Ashton Smith, Andy Lance Robson, James Chilcott, Hugo Denny, and Max King is the coxswain, as we see them now coming up towards the 1,500 metre point, and Prince Alfred College out in front at the moment. They haven't always had the best of times this regatta. They had an issue in the double yesterday, and then this morning in the quad they had an equipment issue at the start, were able to fix that, and then unfortunately the stroke seat unable to go through. So, but definitely looking strong here through the 1,500 metre of the second heat, the under-17 schoolboy Cox State. Brighton Grammar sitting in 2nd place. There's still about a boat length between the two crews at the moment. Trinity College sitting in 3rd, about 10 seconds back, and then back a little bit further to Christchurch Grammar, Aquinas College, and Canberra Grammar School making up our field.
Yeah, so Brighton Grammar just not quite letting go yet. There's still a little bit of overlap between those two crews, but a lot of work to do now as the crews approach the red buoys that signify the last 250 metres of the course. It'll be a big move for Brighton Grammar to overcome the early lead developed by Prince Alfred College, have just broken out a foot or two of clear water between their stern and the bow ball of Brighton Grammar. It'll be a lot of work to do for Brighton Grammar. I don't think they'll quite have it in them to overtake Prince Alfred College, who have rowed so well all the way through this race, and definitely looking like the class crew across both of these two heats. They are looking very, very tidy and efficient indeed, and very mature for an under-17 crew. That is for sure, as they stride out from a start to finish lead in the second heat. The under-17 schoolboys Cox 8. They'll come across the line possibly a little bit slower than the winners of our first heat, but they've done it fairly comfortably. The crew from Prince Alfred in the M packet shell will cross the line now. Just a length and a half clear of the boys from Brighton Grammar. In second place will contest the repechage this evening. On the...
You can see how much that meant to the Prince Alfred College crew.
Yeah, they're very happy with that one indeed, and it'll be the crew from Trinity College crossing the line in third place, Christchurch fourth, Brighton, not Brighton rather, with
Aquinas
on the timing, but the Aquinas College crew in fifth place, and Canberra Grammar, rounding out the field in seventh place.
It's confirmation there of the win for Prince Alfred College from South Australia. They go directly through to the final, with the rest going through to the repechage. And now we're on to one of the big races of the day, Chris. It is the final of the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed Eights. In lane 4, it is a UTS Haberfield, Nepean, Canberra, Adelaide, ANU, North Esk composite. Lane 5 is a Mercantile, Banks, Barwon, Corio Bay, Melbourne University composite. Lane 6, Toowong, University of Queensland, North Esk commercial composite. And lane 7, Swan River, Fremantle, University of WA, West Australian Rowing Club composite. So there are a lot of different zooties coming down the course at the moment in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed Eights. And through the 1,000 metres, it was the Toowong composite leading the UTS Haberfield composite by less than 2 seconds. Back another second to the Mercantile composite, and the Swan River composite sitting in fourth place. So that UTS composite, Matisse Ferrier, Connor Ryan, Hamish Harding, Oscar McGuinness, James Waldersee, Jack Henderson, Jason Waddell, Sean Murphy, Nicholas Rogers as the coxswain. The Mercantile composite, George Durham, Stephen O'Sullivan, Jordan Roberts, Damien Schroeder, Charles Radin, Thomas Hastings, Nick Zegeda, Benjamin Whitty and Phoebe Barrett. The Toowong composite, Harry Dixon, Micah Talbot, Dion Birtwistle, Riley Williams, Jack Price, Blaine Hesseltine, Christian Place, Jack Bowser, Asher Underhill as the coxswain, and the Swan River composite, Jacob Sangster, Sam Tolan, Digby Marshall, Ethan Ed, Mario Lepresti, Patrick Boer, Rowan James, Perry Ward and Cooper Anspach is the coxswain.
Yeah, so our top three crews emerging fairly early on in the race here. Toowong leading the charge as the crews approach the 1,500 metre timing point, just narrowly ahead of the largely New South Wales composite from UTS Haberfield on the far side of the course. Splitting them will be the Mercantile composite, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport in lane 5, who trail by just about half a length from those two crews. Toowong will go through the 1,500 metre timing point in the lead, 1.29 seconds the margin back to the UTS composite. Mercantile in third place. This is a little bit of an indicator for the Penrith Cup tomorrow, with the New South Wales Penrith Cup racing in the UTS combination, who are joined actually by Connor Ryan, who's in the Tasmanian crew, and Oscar McGuinness in the South Australian crew. The Mercantile composite's currently sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. That'll be the Victorian crew, joined by the reserve and a couple of others, and then the most of the Queensland crew as well, or the entire Queensland crew rather, in the Toowong composite crew, which were our early race leaders, but UTS Haberfield composite on the far side of the course starting to make a move now into the last 500 metres. We're in for some fantastic lightweight racing here today, ladies and gentlemen, for the Bucks Trophy. The UTS Haberfield composite alongside the Australian National University, Adelaide Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Clubs, and Nepean Rowing Club rather. I'm going to stop listing clubs, there are too many to mention in this race. They've started to move, and the Victorians have started to move as well, and Toowong have responded. So Toowong are leading by half a boat length once again, as they've led most of the way down to the course. They've seen the threats from either side and they have responded. They're moving out to half a boat length lead, but the battle is on for the silver medal position. UTS Haberfield composite have sat there all the way through the race, while Mercantile have trailed in the bronze medal position. They won't settle for that though, as they push through in the last 200 metres of the race. The Toowong composite crew will cross the line and be gold medalists in the Open Lightweight Men's 8. The Mercantile composite, the Victorians, sneak through in the last 100 metres to take the silver medal position ahead of the largely New South Wales crew, who will cross the line in third in the bronze medal position. And the Swan River composite on this side of the course will finish just outside the medals in fourth place. That was fantastic.
There was absolutely nothing in that. So the results that they have up there, the Toowong University of Queensland, North Esk and Commercial crew winning by 1.3 seconds over the Mercantile Banks, Barwon, Corio Bay, Melbourne University crew coming through there. So 1 second between first and second, and then 0.23 between second and third. That UTS, Haberfield, Nepean, Canberra, Adelaide, ANU and North Esk composite. The winning time there of 6 minutes 14.89. That was a finish.
That was some lightweight racing, Stuart. That was fantastic. It's always a pleasure to see this event at the Australian National Championships, and a bit of an indicator of form ahead of the Penrith Cup. So I'd say the Queenslanders, they were definitely the crew to beat based on paper, and proving that today, arresting any doubt in the Victorians with a really strong finish as well, coming across the New South Wales crew that is buoyed by probably some of the best members of the other crews as well. So the Victorians will be one to watch, especially in the closing stages of the Penrith Cup tomorrow afternoon.
Moving on to race number 497, it's Repechage 1 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls, first and second, through to the semi-finals. Lane 2, Lords Hill College from Queensland. Lane 3 from Pernhoss College in WA. Lane 4, Trinity Lutheran from Queensland. Lane 5, Perth College. Lane 6, Wrighton Girls School in Victoria. And Lane 7, Kurrawa Anglican Girls, also from Victoria. So again, not much between our leading crews at the moment. Kurrawa Anglican Girls leading by 0.3 of a second ahead of Lords Hill College from Queensland in second place, and then back another couple of seconds to Wrighton Girls in third, Trinity Lutheran in fourth, Perth College in fifth and Pernhoss in sixth. So that Kurrawa Anglican Girls School of Mia Smith, Annabelle Phipps Parsons, Maddie Pavlovich, Abby Sharrock, Molly Lassen as the coxswain. In second place, the crew from Lords Hill, Sienna Becker, Paris Reed, Bethany Harvest, Milena Wilcox, Sienna Slennett Roberts as the coxswain. And then the third place crew through 500 metres was Wrighton Girls, Chloe Dillon, Lucy Gillen, Matilda Pilkington, Grace Hereford, Pippa Reed as the coxswain in that crew.
So progression in these repechages. So we've got four repechages of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad to row here over the next 20 minutes or so, and the progression will be the first and second place crews will progress to the semi-finals this evening, and the third and fourth place crews to the C final, the fifth and sixth place crews moving through to the D final. So interestingly enough, our more successful crews in these rounds of racing will progress through to have an extra round of racing under their legs by the time they get to the A final, as Lords Hill lead the charge at the 1,000 metre mark at the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad. Wrighton Girls in second, Kurrawa Anglican Girls in third, Trinity Lutheran narrowly in fourth, Perth College in fifth place. As Stuart John steps out of the commentary box, and I'm joined once again by Richard Dorstein.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, what a race that was just before in the lightweight eights. That was a brilliant finish. We move back onto our Schoolgirls Quad Sculls now, so a couple of repechages here. Four, in fact, with a big field of entries in the Schoolgirls Quad and the Schoolboys Quad to follow. Wrighton Girls School, of course, such a strong history in this particular event, but sitting in second place at the moment behind Lords Hill from Brisbane. Top two on either side of the course. And Kurrawa round out the top three. Also Trinity Lutheran there in lane four. That's Ruby Hodges, Scarlett Wood, Lily Fruin, Isabel Clifford and Lola Sullivan. They are coached by Eric Rowan.
So the Kurrawa Anglican Girls School, who are currently placed in third place, just narrowly outside of that trip to the semi-final. Their head coach, Jane Robertson, this year it was 20 years since she won the World Championships in the quad in Milan, representing Australia. And now imparting that knowledge and experience onto Kurrawa Anglican Girls School crew of Mia Smith, Annabelle Phipps Parsons, Maddie Pavlovich and Abby Sharrock. That crew coxed by Molly Larson, and they're currently still sitting back just in third place, a bit over a boat length back there A tight battle unfolding between Lords Hill and Wrighton girls for first and second place. Both crews will go through to the semi-final, but the order in which they cross the line still yet to be determined as things heat up and look to progress with slim margins here in the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull.
So Lewis Hill there, who still do lead this race over on lane 2. So challenging the seating slightly in this repechage, and the two crews on the favoured side of the course from Wrighton girls and that Corowa crew we just mentioned, and also Trinity Lutheran in the centre of the course. Certainly not too far away, but only two will go through here to the semi-final. So quite the battle for the qualifying spots, with on opposite sides of the course. It looks to be Lewis Hill and Wrighton girls, our leading two crews by a battle length from Corowa, and then Trinity Lutheran ahead of Perth College and Penrose, two of the West Australian crews here. And again, we thank Penrose College for the provision of the boat holders and medal tray holders here. We're about to see the first of our presentations for the day, and the students from Penrose will be front and centre in that process as well. But it comes down to the line here between Wrighton girls and over on the far side, the Lewis Hill combination, looking for two spots here through to the semi-finals of the schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull.
The margin back to third, narrowing as well, but probably not enough to challenge for those qualifying spots in the final. We've got Wrighton girls, who have been trailing behind the combination on the far side of...
Just about coming through to take the lead, but here, Wrighton. They're both going to go through, Wrighton and Lewis Hill.
It's going to be very close. That's going to be too close to call there. That's going to go to a photo finish. I'm not actually confident in calling that one. I'm normally pretty happy to make a ill-advised...
You don't want to destroy your perfect record, Chris. That's Trinity Lutheran stuck home for third there. And then it was Corowa in fourth. So that Corowa crew just being overtaken very late in the race. But yes, a photo for first and second. I'd concur with that call. And then it's the two Perth schools who'll be fifth and sixth, Perth College and Penrose. So they'll go through to the semi-finals. Again, semis later. In fact, they will not go through. They'll go to the C and D finals, the remaining crews. And they'll race tomorrow morning. Semi-finals later this afternoon, but for Wrighton and Lewis Hill. But the order of their progression is not yet confirmed, but both will certainly go through. The presentation of medals and the Buckingham Centenary Trophy for the Open Lightweight Men's 8 Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Tim Morris, Chair of the Board of Rowing Tasmania and member of the jury of the Australian Rowing Championships. Place and bronze medalists representing the UTS Haberfield, Nepean, Canberra, Adelaide, Australian National University and North-Est rowing clubs. Crew of Baptiste Ferrer, Connor Ryan, Hamish Harding, Oscar McGuinness, James Waldersea, Jack Henderson, Jason Waddell, and Sean Murphy. Coxed by Nicholas Rogers and coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. Second place and silver medalists Composite crew from the Mercantile, Banks, Barwon, Corio Bay and Melbourne University Boat Clubs. George Derham. Stephen O'Sullivan. Jordan Roberts. Damien Schroeder. Charles Raden. Thomas Hastings. Nick Zigida. Benjamin Whitney and Phoebe Barrett, coached by Brendan Scott and Alistair Matthews. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023. Composite crew from the Toowong University of Queensland, North Esk and Commercial Rowing Clubs. Crew of Harry Dixon, Micah Talbot, Dion Birtwhistle, Riley Williams, Jack Price, Lane Hesseltine, Christian Place, Jack Bowser and Asher Underhill. Who is coached by Mark Game, Michael Russell and Stephen Pozzi. The Buckingham Centenary Trophy will now be presented by Tim Morris. Please congratulate our Australian champion and medalists in the lightweight men's 8.
Thank you, Richard. And just as that presentation got underway, we just had behind it crossing the second repechage of the Schoolgirls Cox quadruple scull. So Kinross, Wallaroy were the start to finish winners of that race. Ruby, Liago, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan, Lucy Searle, Jake Carra there, Cox, and that crew will go through to the semi-final and be joined by Melbourne Girls College in lane 7. Furbank Grammar will move through to the C final, as will Seymour College in lane 3, and then MLCQ move through to the D final in that race. And we have the third repechage of the Schoolgirls Cox quadruple scull underway on the course now, and they're just moving towards the 1,000-metre mark. We'll cross the 1,000-metre mark as we speak. It'll be Queenwood will be leading, following on from a rather successful morning in the early stages of racing for Queenwood already today. That's the combination of Anna Sieve, Brooke Cuttons, Zoe James, Phoebe Campbell, Naomi Peace there, Cox, Ella Davidson, Ashley Fitch and Ocean Nolan coaching that crew that are leading at the 1,000-metre mark from Radford College. Hannah Sampson, Chloe Miller, Zoe McIntosh, Zoe Hickey, Stuart Ward the Cox and Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christophids and Gordon Marks, the coaches there. They had a pretty healthy margin on Strathcona in third, MLCQ in fourth, and the second of the two Strathcona crews in fifth place. Those three crews missing out on the chance to race the semi-final at this stage with a 7.3 second margin between second and third at the 1,000-metre mark.
We did also get there, Chris, I think confirmation of that photo finish in the first repechage, and it was a narrow win, a very narrow win to Wrighton Girls, was it, by 3/100ths of a second?
3/100ths of a second. That is tight in.
Was indeed close. So Wrighton, yes, beating Lewis Hill by pretty much the smallest of margins. So they both go through, as you mentioned, Kinross and Melbourne Girls College from repechage 2. And looks increasingly likely that Queenwood and Radford College will do the same here in repechage 3 of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, with still one repechage to go to determine our semi-finalists who will race again later on this afternoon. The race is 5:35 and 5:36, but Queenwood and Radford, the two crews, well clear here, and then Strathcona lane 4, the better of the three Victorian crews, in fact, on that side of the course. That's Charlotte Harris, Leah Leeton, Sophie McIntosh, Lily Douglas and Miller Pitkinnon, coached by Patrick Daly. Our leaders closing in on the final quarter of the race. Queenwood still comfortably in front. And it will be well over a length now as they come into the final part of the race. They led by just 1.69 seconds after 1,000 metres, but well beyond that now, out to 5.62 seconds, the margin from Queenwood back to Radford College.
Really pushing on in the closing stages of the race, despite having to do an extra race compared to the third, fourth and fifth place getters in this race, who will just progress directly through to the finals. But a semi-final awaiting for our top two finishers here in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad at this stage. Almost certainly to be Queenwood and Radford College. Radford there coached by Gordon Marks, former head coach of Australian Para Rowing.
Queenwood looking very much in control of things there, but over in lane 7. It has been a busy couple of days, I think, for the Queenwood girls, appearing in multiple events. And here in the Cox Quad Scull, they come through with just over 200 metres to race now, and certainly a Clearwater leader continues to be from Radford College second, Strathcona in third, in turn from MLCQ on the far side, possibly fourth. Very tight with them and the remaining Strathcona crew in the centre lane. But our two qualifiers fairly clear and have been, in fact, for most of this race. So a comfortable qualification likely, which is certainly good news for these crews that will have to race again. Later on this afternoon, races 5:35 and 5:36. It will be the two semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Quad, which will come up about 3:30, 3:35 and 3:30 and 3:35, the two semi-finals. And going through to those races will indeed be the crew from Queenwood in lane 7, who will go across 2 lengths clear of Radford College, who will finish in second on lane 6. So they are the top two through to those semi-finals. Third place, the first of those two crews from Strathcona on lane 4. Fourth and fifth lanes an all-Melbourne battle here, and it will be MLCQ in the end. About a length or so clear of Strathcona lane 5, the remaining two crews in the race, but it is Queenwood and Radford College who'll go through from this third repechage. Just over 8 minutes is the initial unofficial time, 8:00:05. Not quite up to the pace set in the previous race, but a pretty easy win there by 7.39 seconds to Queenwood over Radford College.
Yeah, it did look as though that Queenwood crew were taking it pretty easy in the last few hundred metres. They made a good move in the third 500 and earned themselves the right to relax.
The fourth repechage well advanced as well, the fourth and final repechage now of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. Two more semi-finalists to emerge from this race. We'll go through to those semi-finals at 3:30 and 3:35 this afternoon. Already waiting, of course, in those races are the heat winners from back on Thursday afternoon when we raced the heats of the Schoolgirls Quad Scull events. And Albert Park College, the leaders here. Crew on lane 5. A pretty handy lead too for them. Gippsland Grammar both second and third, with they have got two crews in the race. That's not a timing error there. That's lane 7 and 3, the two crews from Gippsland Grammar. The lane 7 combination is in second place, and lane 3 sits in third. Hunter Valley Grammar is fourth. Strathcona in fifth place, with so at least 3 crews in this event from the Strathcona School, and Perth College sits in sixth position.
A lot of talk this weekend about Albert Park being as fast as it's ever been, but I don't think they were referring to the rowing, although Albert Park College doing a great job, but 7 and a bit seconds ahead of Gippsland Grammar there in second. Top two to the semi, third and fourth to the C final on Sunday, and fourth and fifth, or fifth and sixth rather, to the D final.
Yes, Olivia Lewis, Ella Kilipkoski, Eva Levishova and Saskia Payne. That double scull collectively was very successful in the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta in Geelong a couple of weeks ago. Lulu Gleason Payne the Cox, and Virginia Lee, of course, the coach of the Albert Park College program, who are currently barricaded out of their sheds by the cars speeding around the racetrack on Albert Park, but they are doing a very good job over here for the week in Perth. The Albert Park College crew well clear now as they come through 1,500 metres, and they've got a lead of some maybe close to 3 lengths there over Gippsland Grammar in second place, 8.99 seconds in fact, ahead of Zaha Rose Beatty, Ella Garand, Zoe Hornline, Hannah Roberts and Kayla Young. That crew is coached by Nick Bartlett, and Gippsland Grammar also there in third place on the other side of the course. Anastasia Buhugia, Scarlett Tavaski, April Harrison, Tilly Fox and Lucy Hodges in that boat, ahead then of Hunter Valley Grammar, who would be fourth. Samantha Chadwick, Sienna McKenzie, Amelia Dennis, Annabella Thornton and Oliver Williamson, coached by Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh. So qualifiers again look to be just about set. Certainly Albert Park College a comfortable lead. Might become a Gippsland Grammar battle for the second and third, or the second qualifying spot, but at this stage certainly the Lane 7 crew looks to be in control. They come through now with about 300 or so metres still to race. So Albert Park College a clear lead, a clear look back on the rest of the field. It's the Hunter Valley Grammar crew that sits behind them in fourth place. In fact, Hunter Valley Grammar, too far away from Gippsland Grammar's third place crew as well. And the yellow colours there of Strathcona in fifth. Belle Gemmell, Nicole Tesh-Ornelas, Matilda Stoltz, Ellie Turnham and Leah Curnow there. And the crew on the far side from Perth College, Bronte Fong, Anna Salmon, Izzy Bolton, Alessia Sirocco and Sophia Taraborelli, coached by Claire Jansen and Michael Beer. But Albert Park College remaining well in front of that lead. It's probably shrunk a little over the closing section of the race, as Gippsland Grammar have had to, and are still working pretty hard just to maintain a clear hold on second spot. But they'll do exactly that as our leading couple of crews head towards the finish line, and they'll be across. First place goes to Albert Park College on lane 5. Second will be the crew from Gippsland Grammar, lane 7. Third will also be Gippsland Grammar, holding off that late surge from Hunter Valley Grammar, with still a couple of strokes to go for those crews. But they will go through to the C final. Gippsland Grammar lane 3 in third, fourth the Hunter Valley Grammar, fifth will be Strathcona, and sixth the crew from Perth College. So it's Albert Park College and Gippsland Grammar lane 7 who qualify for the semis from the fourth and final repechage of this Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. 8:04.17 there, so it looked like those repechages were getting slower as they went along. But again, it was a pretty comfortable win to Albert Park College.
Yeah. As we move through to the Schoolboys Cox Quads, I'm going to step out for a bite to eat, and we'll have Ben Homer taking you through the next few races.
You've done well to get Ben away from lunch. I think he's preparing for his 2 races tomorrow morning, so he needs to keep the diet on schedule. Welcome back, Ben.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, Chris has jumped out to get the chicken sandwiches before I can get them. So,
he's learnt well over the last few days.
He's done a good job of getting it just in time. But luckily, the volunteers, can I just say to everyone that has provided the food for the volunteers, it's been really nice and a great feat. So to everyone involved, also the volunteers doing a wonderful job down at the...
Yes, they are. The volunteers in general have been spectacular at this regatta. A lot of people, I know that Sarah Black's been recruiting for 12 months to bring people here to Champion Lakes, and they have certainly been a wonderful and happy group, and always willing to help in everything from the car parking and work out on the course and in the spectator area as well. So it's great to see the blue-shirted volunteers being very prominent around the venue. Kinross Walleroy, the leading crew here in race 501. So we are over 500 races into this regatta now, which means I think about 150 or so to go over the remaining day and a bit. And this is the first of 4 repechages in the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. The Kinross crew out in front, George Wakem, Magnus Cleary, Ethan Shaw, Fletcher Smith and Angus Peterson, coached by Benjamin Watt. And in second place, in the other qualifying spot on the other side of the course, it would be Trinity Grammar from Melbourne, Matthew Rigby, Patrick McNerney, David Morris, Carter Beamish and Sam McDonald. Not to be confused with Trinity College of Perth, who is alongside them in lane 4 in third spot. That's Jack Bletchington, Liam Giron, Xavier Nicoletto, Rocco Fowler and Lucas D'Angelo as they head into the closing strokes of the race, Ben.
Well, what a finish this is going to be. Kinross Walleroy have got first position sealed up, but the second and automatic qualification spot to the semi still up for grabs. Trinity Grammar on the far side, the Victorians trying to hold off a surge by the Southport School and also Trinity College WA. Kinross Walleroy, they are already there. They are through to the semi-finals. And it looks as though Trinity Grammar from Victoria are going to hold off the Southport School with the fluoro yellow caps, and they do that. 4th place, Trinity College WA, and then Brisbane Boys in 5th place.
The first rapid charge of the schoolboys, Cox Quads Gull, won there easily by the crew from Kinross Walleroy. 7:10.77 is their unofficial winning time, and 8.75 seconds back to Trinity Grammar from Melbourne in 2nd place. The Southport School in 3rd, Trinity College of Perth were 4th, and Brisbane Boys College in 5th place. So we move straight away to the second rapid charge of the schoolboys, Cox Quad Gull. Just the 4 boats in this race. Pembroke School from Adelaide Lane 4, Newington College in 5, Hunter Valley Grammar in 6, and Kinross Walleroy in lane 7. Winners of the previous repechage, and not quite as well placed in this particular one. It's the Newington combination who goes through about 2.5 lengths clear at halfway from then Hunter Valley Grammar in 2nd.
Looks as though there's only 3 boats
Kinross
here, Rich.
Yes, it may well be. In fact, I don't know the Kinross Walleroy crew are there.
Potentially an issue earlier in the race. Can't see further down the course, but definitely only 3. So 2 going to the semi, and we just saw there it was 0.84 the gap at the 1,000 metre timing check between Hunter Valley and Pembroke School. That is totally switched now. Hunter Valley Grammar have the advantage going into the last 500 metres by 3.19. So that's a 4-second turnaround in that third 500, the moving 500. Repechage 2 this of the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull. First 2, as I said, to the semi-finals. And right now, it is Newington in the centre of the course. They are in that #1 position to go through to the semi-finals. But this is not over for second. Hunter Valley Grammar and Pembroke School. Pembroke School from South Australia. Hunter Valley Grammar from the Hunter region. And it is neck and neck with about 200 metres to travel down the course. Hunter Valley Grammar still in that prime position to take the second qualification spot through to the semi-finals in the schoolboys Cox Quad. Out in front, Newington, Tetley, Grippy, Koskela and Grove. Cox by Johnson, Elvis Johnson, the Cox of that Newington boat, and they are leading the way here, and they will qualify first to the semi-final in this repechage 2 of the schoolboys Cox Quad and Hunter Valley Grammar. Well, the back half of that race, they were superb to seal second spot. They are also going to the semi-finals. Pembroke School, they will miss out.
Confirmation there, just the 3 boats in the race. Newington, the winners ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar. Both will qualify for the semi-finals of the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull. 3rd place goes to the Pembroke School, and they will therefore move through to the D final, I think it will be, or in that may in fact be the C final in that event for the Pembroke School. They'll race again tomorrow morning in any case, but Newington take it out 7:09.35, very similar to the previous repechage, and their margin of victory a pretty handy 7.78 seconds. Repechage 3 racing down the course now, also in the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull. Expecting a field of 5 this time, but again, we may be 1 boat short. And it looks like a vacant, possibly Hale in lane 4, who were not there. Pulteney Grammar racing on their own on the far side of the course. And then 3 crews back on this side, probably in the top 3 spots. Bradford College, the Red Caps there of Cranbrook, and also Trinity College, it would be in 3rd place. They're about to come through, they have come through the halfway mark, and that is confirmation there. Radford College of the ACT do lead this from Cranbrook and Trinity College. Trinity College in Perth, Ben, have got a very nice campus right effectively in the CBD on the banks of the Swan River. The views across of the, well, the ABC would call it the New Perth Stadium, and the Wacker ground behind them. So a very nice location right in the centre of Perth.
Some very expensive real estate there. What a great spot. And great place for them to get out and do some rowing there on the Swan River. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Wonderful wide expanses of the Swan, yes indeed.
Radford College leading the way out in lane 7, 5 seconds back to Cranbrook, and then Trinity College 11 seconds back in 3rd place. So, unless there's a miraculous recovery, it would be Radford College from the ACT going through in 1st, Cranbrook from New South Wales in 2nd. So it's 8.14, that gap back to Trinity College in WA. And they're the expensive seats here.
That's the Row Union, well, we can't call it a marquee, it's the Row Union balcony here at Champion Lakes. A great view over the concluding stages of the race, and it is packed up there in the balcony. And they've run out of wine, I think, the last 2 days and had to send for emergency supplies.
Well, hopefully they've got enough for the weekend, because it's going to be a very busy couple of days here at the Australian Rowing Championships with the Interstate Regatta tomorrow. So Repechage 3 here of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull, and it's Radford College in front, leading the way from Cranbrook, and then Trinity College in 3rd, Pulteney Grammar well back down in 4th. So at the moment, they will be on their way to the D final. Trinity College to the C final. They're in 3rd. So it's a pretty clear-cut gap between 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in this race. So much so that the ACT boys from Radford College, they are easing up on the line, and they are stroking their way towards the semi-finals in the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. They are there now, Radford College from the ACT. Cranbrook from New South Wales will join them in that semi. Trinity College go to the C final as they come up to the line now, the Western Australians. And then in 4th place from South Australia, Pulteney Grammar.
Third of 4 repechages complete in the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. Radford College 1st, Cranbrook 2nd, Trinity in 3rd. 7:09.83 the time there. So again, very close to the times of our previous. In fact, all 3 repechages 7:09 or 7:10 at this stage, and 6.53 seconds the verdict in favour of Cranbrook. So pretty similar story in each of our repechages, with about a 2 to 3 length win and a time in the range of 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Should set up some pretty tight racing in the semi-finals to come later on today. They are races 5:37 and 5:38, our semi-finals in the Schoolboys at Cox Quad Scull, which again will take place later on today in the compressed Saturday program. I think it'll be 3:40 and 3:45, the 2 semis, immediately after the 2 semis of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, as we just see the last place crew here also cross the line of the 4th place crew, as it is Pulteney Grammar of Adelaide conclude the 3rd repechage now. The 1 repechage to go, and it's approaching the final 500 metres of the race. A field of 5 crews are listed, although for the 3rd race in a row, I think, no, we do in fact have all 5 crews there. And the blue boat, the light blue boat of Kinross Walleroy, are our race leaders here. On lane 6, Henry Malloy, Zachary Annett, Campbell Miller, Willow Carter, and Henry Baker, the cox of that crew, coached by Benjamin Watt, and a substantial lead once again, 9.7 seconds over St Patrick's from Ballarat, who are there in 2nd. Lockie Belleville, Harrison Grant, Hugh Jackson, Henry Rainier, and Harry Lester, coached by Craig Murfitt and Tom Nash. We're familiar to seeing Ballarat Grammar dominate Cox 4 racing, but had some good results in the Quad Sculls. The Ballarat schools are ready today, and St Patrick's well placed to go through here as well, with Mouse College and Gippsland Grammar, the rest of the chasing pack.
So Kinross Walleroy, and they are just slowing down the stroke rate as well, with about 250 metres left to travel. St Patrick's College, they are in 2nd place. Gippsland Grammar are only 0.65 behind them at the halfway mark, but that stretched out to just over 3 seconds with 500 to travel. And that's the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 4. But Emmaus, they have really come home with a wet sail. They were 0.93 off Gippsland Grammar. It was 4 seconds, the gap to St Patrick's College, and they're trying to close that here with not too much water remaining in this race. They're going to give it their all. Top 2 going through to the semi-final. Kinross Walleroy, they are very nearly there. St Patrick's College, they are keeping an eye out to the right-hand edge, the stroke side of that boat, to make sure that Emmaus College kept at bay, and they do just that. So Kinross Walleroy first through. St Patrick's College go through in second place. Great fight over the last 1,000 from Emmaus College out of Queensland. And then bringing up the rear of this race, Gippsland Grammar in 4th and 5th.
They're all just about across the line now. They are in that 4th and final repechage of the school boys at Cox Quad Scull. And it was Kinross Walleroy and St Patrick's College, the 2 qualifying crews, the final 2 crews through to the semi-finals of the Schoolboys Cox Quad to race later on this afternoon in the semi-finals. And it was 7:11.75, so the pattern continues. A very close times for what we can make of that across these 4 repechages. And it's Kinross Walleroy by 4.98 seconds over St Patrick's College. You did have to work late in the race to stay ahead, certainly, of Emmaus College in 3rd place. So on now to the 2 repechages in the Schoolgirls Cox 8. This, of course, is the race for the Sydney Cup. That'll be one of the highlights of tomorrow, or the end of tomorrow morning's racing, just prior to the Interstate Regatta. And semi-finals still to come this afternoon for these Schoolgirls crews as well. So 2 repechages here. Caulfield Grammar are in lane 1 in the first of those. Wesley College in lane 2. Furbank Grammar in 3. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 4. Guildford Grammar of Perth in lane 5. The Friends School in 6. MLCQ are in lane 7. So 5 8s here from Victorian schools in this second repechage. 1 from Tasmania and 1 also from Western Australia. And they're at the halfway mark in this first repechage, and it's MLCQ who lead the way on lane 7. They are the favoured side of the course here, the high-ranked crews, both MLC and Friends, lanes 7 and 6, by virtue of their heat placing, so not good enough to qualify directly for the semis, but a good chance to go here through in this repechage. Just 2 of the 7 crews will qualify for the final here, and it's a pretty decent field. A couple of crews on the far side from Caulfield Grammar and Wesley College, who were the place getters in the Victorian head of the river at Lake Nagambie exactly a week ago. In fact, today, it was last Saturday at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. Caulfield Grammar and Wesley College beaten by Geelong Grammar in that event, who are not in this particular race, but it's MLCQ and Friends on the other side who look to be certainly our leading 2 crews, and it's a substantial lead to MLC, a bit over a length at halfway. That's the crew of Georgie Thomas, Amy Crow, Bella Oliver, Annabelle Roddard-Bean, Holly Wild, Madeline Croker, Dominic Lovett, Meg Dumbrell, Ella Burnett de Cox, David McGrath and Alan Hayes, the coaches of the MLC combination.
Really tight racing through that 1K. There's less than a second separating 3rd and 2nd, but also 4th to 3rd. So Wesley College, Furbank Grammar trying to overcome the crew from Friends School in Tasmania, and they, you can see there in 2nd place, MLCQ out of Victoria, Methodist Ladies College. From Q leading the way. They had about 3-4 seconds on Friends, and that is just stretched out. But here come the crews. Look at this.
Behind them. Look at that, a length or so back. So in 2nd place there for Friends, Esther Falloon, Sophie Bryant, Audrey Hope, Bridie Woolley, Alana Edwards, Sophie Neal, Lucy Cooper, Jarrah Wilcox and Gabrielle Hill, coached by Max McQueenie and Anthony Edwards. And then in the race for 3rd, there's 3 Melbourne crews who have been very competitive all season, but Furbank Grammar were probably the big improvers over the 2023 season in Victoria. They were narrowly in 3rd after 1,500 metres. That crew was Annabelle Russell, Mia Page, Orla McCarthy, Frankie Diva, Giselle Buckley, Emily Goff, Sophia Scott, Angelica Woodruff, Aurelia Fife, and their coach is Nikki Plakinski.
So here they come. towards the dark boys, signifying the last 250 metres. The dark red boys are approaching all of these crews. MLCQ, who've had a pretty comfortable lead for majority of the race, they're going to have to step it up here, and that's because the rest of the field is closing them down very quickly, because the Friends School have had to lift it because of the boats on the far side. Furbank Grammar, Wesley College, Caulfield Grammar, they're all in it here. The Victorians, the 4 Victorian crews, and the Friends School out of Tasmania. And out the front, it is MLCQ still leading the way with 100 metres to go. The Friends School in second, still Furbank Grammar in third, and then in fourth, Caulfield Grammar from Wesley College, who are back in fifth. Melbourne Girls Grammar and Guildford Grammar out of the race at this point. But it will be MLCQ, just some strokes remaining for them to seal their place in the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Cox 8, the first repechage. And it is MLCQ, the Friends School from Tasmania, hold off the charge from the boats on the far side of the course. Furbank Grammar in third, fourth went to Caulfield Grammar, Wesley College in fifth place. Melbourne Girls Grammar are going to come home in sixth, and Guildford Grammar in seventh. They just did enough there. The Friends School, a really good finish as those crews were closing them down.
Yeah, they did indeed. Great racing on both sides of the course. But in the end, it was lane 7 and 6, the two that go through. So MLCQ win it on lane 7. The Friends School in lane 6 finished second and qualified for the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. They've still got one race to go later on today before we get to the race for the Sydney Cup tomorrow. Third place was Furbank Grammar. Fourth was Caulfield Grammar. Fifth, Wesley College. Sixth, Melbourne Girls Grammar. And seventh, Guildford Grammar. 3.13 seconds there, the margin between first and second. And 7:10.46, the unofficial winning time at this stage in race 505. As we wait on the second repechage, which won't be too far behind the race we've just seen completed. Boats already, in fact, are about a quarter of the way down the course in this one. So a field of 6 listed for repechage 2. All do look to be present and accounted for there on the course. MLC Perth in lane 2, Penrose lane 3, St Catherine's School of Victoria, that's their second 8, racing in lane 4. Pimble Cottage of Sydney in 5. MLCQ with another crew in this race in lane 6, and St Hilda's Anglican School for Girls from here in Perth are racing in lane 7. Distinctive colours there of St Catherine's from Melbourne. Up on screen, the light blue. Such a strong 2022 season. St Catherine's, of course, winning this event last year in a very close finish over the top of Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Also last year winning the head of the Schoolgirls and the Henley Royal Regatta. They're out to defend their national title, but their top crew already through to the semi-finals. This is a second 8 from that school. And lane 5 there is Pimble Ladies from Sydney, another school with a very strong history in this particular event, have won the Sydney Cup a number of times, and they're leading out here in this second repechage.
Yeah, famous school, Pimble Girls Grammar. That's where Elise Perry went to school, I'm pretty sure. The dual Australian athlete, specialising now in cricket, obviously, but did score that goal for the Matildas at the World Cup back in 2011 in Sweden.
A remarkable early career, the way she was able to share her talent between 2 different sports.
So you can see through the 1,000 metre mark, it's the same stories we had at the 500. So Pimble Ladies from St Catherine's School, MLCQ, St Hilda's back in 4th, Penrose in 5th, MLC Perth in 6th place. So nothing has changed in this race in terms of placings from the 500 to the 1,000. And that gap to keep an eye out for is between MLCQ and St Catherine's School, 3rd to 2nd. It's 1.74.
Still a couple of races away from a very brief lunch break on this 6th day of the regatta, but I just should let you know in advance that on behalf of 776 BC, one of the great supporters of this regatta, that Georgia Rowe and Tara Rigney will be at their trade stall doing signings from 2 p.m. today. And Lucy Steffen and Jed Altschwager will be there at 3 p.m. So if you're keen to meet some of Australia's greatest rowers, please head along to the 776 BC stand just after the lunch break. Georgie Rowe and Tara Rigney from 2 p.m. doing signings, and Lucy Steffen and Jed Altschwager from 3 p.m. this afternoon.
Go and meet your heroes, get an autograph. That's awesome. So make sure you get involved there across this weekend. So many things happening across Champion Lakes here for the Australian Rowing Championships. The 6th day of competition here.
Pymble ladies have continued and look to be extending their lead there, Ben. It was 5.5 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, and it's a bit beyond 2 lengths now. It would be for Pymble ladies, 8.53 seconds. And MLCQ have done a good job to move up, in fact, into second spot ahead of St Catharines. So second eights from both of those 2 schools. It does look to be here battling out for a qualifying spot, which into the semi-finals, which would be quite the achievement. St Hilda's then from Perth are in 4th place. St Hilda's Anglican School for Girls. There's also a St Hilda's Anglican School on the Gold Coast, of course, as well, who row in the Brisbane Schoolgirls Rowing Association program. This is St Hilda's Anglican School from Perth. Penrock also from Perth there in 5th place, lane 3. And the third of the 3 Perth schools rounding out the field here is MLC Perth, a couple of seconds further back. But just 2 to go through. Pymble ladies certainly look very, very well placed out in front. The crew: Alessandra Bracich, Catherine Walker, Holly Craig, Charlotte Harton, Tilly Morgan, Mia Booth, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Serena Lee on the Cox. They're coached by Ali Williams and Donald McLaughlin. And 2 schools from Melbourne look like they'll fight out the second qualifying spot. Maybe MLCQ finishing the better of the 2 at this stage.
Yeah, so that's the only change in position this entire race was MLCQ going to second. They're in lane 6. And St Catharines School in 4, moving back to 3rd out of that automatic qualification to the semi-final. But it's Pymble ladies who have led from start and almost to finish here. Just strokes remaining for them. It's the battle though for second, and it's MLCQ in pole position to go through to the semi-final, edging out St Catharines School, and they've produced a superb last 1,000 metres to get themselves into that position. But it's Pymble ladies who win repechage 2 of the Schoolgirls Cox State, and MLCQ will join them in the semi-finals. St Catharines School put up a fight, but in the end they will slip back to the C final. And St Hilda's out of WA in 4th, Penrose and MLC Perth 5th and 6th.
Race between those 2 Perth schools down the far side of the course as well. 4th, 5th and 6th position, but Penrose will get across the line narrowly ahead. But it's Pymble ladies who take the win, and along with MLCQ move through to the semi-finals this afternoon of the Schoolgirls Cox State. They stay alive in the chance to race for the Sydney Cup tomorrow. 3rd place St Catharines, who will go through to the C final. 4th St Hilda's, 5th Penrith, 6th MLC Perth, 7:13.29 the time at this point, and 8.42 seconds. So a commanding win to the previous winners of the Sydney Cup in the form of Pymble Ladies College. Two repechages now in the schoolboys Cox State. Slightly different progression here, with 3 moving through to the semi-final from each of these repechages. So it's a slightly smaller field, therefore, in the schoolboys 8, which is why the qualification system is marginally different. Black boat there of Xavier College, stalking the far side of Champion Lakes, but Shaw lane 1, Guildford Grammar in 2, Friends in 3, Melbourne Grammar 4, Caulfield Grammar lane 5, the Southport School lane 6, and Wesley College lane 7. Should be the 7 boats on the course here. I, in fact, only have 6 at this stage. I can't pick up Guildford Grammar, so I think they were the crew that scratched. Shaw racing on their own, therefore, out in the lane 1. We see 7 boats across the course at this stage, but being led certainly by Xavier College, the crew from Melbourne on lane 7. Had a very successful head of the river last week, winning the Division 4, 3 and 2/8, but not quite completing the quadrella in Division 1, but a pretty strong race from them in any case. Ahead of the Southport School next to them, and also then Caulfield Grammar and Melbourne Grammar, the 2 Victorian crews, in a very tight battle, I suspect it'll be, for the final qualifying spots. But it's Xavier College Out in front there, James Power, Will Allen, Indy Ronchi, Lockie Severn, Felix Lynch, Cormac O'Callaghan, William McNamara, Patrick Crowe and Zane Tackler the Cox, the crew coach by Sean Lake, and they're holding on by half a length or so from the Southport School, who are certainly closing, and pushed by Caulfield Grammar and Melbourne Grammar as well. 4 crews across the course, a couple of lengths away from the Friends School would be 5th, and then Shaw over on the far side of the course. It's Xavier holding on, the Southport School in 2nd. It's getting close still with Caulfield Grammar and Melbourne Grammar as they charge towards the line. 3 crews here to go through, so the job in front of Melbourne Grammar. They're down by about a third of a length in 4th, but the wind will go the way of the black boat of Xavier College, almost a length from the Southport School 2nd, 2/3 of a length back to Caulfield Grammar, who do enough and qualify in 3rd spot, just on half a length then back to Melbourne Grammar in 4th place, and they will just miss out on a qualifying spot. 5th goes to Friends, 6th will be Shaw, but a great race there in the first of the 2 repecharges in the Schoolboys Cox Day, 1st, 2nd and 3rd of the semi-final. That's Xavier College, the Southport School and also Caulfield Grammar.
So just confirming, Xavier College 6:19.13 there. Repecharge 1 in the race for the Barrington Cup. Southport School and Caulfield Grammar also joining them in the semi-final. Melbourne Grammar, Friends and Guildford Grammar will go through to the lower finals. And we've got Repecharge 2 of the Schoolboys Cox State on the water here. This is going to be a great race as well. The top 3 going through here to the semi-finals.
Again, Ben, it does look like we have a crew missing. I think it is the Hale School who scratched on lane 1, so none of the Perth schools a late removal from the event. So a field of 6, 3 to go through. Trinity College in lane 2. That's Trinity of Perth. Prince Alfred College from Adelaide in 3. Scotch College Perth in lane 4. St Kevin's from Melbourne in lane 5. The Hutchins School of Hobart in lane 6. And Wesley College from Victoria are racing in lane 7.
And as you would expect, really tight racing through the first 1,000 metres. 0.73 back in 2nd, St Kevin's at the 1K. Hutchins 0.88 back in 3rd, 1.54 to 4th, Trinity College, and then Prince Alfred College back 0.72 in 5th, and even Scotch College Perth, it's just under 3 seconds to the crew in lane 4. So we can expect a very tight last 1,000 metres, as we saw in Repecharge 1 of this Schoolboys Cox 8, remembering that we've only got a few events left after this, just the 3 before we have a short lunch break. So much to look forward to throughout the afternoon, but
that was
4th last race of the morning session.
Yeah, Wesley College and St Kevin's are involved in a great race. The APS head to the river in Lake Ngambia a week ago, both making a late charge but being overrun by Scotch College, who eventually won that race with Wesley in 2nd and St Kevin's 3rd. And Wesley did look to lead from where I was sitting for the finish of that race for a long way down the course, but just beaten in the final strokes. But they sit here in a strong position. Wesley College on lane 7, Hunter Isaacs, Jonty Welbury, James Hyde, Xander Skyring, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, Charlie Johnson, Amos Kirk and Josh Pfefferkranz. Crew coached by Tom Manifi, narrowly ahead also there at the Hutchins School from Tasmania in lane 6, who have moved up to be just ahead of St Kevin's, now in 2nd place. So Hutchins is Sam Meikle, Campbell Mounter, Jacob Fiedler, Oliver Hart, Charles Leesong, Rowan Sanderson, Falcon Palmer, Archie Stewart and Angus Wowling. They are coached by Andrew Palmer. And St Kevin's there too. They look to be the 3 crews in the qualifying spots. Matisse Kerr, James Berry, Maximus Raffinello, James Sutherland, Daniel DeMoro, James Ragg, Sam Chapman, Luke Ryan and Casper Reid. They are coached by Brendan Scott. And the crews to watch on the far side in the closing strokes. They try and make up some ground. The combinations from both Prince Alfred College and also Trinity College of Western Australia. So they're inside the final 200 metres. Still our top 3 look clear on this side, but they are closing on the far side of the course. Trinity College really winding up into their work late in this race as well, and it's closing up at the head of the field as well. Wesley College, Hutchins and St Kevin's are top 2 almost side by side. 3 here will go through to the semis of the Schoolboys Cox State. It's still the Wesley College crew just holding on. Hutchins certainly very strong in the closing quarter of the race, and the crew from St Kevin's there as well, but they will be our 3 qualifiers. So Wesley College first, Hutchins second, St Kevin's in third, under a length between our top three crews. Then over the far side, we have Trinity College of Perth, who will finish fourth and just missed out on a qualifying spot. Half a length clear of Prince Alfred College. He'll finish fifth, and Scott College Perth will take out sixth position. So the bottom three there will go through to the C final tomorrow. And for Wesley College, Hutchins and St Kevin's, the semi-finals await this afternoon after their placings there in race 508, the second rapid charge in the schoolboys Cox 8.
So next up we have the open lightweight women's quad scull, and this is the final on the way. Sydney University composite supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport and the ACT High Performance Unit. Sophie Robinson, Annika Reardon, Eve Muir and Phoebe Teal. Phoebe Teal from Sydney Uni Boat Club, Eve Muir from Huon, Annika Reardon from ANU, Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University Boat Club, coached by Paul Newman. WA Rowing Club composite in lane 6, Lara Glendenning from University of WA, Susanna Gravestock from WA Rowing Club, Lola Davies from Swan River Rowing Club and Ruth Morris from WA Rowing Club. And in lane 7, the Sydney University Banks Mercantile Melbourne Uni Composite, Charlotte Ball from Melbourne University Boat Club, Demetria Kyriakopoulos from Mercantile, Antonetta De Cosmo from Banks, and Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University Boat Club. So we're having a look here at the times, and it looks as though the Sydney Uni Composite crew, that is the crew in lane 5, Sydney Uni, Huon, ANU, Tasmania University, who are leading the field here in the open lightweight women's quad scull final. Back in second, WA Rowing Club composite, and then in third, that's the Sydney University Banks Mercantile Melbourne University composite. So those two crews on each end with 4 different clubs represented in this open lightweight women's quad scull final.
And Ben, despite being called the Sydney Uni Composite crew, lane 5 is in fact also the Tasmanian crew that will race in the Interstate Regatta tomorrow. So Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University Boat Club, Annika Reardon currently rowing for the Australian National University, Eve Muir from the Huon Rowing Club, and Phoebe Teal from Sydney Uni, who we've mentioned a few times, is a Tasmanian training up now at Sydney Uni. So that is the Tasmanian crew in the red boat, of course, as they usually have for the Tasmania University Boat Club, who leads pretty comfortably from what is the Western Australian Victoria Cup crew. Also, they're racing in lane 6. Lara Glendenning, Susanna Gravestock, Lola Davies, and Ruth Morris.
Just looking at last year, so the open lightweight women's quad scull, Eve Muir was part of that winning crew with Annika Reardon, also Hall from Huon, and Georgia Nesbitt as well from Huon, coached by Paul Newman. So could he get another win here? Paul Newman, his crew in this open lightweight women's quad scull with Eve Muir in that again, Annika Reardon as well. It looks as though they are very, very close to getting that done with about 250 metres remaining in this race.
Their crew in third, Ben, also is 3/4 of the Victorian crew that will compete tomorrow. That's the crew of Charlotte Ball from Melbourne Uni, Demetria Kyriakopoulos of Mercantile, Antonetta De Cosmo from Banks, and Annalise Isaacs of Sydney University.
So here they come. It's been a victory that has come right from the start of this race. They have led from very early on, this Sydney Uni, Huon, ANU, Tasmania University composite, Annika Reardon and Eve Muir. They are very close now to making it another win here in the open lightweight women's quadruple scull. And the Australian title goes to this Sydney Uni, Huon, ANU and Tasmania University composite. The WA Rowing Club composite crew wins silver, and the Sydney University composite crew at Sydney Uni, Banks Mercantile and Melbourne Uni finished in third.
So an early preview of tomorrow's racing there. Tasmania, you would think, might start favourites in the Victoria Cup after that pretty strong performance here, but it's officially the Sydney University, Huon, ANU and Tasmania University Boat Club composite crew who take out the Open Lightweight Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia ahead of the West Australian Swan River and University of Western Australia composite crew, who will race tomorrow, of course, in the colours of their state of Western Australia. And third place, the Sydney Uni, Banks Mercantile and Melbourne Uni composite crew. The unofficial winning time there was 7:00:36. just over 7 minutes for our race winners, and a pretty substantial margin of victory of 9.72 seconds for the Sydney Uni Composite crew in race 509. Presentation to follow shortly for that race, but we're also racing in the men's equivalent event, the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull. Again, a number of the high-profile athletes are in these boats. UTS Haberfield, Black Mountain and Canberra are racing in lane 5. Tasmania University, West Australia, Pine Rivers, Brisbane and GPS in lane 6. And Toowong Banks, University of Queensland, Melbourne Uni are racing in lane 7. And they're already through the halfway mark of the race, and a very handy lead to that lane 7 crew. Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University, Riley Williams of University of Queensland, Nick Ziggiter from Banks and Christian Place of Toowong.
So again here, lots of crews represented, lots of clubs, I should say, represented by the crews in this race. That UTS Haberfield composite with a couple of UTS scullers, and then ACT represented in there as well. Tasmania University, West Australian, Pine Rivers, Brisbane and GPS across in lane 6, currently sitting in 3rd place, and UTS Haberfield, you can see there in second. The Toowong composite with the VIS, that's Toowong Banks, Uni of Queensland, Melbourne University, leading the way here as they come down into the last 250 metres. The Victorians looking good here, Rich, for a gold medal in the Open Lightweight Men's Quad.
Yeah, well, again, it's a two-state composite crew, but certainly the Victorians will take what they can. And a churchy old boy there in Christian Place in that combination too. So we've got all the bases covered at the moment in the leading crew here, but the Toowong composite Victorian Institute of Sport crew looking very, very comfortable here for a gold medal out in front. The closing strokes of the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull, clear by some 4 or 5 lengths it would be. It was 6.8 seconds with it 500 to race, but it's certainly more than that now. And they're really pushing right to the line here to this Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull crew. Toowong Banks, University of Queensland and Melbourne University pulling away from the rest of the field as they head towards the line and go across to take out the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull. Toowong composite finish in 1st place. Second lane 5 will go the way of UTS Haberfield, Black Mountain and Canberra Rowing Club. They'll take the silver medals, and 3rd place will go the way of another multi-state composite crew from all corners of the country. Tasmania University, West Australian Rowing Club, Pine Rivers and Brisbane and GPS. They will finish in 3rd position.
So just confirming those unofficial times there for the Open Lightweight Men's Quadruple Scull. Toowong composite with Toowong Banks, Uni of Queensland, Melbourne Uni in first, 6:22.14. UTS Haberfield composite, that's UTS, Black Mountain and Canberra, win silver. And Tasmanian University composite finishing in 3rd place in the Open Lightweight Men's Quadruple Scull. And we now just have the one race to come in the program here for the morning session. And this is a combined race of the PR3 Men's Coxless Pair, the PR1 Women's Single Scull and the PR2 Men's Single Scull. They're all going to come down together. Race 511, 512 and 513. And we've got Stuart John. Now, this may explain why we have a delayed start. It looks as though we may have had a sculler go in.
No, there is, yeah, you're right, Ben. There's a sculler in the.
And it looks like Team Hong Kong, I think. Ka Yi Ip in the PR1 Women's Single Scull. Now, initially these times, Rich, were. Now, here we go. We're seeing a start here for Stuart John and Christian Lane Krebs. So there is time differences between these races, but the way we can take it through is PR3 Men's Coxless Pair is the ANU composite of Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg and Stuart John from ANU, coached by Dern Grant, Alan Goff, William Hatcher. Then the PR1 Women's Single Scull, that's Team Hong Kong, Ka Yi Ip. And then in the PR2 Men's Single Scull, Torrens and the South Australian Sports Institute, Simon Albury, and Team Hong Kong, Siu Sun Lau. Now, based on that sculler that fell in, he looked to be in lane 5, so I'm pretty sure that is Siu Sun Lau from Team Hong Kong. It looks as though Ka Yi Ip in lane 7 is still rowing down the course. We'll get confirmation of that very, very soon, but it did look to be towards the middle of the course based on the pictures that we were getting.
Yeah, no, that looks to be the case, Ben. So, yeah, three separate gold medals, as it will be, to be awarded shortly at the conclusion of this race. But as you combine into one event to at least give these athletes someone to race against as well. So the PR1 women's single, the PR2 men's single, and the PR3 men's coxless pair are all on their way to varying degrees down the course here. But unfortunately, one of those Team Hong Kong scullers does appear to have ended up in the water only 100 or so metres into the race.
And this is Simon Aubrey from Torrens and the South Australian Sports Institute. We're getting a time check there. That's the previous race, but he is definitely leading this race. And there over in lane 7, you can just see in view there, that's Ka Yi Ip, and she's in the PR1 women's single scull. So these two in different races. And Ka Yi Ip, the only competitor in the PR1 women's single scull. Simon Aubrey, though, he is up against Xiu Sun Lau. Now, based on what we saw there at the start, it looks as though Xiu Sun Lau fell in. So Simon Aubrey, he's got to get across the line now, and he will be the national champion in the PR2 men's single scull.
He will indeed. He's already the national single sculler in the PR2 men's event as well, Simon Aubrey, who was recently named in that Australian team to head overseas for the European regattas coming up in the next few months as our focus moves from what's happening here in Australia to the overseas activities over the European summer particularly, and Simon Aubrey will be a big part of that for Australia. But rowing here in the colours of the Torrens Rowing Club is Simon Aubrey, and it does look as if his race against Xiu Sun Lau has now effectively become a row over. Hopefully, I just see the ambulance coming down the far side of the course there. If any cyclists or anyone's on that path, please allow it a clear passage through. We had some issues a couple of days ago with that, but the ambulance clearly is in a hurry to get somewhere. So anyone on that path, please allow it clear passage through. The presentation of medals for the open lightweight women's quad scull. The medals will be presented by Hannah Every Hall, Olympian and world medalist in the lightweight quad. Second place and silver medalists, opposite crew from the West Australian Swan River and University of Western Australia boat clubs. Crew of Lara Glendinning, Susanna Gravestock, Lola Davies, and Ruth Morris. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023. Composite crew from the Sydney University, Huon Australian National University and Tasmania University boat clubs of Sophie Robinson, Annika Reardon, Eve Muir, and Phoebe Teal. Crew is coached by Paul Newborn. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the open lightweight women's quad.
So back out on the course, the PR3 men's coxless pair, the PR1 women's single scull and the PR2 men's single scull, all different events but coming down the course here together. And you can see there on the far side, on the right hand side of screen, that's Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. He's in the bow seat with Stuart John from ANU in the stroke seat, and they are going to row down and they get to the finish line and they will be Australian champions.
It looks to me, Ben, that the Si Sun Lau is back in his boat, I think, for Team Hong Kong. So there was another sculler there on the far side, or maybe that's the other sculler from Team Hong Kong. It's Ka Yi Ip in lane 7, yes, okay, who's racing in the PR1 women's single scull.
Yeah, so Simon Albury, we said moments before that he gets to the finish line and he will be the Australian champion. He's in that race in the PR2 men's single scull with Si Sun Lau, and he, we believe, has gone in the first 500 metres, which is quite unfortunate, but it means that Simon Albury just needs to get to the line now, and he will be the gold medalist in this event, as is the case for Christian Lane Krebs there. And Stuart John did some commentary earlier this morning.
We'll never hear the end of this. He was going to claim a national title in a few hundred metres time. Stuart John in company with Christian Lane Krebs. So Christian Lane Krebs from the Bundaberg Rowing Club. Stuart John, of course, a very proud Canberran, rowing for the Australian National University Boat Club. They're coached by Dion Grant, Alan Goff and William Hatcher. And they are sitting well in second place on the course. But Simon Albury, the Paralympian, reigning national champion in this event, and of course Australian single sculler for the season to come, is well clear here. So a very, very strong performance from him heading into the closing strokes now of this PR2 men's single scull final. Unfortunately, his competitor, Si Sun Lau from Team Hong Kong, still being assisted by the officials down at the opening strokes of the race, in fact, and I suspect may not be able to complete the 2,000 metre course, but Simon Albury certainly will, and will shortly claim a gold medal in the PR2 men's single scull.
And Lizzie Chapman's just informed me Simon Albury has had to miss a family wedding for this. So the race was meant to be yesterday. He was meant to fly out today. And he's going to be a national champion. Hopefully he can watch the family wedding on Zoom or Messenger or something like that.
Or just like I've suggested all the time, we need to train our families not to have weddings on the occasion of big regattas. This was foreseeable, but in any case, good choice from Simon Albury to stay here and complete the race, or participate in the race, and he'll get a gold medal for his troubles in a few strokes' time as he approaches the finish line here to take the win in the PR2 men's single scull. Simon Albury from the Torrens Rowing Club in South Australia comes across and takes the win. He is going to the World Championships later in the year in the single scull as well. He rode in the Paralympics back in Tokyo 2020/21. And here comes Stuart John and Christian Lane Krebs to also claim a national title for the ANU and Bundaberg rowing clubs in the PR3 men's coxless pair. So well done to Christian and Stuart for their efforts there on the far side of the course.
And you can just see, Stuart was showing me before this strap, so you can see on his left hand there, he's got a strap that goes around his hand and it allows him to attach to the oar with that left hand. So it's just like a Velcro strap, which allows him to hold that oar there.
And a different arrangement too in the sculling boats. Obviously, when you can have when you have one hand in each oar, it's certainly particularly challenging. Here, of course, in the sweep event, the outside hand, generally speaking, doing a lot of the power work, but it is great the technology available to allow these athletes to participate in these para rowing events. As we just await now the sculler from Team Hong Kong, Ka Yi Ip, who will shortly conclude her way down the course in the PR1 women's single scull.
And it does look that Si Sun Lau may not finish this race in the PR2 men's single scull, which is sad after falling in earlier in the race. But his compatriot Ka Yi Ip from Team Hong Kong in the PR1 women's single scull. She is heading towards the last 250 metres here in race 512, this one. And she is so close now to a gold medal, which will mean the world to her here at the Australian Rowing Championships.
Yeah, it's been great to see an increased field in many of the para events at this year's Australian Rowing Championships too. Some of the events, of course, requiring heats and repecharges to get down to our field of finalists. And it's great to see our international visitors too gaining some valuable regatta experience here. So this is the sculler from Hong Kong, Kah Yip, in the PR1 women's single scull. So as Lizzie was explaining to us a day or two ago, effectively PR1 only use one major body grip, so effectively largely powering the boat with the arms and a degree of body rock, but of course effectively strapped into place there in the single scull as well. So Kah Yip of Team Hong Kong has still about some 10 or 12 strokes probably to go here over the concluding 100 metres of the course. The umpire's boat following closely to ensure a safety all the way up to the finish line. But it is soon to be a victory for Kah Yip in the PR1 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia, driving the boat all the way to the line and across now to take the win. It is Kah Yip who wins the PR1 Women's Single Scull for Team Hong Kong and concludes for now the para rowing action on the course. But to summarise there in quick succession, 3 national titles have been decided. Simon Albury of Torrens takes out the PR2 Men's Single Scull. Christian Lane Krebs of Bundaberg and Stuart John of the Australian National University take out the PR3 Men's Coxswain pair. And Kah Yip of Team Hong Kong wins the PR1 Women's Single Scull. The presentation of medals for the open lightweight men's quad scull. Medals will be presented by Hannah Every Hall, Olympian and world medalist in the lightweight quad. In second place, and silver medalists, the composite crew from the UTS Haberfield, Black Mountain and Canberra rowing clubs. Nick Mather, Alex Tomanovitz, Matthew Rickard, and Zink Bosco, who is coached by Elliot Shakloff-Bertnetti and Mark Kwiatkowski. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023. Composite club from the Toowong Banks, University of Queensland and Melbourne University boat clubs. Damien Schroeder, Riley Williams, Nick Ziegler and Christian Place. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the men's lightweight quad.
And we have some great news to let you know as we see our latest Australian champions and medalists decided here at Champion Lakes. The great news is that Su Shun Lau, the Team Hong Kong sculler that we saw go in the water in the PR2 men's single scull, he is back in the boat, which is wonderful news. And that actually concludes our program for this morning / early afternoon session.
And the afternoon race is timed to begin at 1 o'clock, which is, by my count, about 42 seconds from now.
So we'll try and get you an update as to what is happening there. That is the under-19 women's coxed quad scull, because we know all the officials need to get some food.
And also, Ben, I think the racing will be held up until our Hong Kong sculler is clear of the course as well. So any preparations for the next race will currently be on hold until Si Sun Lau is obviously helped off the course and his boat rescued as well. That is happening right now. So hopefully it won't be too long before we resume. And in fact, we understand that Si Sun Lau is back in his boat and on his way down the 2,000 metre course. So he may yet be able to row out the 2,000 metres and officially finish in second place, which would be a great performance to see. We will have presentations shortly as well for the events that have just concluded, those three para rowing events. So the action will not stop in the short term and probably will not stop until about sometime after 6 this afternoon, I suspect. Our last race currently scheduled for 6:10, the final of the Open Men's Quad Scull. Sunset here is at 6:12 today, so that last race will be the epitome of twilight rowing. It appears that Dan Tackenberg of Rowing Western Australia may yet get his wish for a bit of day-night rowing here at Champion Lakes.
Just need a few more lights, don't we, and we can go into the night.
Got a huge car park there, lots of vehicles who can assist with that, I'm sure.
Well, exactly. A very good point, Richard.
Yeah, possibly an initiative for next year. We'll challenge the powers that be at Cirque to set up some day-night racing, especially for the sprint regatta. And especially as this regatta may well grow in size again next year. We know this is the biggest national championships yet here over in Western Australia. And certainly there was some small number of crews who were unwilling to make the trip across the country. But possibly you would expect the numbers to grow again next year when we go back to, well, when we're scheduled to go back to Sydney.
Yes, hopefully a few of the West Australians can join us over there as well. Richard, over on the East Coast. I know it's a big trip, but hopefully...
well, they're very... that's the good thing about coming here as we have this year. And if you read the trailering guide that the West Australian rowers have put out to assist all the rowers from Overeach to come here, the experience they've gained from years and years of driving across the Nullarbor in terms of how to load the trailer and protect the boats and where to stop for fuel and approximate budgets required and all those things. A lot of research has clearly gone into their long trips from west to east and back again. So it's certainly only right that the rest of Australia makes the trip here from time to time. It's been 11 years between nationals here at Champion Lakes, so I'm not sure. The schedule for future years is not yet set beyond Sydney next year, but I'm sure there'll be moves to come back to Champion Lakes in the foreseeable future at least.
And it looks as though down the course that Si Sun Lau is in the boat and rowing down this course, probably around the 1,000 metre mark now. Very close to getting second place, which is great because we were a little concerned whether he might finish after going in, but he's got back in the boat and he's rowing down the course.
We've got some shots now too, Ben, coming through from the halfway mark. A couple of new cameras have arrived at the course today, including one at the 1,000 metre line. So that is Si Sun Lau going through in this PR2 men's single scull. So unlike the PR1 single sculls who are required to race with floats on their boat, that's not the case in the PR2 category. So obviously it is substantially easier to capsize a boat without those floats attached. But this is Si Sun Lau of Team Hong Kong, who's recovered well after testing out the waters of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre and is continuing on his way down into the second 1,000 now of this race in the final of the PR2 men's single scull. His competitor Simon Albury from the Torrens Rowing Club awaits down beneath us. We'll have medal presentations shortly for those events, but certainly great to see Si Sun Lau of Team Hong Kong on his way. The ambulance has made its way back to the finish line, which is certainly the best news, that that vehicle not required in the end after making a very speedy trip down towards the start. And Si Sun Lau of Team Hong Kong enjoying these great conditions here on day 6 of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. There is behind him no sign of our next race yet, so that is to be the final of the under-17 women's quad scull, followed by the men's quad scull final. Those semi-finals took place at the beginning of today. The finals will be the next race we see on the course, but for now all attention is on Si Sun Lau of Team Hong Kong. See the flags behind him there down at the finish line, which we've been looking at most of the week to try and gain some guidance on wind speed and direction. And they're as limp as they've been throughout this regatta, I think it's fair to say, which is brilliant to see the conditions moderating in time for the big races to come. A huge afternoon of finals and still some semi-finals to go. And we have now another presentation. The presentation of medals for the PR3 men's coxless pair. Medals will be presented by retired Brigadier Alison Cray, AMCSC, board member of Rowing Australia and Vice President of Paralympics Australia. A gold medalist and Australian champions for 2023, representing the Australian National University and Bundaberg Rowing Clubs, Christian Lane Krebs. And Stuart John. Who is coached by Dion Grant, Alan Goff and William Hatcher. Please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions in the PR3 men's coxless pair.